It's another beautiful day here at the Grenada National Stadium. Welcome to day 3 of Cricket West Indies round 1 match in the it's regional 4-day championship, first class championship 2023. Pictures on your screen suggest it is another fine day in terms of weather for cricket. Lovely sunshine this morning. Good opportunity to get in your vitamin D. Umpires are making their way onto the middle. Are you ready for day number 3 with the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings, 62 without loss overnight. Kimani Milias, the St. Lucian on 39, and Jelani Robertson with him on 20. They had to wipe off a deficit of 72, and at 62 without loss, they're just 10 runs away from doing that. TNT will have to bat. Stadium in Grenada. It's skies and a little bit of white cotton wool cloud just drifting away lazily towards the south of the island. My name is John Ramsing on behalf of the entire Jason Skeet. Jason, an interesting day's play ahead of us.
Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, the game is set up in such a way that it hangs nicely in the balance. That heavily to the fact that I think Athens allowed the Trinidadian batsmen to get away with a whole lot yesterday. Inexperience as a captain, but what that has done basically is open up the game so that the viewers can have a very good, exciting day of cricket, or 2 days of cricket actually.
The pitch has been very good for batting. Just on the opening morning, we saw Terence Hines utilizing the extra moisture, getting early wickets. Since then, it has flattened out, dried out nicely, perfect for stroke playing.
Absolutely fantastic for stroke. Today is the kind of day that you want to use the opportunity here to get your average up. You want to score runs as a batsman. You want to score runs, and you want to look good scoring runs, because this pitch affords you the opportunity to do that. Very little movement the bowlers will get. Went outside there this morning. It is hard and placid, and very, very little, if anything at all, in it for the bowlers. So it's a batsman's paradise out in the middle. And as I said, you want to put your head down and score some runs today, get the averages up, because finding another wicket like this in a hurry may not happen.
It is a very good start in the second innings by the Volcanoes openers. Milias 39, Robinson 20, 62 without loss. Remember, they have a deficit of 72 ahead of them. They've wiped off 62 already, so just trailing by 10. It is a very good start for the openers.
Oh yeah, good application yesterday from them as well. Yesterday they could have gone outside there and try to be a little bit reckless, try to be a little bit ambitious. They didn't do that. Every ball was played on its merit, and they picked up some easy runs, good runs from some nice stroke playing, and the wicket affords you to do that. But yeah, they kept their heads together, kept their composure, and set it up nicely. Only a deficit of 10 now, and I'm quite sure that is gonna wipe out during the course of the first 2-3 overs, and then they can get down to business.
Lots of chirping from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fielders, and you can expect that not only that they're trying to play with bat and ball, they're trying to play in the heads, trying to play on the mental side of the batters. Here is Carey Peary with the first ball, and it is said that Milias not the most of comfortable batters to left arm spin. And I'm not surprised that Carey Peary has been employed very early with Milias on strike. Here's Peary again. Oh, that's a good delivery on the line of the middle stump, coming back in as the arm ball from Peary.
You have to play on the front foot consistently. With a wicket like this, you really don't want to be going on the back foot at all. There's absolutely no reason to go on the back foot. You want to play on the front foot consistently.
Cut away, but it's protection on the cover boundary. Brian Charles comes around. 2 other matches in round number 1 of the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships on the way. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes at home to the Jamaica Scorpions at Coolidge. The Hurricanes overnight 163 for 6 from their 90 overs on day number 1. The overnight batsmen, Cornwall 29, Jeremiah Louis on 17. Hamilton, the top scorer so far. Hodge 37, the veteran. Bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions, the debutant. Abhijay Mansingh 2 for 27 with his leg breaks. Minley 1 for 27. Jimmy Merchant 1 for 23. Hakeem Fraser, the off spinner, 1 for 27. And Brian also on debut, 1 for 32. This one is punched away nicely. So both of the batters adding to their overnight score this morning, the single each. We still in the first over. So I'm thinking that the Volcanoes will want to bat most of the day, trying to pile on the runs to give themselves a good enough target tomorrow and enough time to run at the Red Force. First over comes to an end. 2 runs added this morning, so 64 without loss.
Yeah, you want to take your time and score a lot of runs because there's a whole lot of runs to be scored here, I can tell you that much. And in addition to that, you don't want to be too tentative as well. You want to play each ball and you want to look to score. You don't want to be too tentative. And I think that happened yesterday with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The batters came out and they didn't, try to be too tentative. They were going after the bad balls, putting them away, scoring runs. Yes, a couple of wickets fell in the process, but when the opportunities came for them to score, they latched onto it quickly, and it brought Django, the wicketkeeper, to 84, I think it was? 86.
So Terence Hines will pick up the attack. He'll be coming from the River Road end. That's the southern end of the ground here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Not much of a wind this morning, Jason. Not so windy at all this morning.
Not at all. Very calm. The sun is out and it's very calm. Good day for batting.
Good day for batting. Hines will be bowling to Jelani Robinson. Robinson, like I said, overnight on 20. Just adding 1 so far.
Now he needs to score because he didn't get as much as I think he wanted in the first innings. So I'm thinking that he's prepared on putting his head down and looking for a big score here today.
Umpires Gregory Brathwaite and Nigel Duguid, Barbadian and Guyanese respectively, firmly in charge. I think the umpires are having a very good match so far. Here's Hines, first delivery for him on day number 3. Down the leg side, good take by Amir Django, diving away to his left. It's always good to see the wicket keepers in action, saving some runs, saving what would have been buys.
He's been judging the ball pretty well. He's been very tidy. Very tidy behind the wicket.
Both of the wicket keepers having good matches in front and behind the stumps.
87 from the Windward's wicketkeeper.
Django had 4 dismissals in the first innings and 86, followed that up with. Walcott had 87 when he batted. And 3 dismissals, so neck and neck really. Oh, getting on top of the bounce nicely, Robinson. But that's what you're getting. Nice tennis ball bounce here at the National Stadium. The other match of round number 1, Guyana Harpy Eagles against Barbados Royals. Barbados Pride, I beg your pardon. And that's happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground. Overnight, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 76.4 overs, 205 for 5. That one is cut away nicely. Good connection in the middle of the bat, but there's also protection at cover point. Jason Mohammed is the boundary rider on that occasion. Matthew Nandu, the 19-year-old debutant, 70 not out. Kevin Sinclair is with him, 28 not out overnight. Leon Johnson, the captain, got a 26 before he gave it away. Bramble, 20. Kemal Savory, the other wicketkeeper batsman in the side, 25. He's on debut as well. Hakeem Jordan, 2 for 34. James Holder, 2 for 36. And Jay McAllister, 1 for 20. The wicket takers for the Barbados Pride. There's all to play for in round number 1. All matches well and truly on its way. Day number 2 in Antigua, day number 3 here in Grenada. Some adjustments being made to the field now. As Milius is on strike, the backward point is in the circle, what would have been a circle in a limited overs game. Hines bowls on the line of his leg stump. Play with the bounce and he gets on top of it. Punches it down to mid on for an easy single.
I think that Darren Bravo is showing some experimenting there, and I think that's a good move. You want to bring in the feelers a little bit, try to save some singles and put the batsman under a little bit of pressure, force them into playing a kind of rash delivery, kind of rash shot. So I think that's his plan, really. You have to try something on this wicket here today. Just bowling and hoping for is not going to cut it.
Nice short delivery again. Nicely handled as well. So this is round number 1, like I said. Round number 2 will begin on the 8th of February, the day after the 49th anniversary of independence here on the island of Grenada. The Windward Islands Volcanoes will host the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes will host the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So Guyana will come from Antigua across here to Grenada, and Trinidad and Tobago will go across to Antigua. Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions will remain in Antigua to play their second round match. This one has got away nicely. Runs again, just a single. So they're dealing in singles this morning. That will not be a bad ploy at all. So Terence Hines, first over of day number 3, comes to an end. 3 singles in that over, and it's now 67 without loss.
I think I like what Bravo is doing here. He is, trying things, mixing up things a little bit. Some nice protection out on the boundary, just in case the short one is latched onto by the batsman. But for the most part, everything has been right there, forcing the batsman to play, bringing the batsman in action. He has to play a shot at some sort, and he's going to look to score. And once you have fielders inside saving the singles, you can induce something rash from the batsman. I think that has to be his thinking.
So we want to apologize to our viewers for not having the score ticker up just yet. These things happen. We're working with man and machine. Soon come. Carey Pear, his second over of the morning. So you can see the pitch remains an easy-paced one. Outfield very fast. So runs galore here today at the National Stadium. We had 11 wickets on day number 1. 8 wickets yesterday. So the wicket's kind of drying up as the wicket in front of us dries up.
Yeah, I think Pierre would probably want to consider putting a little bit more flight on it and getting some more revolution on the ball. Hoping for something, gripping on the odd spot and turning to create some issues for the batsman. But if you're going to continue just pushing it through, it's going to be easy batting.
Quicker delivery. So good morning to everyone in St. Lucia. Hello to you in Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Carriacou and Petite Martinique. How are you doing this morning? Your team is in charge at the moment here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Appeal for leg before. Nigel Duguid says you're out. Wicket number 1 going down. Just as I was saying, the Volcanoes are in charge. They've lost their first wicket of the day. They're now 67 for 1. And that is Jelani Robinson trapped leg before to Carey Pear in Pear's second over of the morning.
Remember I said it earlier, you don't want to be going on the back foot here. You want to stay on the front foot all the time. There are runs on the front foot. You go on the back foot, anything can happen. One can skid through. This wicket is tailor-made for batting. Stay on the front foot all the time and runs will come. You was coming forward and then drifting back. Move your back foot, come closer to the ball, get to the pitch of the ball. And there's no way you could have been out coming forward there. Absolutely no way you could have been out coming forward there. But I'm quite sure his teammates are in the locker room and paying attention to the coverage as well, so they see what the wicket is doing. So I'm quite sure the mandate moving forward will be to stay on the front foot, stay forward.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force picking up a wicket before the Volcanoes wiping off that deficit of 72. So 67 for 1, still trailing by 5 runs.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago would be happy. They'll be happy.
Yeah, get an early wicket.
An early wicket in the morning is always a good thing. Inside the third over for the morning, pick up a wicket. It sets it up good. But the matches, the Windwards are still basically in control here, technically. Trinidad is still down one batter. That's something that they can use to their advantage as well. So just put your head down and score some runs. I would love to see these Windward Island players, really score. And the Trinidadian batsmen, when they get the opportunity as well, as I said, it's a wicket designed to increase your average.
First ball to Kafim Hodge. He's off the mark, driving down towards cover. Did not trouble the scorers in the first innings. Hodge this time gets off the mark. Form push to cover. So a successful over for the Red Force, and Carrie Pierre coming to an end 68 for a loss of 1.
Yeah. 68 for 1. The Windwards still looking to get to that target of 72 to wipe off the entire deficit, and then of course look to put runs on the board. The sun is out. Good day for cricket, and good morning to everyone. Those of you paying attention to us from Grenada. It's a free entry, so you can still, you've got nothing much doing today. Come on down. There are 1 or 2 folks in the stands, a little bit more than we saw yesterday morning at this time. Feel free, come on down, because I think this is shaping up to be a really good, exciting 2 final days of cricket today and tomorrow.
Terence Hines continues. This one's cut away nicely in the air, but over the fielder at that gully position, and it goes into the boundary. The first boundary of day number 3 is off the bat of Kavim Hodge. He gets his first boundary of the match as well, and it's now 72 for the loss of 1. It means now that TNT will definitely have the bat a second time.
Yeah, good shot. Was in the air just a little bit. Wasn't in total control, but it brought up 4 runs, and much needed 4 runs.
So after the over, we'll have a change in Cummins' personality.
I'm going to just drift off for a little bit. Randall John is here, and Junior Murray, MBE, is here as well. The wicket keepers are showing off in this match because they're the ones seeing the balls most often, assessing the wicket, and they're the 2 that really piled on the runs, 87 and 84.
86.
86, sorry. 87 and 86.
When you think about that as well, they've spent the entire innings in the field, then they've batted so long as well. Hines gets a good delivery to Hodge. Hodge got to be very watchful. Good reputation, good experience player as well. But being out without scoring in the first innings can play on your mind.
Of course it can. And facing up against Hines is, well, it doesn't make it any easy, because Hines has shown that he has some tenacity and he can really use the ball even on this placid surface. So coming up, facing up against Hines is not making it any easier for him.
Already with a boundary in the over, so just taking it easy, playing each ball on its merit. Good going so far. So the Volcanoes, they've wiped off that 72 that they were trailing by. So everything that they add now, it means that the Red Force will have to get that if they want to win this game. Last year, Kavim Hodge, 195 runs from 9 innings, an average of just 21.66. 1/2 century in that innings, in that tournament. 63 his highest. Athenaeus was the most productive. Got 222 last season. Kotoy, who's not playing, got 199. Dennis Smith and Devon Smith both not playing. They also got more than 100 runs last season. Oh, good off cutter to end the over. So that's the end of Hines' second over of the morning. The Volcanoes batting a second time, 72 for the loss of one.
Yeah, normally the day before, the last working day before Independence Day is always labeled as National Colors Day here in Grenada. So the last working day before the holiday, and the folks get out in their red and green and yellow, whatever it is. Fantastic view. The true patriotism comes out. But Junior Murray has decided that he's going to start his Colors Day a little bit earlier. So he's all decked in a bright Ferrari red this morning. And I don't know if that's an indication of him, pushing some fire behind the Windwards, but we'll wait and see.
How about it this way as well? TNT dominant with a fire engine red.
Okay, so he could be switching allegiance.
Pierre starts a new over as Jason leaves us, and we welcome Junior Murray for the first time on day number 3. And he's coming into the hot seat. 1 wicket already down this morning.
Pleasant good morning, John. Good to be here again this morning. Hope you had a lovely night. Get some rest, got some entertainment in. You're living in the south of the island, action part of Grenada, so hope you're enjoying the stay so far.
Had lots of rest.
I'm not too sure about that, John.
So Trinidad Tobago picking up the early wicket. That of the opener, Jelani Robinson. Like before in the last over, bowled by Pierre for 23, 1 for 67. But Hodge has gotten a boundary already, so they've equaled the deficit. This is going to take them past that deficit now, so they're ahead the Volcanoes by 1. So it's all to play for on day number 3.
I think day number 3 is a very important day. The Volcanoes batting. I think they need to apply themselves. They need to think the bat all day today. Kevin Hodge, as we all know, he's hungry for runs at the moment. Didn't get any of the first inning, so I think he's thinking about digging in deep here and getting runs behind his name.
Red Force with 1 wicket already in the bag. We're looking to get the Volcanoes out very early as well, and very cheaply.
Good start by the Volcanoes, by the Red Force. Sorry. I hope that the Volcanoes can, apply themselves, and first hour of the day is very important. I hope they can bat to the first hour and without losing another wicket, and put the Red Force under some pressure.
Single to end the over, so 74 now for the loss of just 1 wicket. Milius is still there. He's looking very composed and compact. He's on to 42. Good innings so far from him.
Good to see him applying himself, being very selective with the shot play, and I think he's very hungry for some runs in this game. He's back into the Volcano setup. He probably looking to get back in the mix of a contract. So a good performance here will have the selectors thinking.
Just 1 half century for him last season. Just 22 years of age from St. Lucia, playing his 9th first-class match. Hines starts a new over with bowling to Hodge.
Coming from the river with the end, hitting his pots as usual. Very consistent, during the whole game so far, and he keep knocking away with hitting those lengths very consistently.
Milius played 3 games last season. Did not play all 5. Outside the off stump. So Hines bowling in that corner again, just outside the off stump to the right hand, just looking for that outside edge.
Good to see him hitting his areas again. I think he knows what he's about. He seems to be getting the ball to outswing a bit. Hodge there, very, very watchful, and also very hungry. And I think Kavem deserves. He's one of the Volcanoes' main batter. He needs to apply himself. Once he get a start and he digs in a bit, I think we need to see him putting some good runs on the board.
beautiful delivery this time, a little bit quicker as well from Terence Hines. On the line of the off stump and good defensive technique shown. He had to come down quickly on that one.
Very quickly, I think. He's trying to outfox Kevin Hodge. I think that delivery came back in a bit, and Hodge was equal to the task, head right over, looked very, 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 very composed.
Hodgie, that's his call name, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Hodge.
I guess you had a call name in your playing days as well. We hear about that after this delivery. Two slips going down, ball angled back into the right-hander. Hodge showing good judgment.
That's pretty good judgment there. I think that was very close to the line of the off stump, very close to the off stump. So I think as he covered, he's hungry, he's concentrating a bit, he's very concentrating a lot, and he's hoping to get some good runs on this third day.
So I think you're dodging that call name.
No, I won't say I'm dodging it. I won't say I'm dodging it, but I think at least most of the guys usually call me Ice.
Ice.
Yeah, they call me Ice, Mr. Cool.
Mr. Cool.
As cool as ice. Yeah, that's my nickname. The likes of Courtney Ambrose who gave me that name.
Nice. Well, this one is beautifully driven past the ball with a straight drive. It always looks so elegant. May not get to the boundary. Just pulled back just inches away from the boundary. Solozano giving chase right down, supported by his captain. Always looks a good picture when the straight drive comes out, doesn't it?
I think it's a lovely shot in the game. I think well played by Kevin, equal to the task. Walks, swinging back in again. Nice straight bat. 3 runs.
Last year, these two teams met in Trinidad and Tobago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy down south in Taruba. Trinidad and Tobago got 326 in their first innings. Bowled out the Volcanoes for 97. Following on, they got to 186 to lose by an innings and 43.
I think the Volcanoes will have that in the memory and probably thinking differently now. I hope that we can turn the table around.
Well, they have home advantage this time around, which is a big advantage. 77 for 1, another over completed.
Well done. Well bowled again by Terence Hines. You know, he keeps doing it. The job is his captain keep asking him for nagging lengths, consistency. I think that the Volcanoes batsmen got to be very watchful.
So this red that you're wearing, is it for Colors Day or is it for any other reason?
I'm a lover of red. I think red fits me well because I'm a bit on the darker side. So I think the red shows up pretty well on me. So it's also, you know, part of the independence celebration also. You know, I'm very patriotic. I love my country. You know, so I wear my colors.
They say wherever you roam, Grenada is always home.
Always home.
This is it. You're seeing the red here today. It's lovely red indeed.
Thank you, Johnny.
The festivities are really in this complex. You hear music all morning. Yesterday we had some athletics meet again next door at the Kirani James Stadium.
There's so much it's sports meet at the moment. At least at the moment with one at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, another sports meet. There's one on the other field on the other side. My old primary school, St. George's Methodist, are having the sports meet today on the other side of this cricket stadium. So activities all over, music all over. So enjoy.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon when I was heading back as well, I saw down at Tantine something big was happening there even late into the evening.
Well, it's a season for it. You know, it's sporting season, so I think probably had a late sports day, and they was enjoying themselves with the festive season and getting ready for independence on next week.
Single in the over, 78 now for the loss of 1 wicket. Milius is still there. Hodge is into double figures now. He's on to 10. Milius on 42. And it's always important when you're playing a season to have a good start to the season. Milius missed out in the first innings. Now he's on 42. Hodge missed out. Now he's on 10, trying to make amends. It's important to get a good start at the start of any season.
Very, very important. I think the both batters there missed out, as I said in the first inning. So they now applying themselves, very watchful, and looking to put some runs on the board. I think there are two hungry batsmen out there. As we all know, Kevin Hodges, he was sitting by there for the 5 days or the 4 days. He loves batting. He enjoys his batting. So once he gets set, we can look for the good things from these two batters.
Hines will continue. We look at the field position. The first slip is very wide in Brian Charles. Then the second slip is in a conventional position.
I think probably the second slip may be covering a bit, probably for third. One thing I used to do when I'm playing, in my play as a wicket keeper, I will allow that to happen because I think that once it goes through there, I give myself a chance. To get a magnificent catch. So it could be a plus or it could be a negative.
So I think that is the case indeed, that Amir Django is backing himself to go a bit wide. So you can say that this second slip, like you mentioned, is maybe bordering on a third slip. And there's that gully in play as well. Goes just to the right of gully.
Well ball again by Hines. Hitting his areas again. Carve him correctly forward, opening the face. I think it's a lovely batting pitch. As we can see today again, it's a lovely day. The sun is out in its glory. Conditions for good cricket.
Looking at the picture reminds me so much of the 90s when you were playing.
You make me feel a bit old here now, Johnny.
The Cemetery Hill, that's what you call it?
Cemetery Hill, yeah.
The Cemetery Hill in the back. Yeah, it makes a nice backdrop to this stadium. When you go in Trinidad, there's also the Northern Range and the saman trees. When you go to the old border, the saman trees there as well. So this kind of reminds me of watching cricket in the 90s.
I think it's a lot of development here at the moment. There's also the cruise ship terminal close by. There's also a lovely shopping mall. So, you can leave some of the Guyanese dollars or the US dollars here.
Yeah, US dollars. Yeah, definitely.
Good for the economy, Johnny.
I actually did some general spending already while on the island.
You can come anytime, John. We need your spending power.
Yes, yes. It's oil long season, and I keep stressing on that because I haven't had any just yet.
Soon, John. You'll get there. It will be wasting.
Down the leg side, a good take from Django, sprawling away to his left.
Well, body line by Hines, giving the keeper some extra work there. Well taken by Django down the leg side, skipping to his left. Well taken by the keeper. It's always a good sign to see a good take by a keeper.
And if you look just on your picture, two guys walking around. They've been around the stadium inspecting. They're going to be doing some rehabilitation here at the Grenada International Stadium very soon. I guess they're doing the groundwork for that big capital project coming up soon.
Very, very soon. The Chinese are back here, and I'm looking forward to see some lights.
This one is driven, beats the fielder, takes recover. Solozano just got a finger to it, but it's going to go into the boundary. 4 runs. Nice shot.
Well played by Milius. Looked very positive over there. I think the fielder there made a meal of it. He could have put it back, but these things happen, and 4 runs to Milius.
It was well hit. Did not leave the carpet at all.
Well played by Milius.
Yeah, top hand came off the bat, but controlled it nicely, Milius. He's now on to 46. So looking good for another half century.
Half century to start. I hope they can get into the 3 figures. We need to see him. He's been around for a while. Been a season campaigner, former West Indies under 19 captain. He need to get someone under his belt.
Edging, but just short of Brian Charles at first slip. Just we were speaking about the slip and the wicket keeper. This time it fell short of Brian Charles, overcompleted. We'll have a look, however.
Well bowled again by behind. I think the first slip is standing a bit too deep at the moment. The ball is not carrying. Some might carry, but with the closer you are, it's much better to get a chance of getting a catch.
Much fuller, a little bit of a wave movement
More
again.
movement again.
Getting what is called a banana swing. That ball to just move away.
Well
Overcompleted. 83 now for the loss of 1. Milius is on to 46. Milius has 2 half centuries at the first class level, but his highest score is just 51. So after getting to 50, he needs to take a guard again and go again.
I hope he has that in his mind, and once he gets a 50, he can start over again. We need to see him get 100, get a maiden first class 100.
Carrier continues. Pretty much similar to Amir Django. Highest score, 96 at the regional level. Got 90. Yesterday got 86.
I think they got to dig deep again. They got to, as I said, mark the crease, take a deep breath when they're in that area.
Good flighty delivery from Carrier.
Well ball by Carrier, hitting his areas nicely, building pressure. Bad Pada is waiting for anything.
So the field is spread deep and wide here in run-saving positions now. Red Force looking to dry up the runs.
I think that's the plan. And they don't want the Volcanoes to get away too quickly.
Jason will join you at the end of the over. I'm not sure which will be brighter. Looking to the right or looking to the left. It's a good thing I have my sunglasses here today.
My good friend Jason.
And do remember, whenever he gets in the hot seat, a wicket falls. So I'm not sure if he's anxious to get into the seat or not.
I think he is. He's anxious to get into the seat, but not for wicket to fall. But he's anxious to get into the seat.
So maiden over completed by Carrier. And that's the end of 25 overs in the Volcanoes' second innings. 83 for the loss of 1. Milia's getting closer to his third half century at this level. He's on 46. Kavim Hodge, former captain, is on 11. And the lead now, 11 runs. More from you, Junior, and then it's going to be Jason Skeet.
Well, good application by the batters there, as you can see. They're doing a fantastic job at the moment. Volcanoes lost an early wicket this morning, and they're building. Hope that they can continue in that vein. Be very selective in a short play. I hope that they can also get some good runs before lunch, and so that they can put some pressure on the Red Force players.
Well, good morning to you, Junior Murray.
Morning, Jason Skeet.
Yeah.
Looking as sharp as ever, Jason Skeet.
Well, there's only one way to look. One way to look. Razor sharp all the time.
All the time,
You
Jason.
never tell who you can run into. Someone might meet you and say, we need a good-looking cricket commentator, and I might just be ready to fill the slot.
Think you're ready to go, Jason?
Yes. It's kind of wayward there. It's too wide, and Milius would want to leave that alone, allow it to go by. You don't want to do anything rash looking for runs on this wicket. Runs will come. He sort of fended at it and almost got himself in trouble.
Yeah, Hines are hitting his areas consistently again. Short and wide, loose short by Milius. And I hope he can get himself together. He's close to half century. Really hope that he can get there.
It's a good shot, well played, but just for one through the offside. Milius would Move on to 47. A couple of deep breaths and, you know, guide yourself into a comfortable half century and start all over again.
And Miller's looking very sharp at the moment. Lovely cover drive there. He looked very composed, very hungry. You know, he's back in the team again. So hope I can put some runs on the board and be a bit more consistent.
Young man, only 22 years old, from St. Lucia.
Very young.
This one is drifting down the leg side and tidied by wicketkeeper Django. Milius had a high score, first class score of 51. This wicket here, and based on the conditions, he should go well past that.
With his ability, I think he can do much better. First class, highest first class 51. He's close to this, and I just said this is the right opportunity here for him to get his first maiden first class century once he apply himself and be very selective with the short play.
Hines not giving anything away. He's very tight, very tidy. A stiff bowler. That's how you'd refer to him. Very stiff. Nothing. Not giving away anything at all. You've got to score off of him to get your runs. He's not going to allow you to, you know, put pressure on him. He's going to keep the pressure on. Good morning to our friends in St. Lucia. Good to have you with us. Your homegrown son, Kamani Milius, is on 47. Looking for a half century at the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. He's driving well, good drive, straight down to long on, and it will go into the boundary for 4, and that brings up his half century. And well played by Kimani Milius. He's driven it well, came onto the front foot and pushed it straight down to long on and got 4. This Hodge. Hodge is on 24 now, yes.
Yeah, well
Hodge.
well played again by Cavem. You know, we can see Hines looking to get him plumb in front like before, bowling in some in swingers to Cavem and hitting him nice and straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, we need the ticker, so a technical team is working, because without the ticker we have a whole lot more negotiating to do here in the commentary booth. So Kareem Hodge is on strike. All right, and that brings us to the end of the over. 47 for Milius and 24 for Hodge.
Another good over again by Hines. You know, as you can see, the last ball in this over, he went back to his original length and hitting the top of off stump, going away to slips. So well played. At least the batters are looking very composed, and they look very organized. Then they know the task ahead of them. Yeah, so they are hungry. These 2 batters didn't get much runs in the first inning, so they're ready to go, and they look pretty good for a big score.
All right, so some technical adjustments still being made in our booth, and things really settled. It happens, man and machine, anything can happen. This time Milius is on the front foot and driving, but a thick outside edge, and it would run down to third man. They won. They come back for 2, and they'll settle for that. So Milius now moves on to 49. Kareem Hodge is on 15. He's on 15, and after 26 overs, the Windwards are 90 for 1.
Well bowled there by Kaipia, a better loose shot outside the off stump there by Milius, but he's still there.
This time he's using his feet and using his feet nicely. Yeah, you want to use your feet to the spinners on this here, especially when the spinners are not flighting the ball and they're not getting much revolution, not much grip and turn. Use your feet and get onto the front foot and score. This time he's given a little room. He's back and cuts it nicely, picks up 1. And with that, it has brought up his half century. Well negotiated half century for Kimani Milius. He's done well. And the Windwards would need him to stay on there. His 50 coming up in 73 balls in 87 minutes. And Kimani Milius knocks up a good 50 and keeps the Windwards in a very comfortable and commanding position.
Well played again by Kemani Melias. Started yesterday, batted pretty well, continued this morning. I hope that he can continue in the same vein.
This time he's solid. Carey Pierre has a lot of work to do. Don't you think he should at least try to mix it up just a little bit more, give the ball some more flight here and there, and
Just an observation during the whole game with the spinners. I'm not too sure if it's because of the T20 that most of the guys are playing. We're not seeing much flight at the spinners. The slower your ball, you get a bit more spin, and you can get more bounce and turn out of the pitch. So I guess it's something that the spinners can work on.
The one is just pushed through the onside by Hodge, and he goes up to 16, and that's the end of the 27th over, 92 for 1. The Windwards, in reply to TNT's first inning score of 315, 92 for 1. Hodge is on 16, and Kimani Milius is on 50.
Nice partnership you're building at the moment. The partnership of 25 so far, and the batters can continue the job. They're into the first hour. They're not really into the first hours yet. So just keep batting. Enjoy the batting out there, and I want you to stay out there. The way you're gonna get runs is being in the middle. So I hope that they can apply themselves and stay out there as long as possible. Lovely day at the National Stadium.
So it looks as if there's a change in the bowling now from the River Road end. And is it Webster? I think it is. It looks like Webster, Tion Webster. He's going to be operating from the River Road end, Tion Webster. Now getting into play, stretching and just loosening the shoulders a little bit. He's having himself a good game as well.
Very good game. Nice bowling spell in the first innings, and with the bat also.
And this time Hodge is on top of it in total control and just pushes it into the offside and picks up an easy single.
Looking at Kevin Hodge, but he looks very organized. He looks very hungry. And knowing him, I think the only how you're going to get out today, looking at him, you got to get a forklift or something to move him off the pitch.
Oh, this one just lifted a bit on him. Probably just picked one of scarcely available spots on the wicket, and it just kind of popped a little bit on Milius, but Milius did well. Went down way in front of the fielder eventually, stood in the air for a little bit, but nothing too threatening.
Very unusual bounce there.
This time he's turning this one into the onside, so he has now equaled his highest first-class score of 51. So he would no doubt have some good memories here in Grenada, especially if he goes beyond 51. He's going to have some good memories here.
Looking at Mailer's bat now, I think he's very confident. I can see him using his feet a bit to Webster.
In the meantime, the Dominican Hodge is a lot more circumspect to Webster. He would have seen Webster in the first inning, so he knows exactly what Tion Webster is capable of. Good morning to our friends in Trinidad and Tobago again, and just following some of the comments on social media. The Trinidad and Tobago fans are very much behind the Red Force.
Well, as we know, Trinidad and Tobago always support the sporting heroes, to give them all the dues, and they'll keep supporting the Red Force.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Jason, do you have any connection with Trinidad?
oh, a whole lot.
Oh,
A whole lot. I
oh,
was born in Trinidad. I'm a native of St. James, Bonds Road to be exact. Yeah, I was born in Trinidad.
I wonder why I kept it so quiet, Jason. The third day.
Yeah, well, I was born in Trinidad, but I've been living and residing in Grenada for a whole lot of years. So I've been between Trinidad and Grenada. So between Trinidad and the Windwards, I really have no allegiance here. I just sit back and look at good cricket and enjoy good cricket. Can't see anything much. At least I get myself in trouble. Smarter than that. So after 20, Kareem Hodge is on 17 and Milius is on 51. You were saying?
So as we can see, you're jack on both sides at the moment, Jason.
Well, I'm not on any side, as a matter of fact. I think that's the safest place to be, not on any side at the moment. I would have oil down and I will have doubles.
Lovely, Jason. Well said.
Yeah, so Hodge is forward, looking confident, looking comfortable. Yeah, I heard you and Ramsing speaking about oil down. I'll try to negotiate some good oil down for him tomorrow, God's willing.
I think he's a bit too anxious about oil long. I wonder why he's so anxious to get that oil long, Jason.
Well, I don't know, but we'll find out tomorrow because I'll negotiate some for him. But I promise him that he has to promise me actually that he will eat it after the close of play because ethnic fatigue might just slip in. Might go to bed after that.
If we have it before or during lunch during the game, he might be we might be one commentator short, Jason.
We will be one commentator short, definitely.
Fast asleep.
Fast asleep. So that brings up his highest first class score. He's now on 52. So Kimani Milius has eclipsed his 51. So now he has a new highest first class score of 52. And he's still at the wicket looking for some more. And hopefully on this surface, quick single here. And I think the fielder at first slip was just caught napping just a little bit. And Milius at the non-strikers then realized that running to the danger area took off like a jet. A
good rotation by the batters. We got to keep the scoreboard ticking. I think they're doing a fantastic job by rotating the strike.
So Milius has shown his clear intent to come forward to appear. Except something is short and lifting, he's going to go on the back foot and he's going to cut or punch or hook. But just like anything else, he's prepared to come on the front foot and look for the scoring opportunities. After 29, we are 95 for 1. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are 95 for 1, a lead of 23. Kareem Hodge is on 19 after 39 deliveries, and Kimani Milius looks very well set after 78 deliveries. He's on 52.
As we can see at the moment, the Volcano batters are looking very organized. That's ahead of them. And two on the runs here. Lovely partnership of 30 so far. Hope that they can continue going. Jason, I'll leave you for a while, Jason. Probably hope to see you sometime during the course of the day, Jason.
Of course. While you're at it, there's the market just across to our right at the Athletic Stadium's car park. So while you're at it, Junior Murray, you can go across there and get some watermelons and some cantaloupe and some other fruits to make sure that we're well vitamin C equipped. And you can have it served to us. In the meantime, Rondell John joins us. Good morning, Rondell.
Good morning, Jason, and good morning to the viewers wherever you are in the Caribbean. I know that Trinidad is listening. St. Vincent would be locked on. Lucia, Dominica would be locked on, and even here in Grenada. So, good morning, and it's good to be here. Good to be, part of this enthralling encounter between the Red Force and Volcanoes.
Used to play a wide delivery again. And Kimani Milius is noticeably upset with himself because it was way outside there. Absolutely no need for it. I think he wants to continue just staying in his V, in his half, and scoring.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot there.
Better ball, better shot.
Yeah, one would recall in the first innings he went searching, where he didn't have to. And so I think he needs to get back into that zone where he started yesterday and, look to continue playing.
Of the ball, he's going to go after it. He's going to score. He likes batting. He likes feeling the ball coming onto the bat. Like most Dominicans, he likes feeling the ball coming onto the bat. And once he can feel that, well, then he's gonna have a go at you.
Definitely, Karim likes to score. He's always willing, and ready to put away the bad balls. And he's really good at rotating the strike. He doesn't like to, feel bogged down in any way. So we know that he's going to score, yeah. And so eventually, what the TNT Red Force would need to do is to, as much as possible, cut off that scoring to build a bit of pressure in his mind that he needs to, do something different to what has been going on.
I hear you. Nice stiff delivery from Webster. Tion Webster having a good game. He was blistering yesterday. I think he kind of turned the innings around for the Red Force and put the Red Force back in a position to make this game a nail biter that it's shaping up to be, because he really came out yesterday and took the attack to the Windward Islands bowlers. And of course the skipper, I think, just allowed him to get away with a little too much, and he took full advantage of it. Athanase, I think, showed a little bit of inexperience in his captain in there. He should have at least put some more pressure on Tion Webster, but without that pressure being applied, Tion Webster, he took everything that was given to him, and he made an absolute best of it. Good knock by him, and he changed the game literally. He literally changed the game and brought the game to this point.
Yeah, I think he came out with a different mindset post lunch. After the loss of the 5 quick wickets, I think he decided that he would come out and he would be positive. I could recall John, who was bowling well at the time, some 7 overs without a run being scored or 1 run scored. He had a number of maidens, and so in his mind, when he faced John, I think John went for some 14 runs in 1 over, right? All down to Tion Webster deciding that, hey, I need to get something different happening.
He's getting a little bit of a way movement from the right-hander, so he's definitely bowling with an upright seam, and the ball hitting the deck good, hitting the seam, hitting the deck, and he's getting just a tad of an away movement from the right-hander. So he no doubt he's going to be enjoying that. The wicketkeeper is seeing that and encouraging him as well. It's always good as a bowler when you see the ball, when you see it getting lateral movement.
Yeah, and he's bowling in some good areas now. What I like about this is that he's just on about the off stump. If he can get one to go the other way, it could prove to be a very dangerous delivery, But I like the ploy from Bravo. This is something that we need to see more of in the Caribbean, where our bowlers can be patient enough, to work out a batsman, not giving him, not strain all over the place, but being able to keep a consistent line and length and allow the batsman to decide whether he wants to go after the bowling or whether he wants to, continue to leave. But in the armory needs to be that other delivery that can go the other way. So when he thinks that it's all going away, you can get that one to come back sharply and trap him LBW.
Well, drinks, the players refresh themselves, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 104 for 1. Kimani Milius is on 57, and we have Kavim Hodge on 20, Earlier on, the lone batsman falling was Robinson. He went for 23, and no doubt he would be kicking himself, but that's the end of that for him. In reply to the Windward Islands' first innings total of 243, the Red Force got to 315, and now the Windward Islands are 104 for 1. Good game hanging in the balance, good match setup here at the Grenada National Stadium, and I'm looking forward to Milius actually going forward on this surface and scoring some runs. He needs it. It's a good wicket to just bring your average up. I mean, as you guys were saying earlier on, you wanted, in your first match, you want to at least get a good start. And, very much opportunities like these don't come around very often. So, great opportunity to get your averages up.
Yeah, you have good condition for batting. There's nothing there that suggests that a batsman who is well set should not be able to go on and capitalize on the conditions, and everything is there. What needs to happen now is that the Red Force would need to employ different strategies to try and force these batsmen to do something different. But as it stands now, all is set for good run scoring. So it would take really a good bowling effort, and I do believe that Red Force has the artillery to make the sort of breakthrough that they would need. But if these batsmen continue in the vein that they are going, then it means that come to the next few hours, at the end of the day, tomorrow, it will bring a really good, exciting finish to this game.
All right, well, while the drinks are happening, we are very much big on rotating as well. So while I'm quite sure Darren Bravo is contemplating rotating his bowlers to unsettle the batsmen, we too have some rotating to do. So now moving out of strike and making way for John Ramsing, who is going to move into strike to take us through the next 10 overs.
Yeah, going. 16 overs bowled in the first hour. Resuming on 6-2 without loss. The Volcanoes have progressed to 104 for a loss of 1 wicket. So, the Volcanoes, you can say, enjoying the first hour of play today.
Yes, they are enjoying the first hour of play. They overnight score 62, and they've added 42 runs for just 1 wicket. Let's put it, they're now 32 for 1 because they had to overhaul that 72 runs. So basically, they're 32 for 1, if you're looking at the game from the inning standpoint. But that's good going. Good first hour, only 1 wicket. The batsmen came in, they're relieving, they're, playing balls on merit and so on. So it looks good in terms of them getting a good score. But I know that Trinidad would have something to say about that. So, we anticipate the fight back.
So after drinks, it'll be Carripier who's going to continue. And this is a good battle for Kimani Milius, because while it was felt that he has a little bit of weakness to left arm spin, he's surviving very well. Carripier has now been bowling a very long time, since yesterday in the second innings. Down the ground he is to Carripier. First ball after drinks, and it goes all the way for 6 runs. That's a very good hit from Kimani Milius, just chipping down the track nicely. Good use of his feet and getting good connection. 6 runs right after drinks.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Good connection using the feet, as we see him here, down to track, giving himself a little bit of room, ensuring that he can go a bit wide of mid-on, because if you long on, because if you look long off, if you look there, the fielder is out for that shot. But he was skillful enough to get outside of the ball, hit it a little more towards the cover region. And so definitely a good shot. He seems to understand about rolling.
Looking very good. Milias is on 63 now. Cutting but hard into the ground. So lots of action. Will be lunch break. Short ball looking to pull it. Let's crash to his pad.
Yeah, I think he missed out there. There's a lot of vacant area behind square. I think that he was trying to a little too much behind square, so he tend to get far inside of it that he missed. Again, we see him playing back to that carry pair. Cannon into the pad.
This is off stump, making some room on the onside and drives confidently and will get a boundary. So a 6 early up in the over, a 4 to end the over, 10 runs in this over. So carry pair now under some pressure. Milias moves up to 67. It's 114 for 1.
Yeah, good shot there. Good movement in the crease. Playing spin, you can't always, want to remain in one position. You need to get the feet moving, be able to use the angles and so on. And he did just that. Got across to the off stump and just pushing that one, not trying to hit it too hard, and that ball sped across.
Run scorers this season, individual runs. He had 87 not out from Evan Walcott in the first innings. So 86 from Amir Nangu. Matthew Nandu, who's also on debut, playing that game in Antigua for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the opening batter, is also on 86. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 238 for 6 against the Barbados Pride. So runs all around. But yet we haven't seen that 100 as yet.
Yeah, it says that our batsmen are willing to, go out and put on the show, but they need to continue, not just reach the half-century mark and stop, but there needs to be, that continuation where you can take the 50s and convert them into hundreds, and not just hundreds, but maybe big hundreds.
So now Milias just passed his previous personal best of 51. He had 2 half centuries before, so now he has gone past that. He's looking to get close to 100, maybe go on as well. Has a perfect opportunity here, this young man from St. Lucia.
Really perfect opportunity. Nothing different, nothing hard seemed to be happening out there. The bowlers are just hitting good lengths, good lines, waiting, hoping. So he has all that is needed.
First wicket fell in 67, so a good opening stand, and now this partnership on to 48 with this single. So easy pace track indeed. Lots of runs out there. It will test your mental fitness, your physical fitness, and your patience. That will be a test of your character.
Yes, most definitely. Looking at it from here, the TNT Red Force would need to do something different, find some loophole where they can exploit, the weaknesses of either of these batsmen and look to get them out. Without this, once you continue allowing them the free, easy single, being able to climb up on the ball and get it down, then it looks to be a big day for runs.
The lead is 43. Here's Webster. Pulled away. That's a very good shot. Standing on one foot and just swiveling nicely. Coming back for the second very quickly. So Milias had to really press on the accelerator. Coming back for that second. And that is the 50 partnership between Milias and Hodge, coming in 89 balls. Just 53 minutes of batting. A very composed partnership.
Yes, very, very composed. Looking at the batsmen out there, they seem so comfortable. They seem, like there's nothing to rush them. There's absolutely nothing that should stop them from being able to accumulate as much runs as possible.
So hello to All of our friends in the Trinidad Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Short ball from Tian Webster.
Milius is handling the short ball pretty well, looking to get on top of that bounce. As we keep saying, it will be a tennis ball bounce. It's not anything sharp that, would put him back onto the back foot. He's able to climb it, and so he has handled them so far very well.
So our friends in, we can see neighboring Trinidad and Tobago getting ready for the biggest show on earth. Carnival Monday and Tuesday, February 20 and 21 this year. Over comes to an end from Webster. That's his fourth. 118 now for the loss of 1 wicket. The lone wicket to go down this morning, Jelani Robinson carried for 23. A 51 between Milius, who's on 70. So everyone in Trinidad and Tobago not necessarily following the action on YouTube, but persons who listening to my business, listening as well. Lots of time in the Trinidad Republic.
So, well, I wouldn't want in for more.
But it's not just Carnival Monday and Tuesday, it's the events that lead up to those 2 days. This one's cut away. There's a slight appeal for caught at the wicket. Carrier getting a bit anxious. Extra bounce on that occasion.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. It's a game of patience as we look at it on our replay. The ball just outside there to cut, but missing it.
There he goes. This time, much shorter delivery, and this time he gets the connection. Brian Charles is sweeping and collects.
Yeah, he has to be careful, playing that cut shot, and I think this is the patient game that Bravo is playing. Ensuring that he gets the connection. If he doesn't, you get that wicket, and it would look as if it's a bad shot, So he has to be precise in terms of his cut shot.
8 fours and 2 sixes, so he's very confident, Milius. So he's going to back himself. But like you said, got to be very watchful, be careful. Pierre is looking for his wicket, looking for his second of the match, of the innings. Will not come there. Maybe the TNT Red Force just a bit cold at the moment, and that can be said because just recently, Monday last, Trinidad and Tobago at the Piarco area registered at 18.3 degrees temperature. That was very cold. It was the coldest they had in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think we felt that cold here in Grenada just the same.
Slight misfield to his own bowling and will allow a single at the end of the over. So it's now 120 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, that was a good stop there. I think it was firmly struck. He had to go across to his left, and he came down but wasn't able to collect, and just palmed it out to Captain Bravo. Yeah, so before you never really felt this sort of coolness, but in recent years it seemed like the January to coincide with the winter up north, it's getting a lot colder.
You may very well see snow very soon in the Eastern Caribbean.
Yeah, and depending on which area you live, it seems to be colder than most. I know for one of our good friends, he lives in that sort of area where it's always cold, summer, winter. He may just decide to wear his warmers and so on. But here in the National Stadium, the sun is out. It's beating down on the batsmen. It's beating down on the TNT Red Force. putting some pressure on both teams. And I know that Red Force would want to get out of that sun and get into the seats.
So just one slip now, a very wide Yannick Karaya and a gully. They've maintained that gully all match because of that extra bounce you're getting on this track.
There's also some good away movement. We're looking at Webster getting some good away movement. That ball keep moving, but I think if you can get it a little closer to Hodge and ask him to reach, then he just might induce an edge.
This time the off cutter handled very well by the experienced Kafim Hodge. And just last Sunday as well in Trinidad and Tobago, there was the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee Marathon Walk, and a bit of history being created with Derek McIntyre, who will be celebrating his 85th birthday this Thursday. In fact, today. 85th birthday today. Completed that marathon walk.
At 85, completing the marathon walk. That's very good. He seemed to be a very fit young man, I would put it that way.
26.2 miles.
Yeah. 85 and completing 26.2 miles. That's very, very good fitness.
So kudos to Derek McIntyre. 26.2 miles. Some persons rinse their faces when they have to walk 0.2 of a mile. And he's completed 26.2. Nice delivery again from Webster. So Webster looking to target the stumps of Kafim Hodge. Hodge very watchful. Hodge missed out in the first innings. He's now won 22. Nice partnership as well with Milius. So the openers, not only in this game, but the openers around the region. You see young Nandu putting up his hands with a fighting half century as well, unbeaten so far. West Indies have Craig Brathwaite, Tantasian Wright, Chandapal in Zimbabwe. This one is tucked off the hips nicely. Looking for the second. Uthman Mohammed is onto it very quickly, preventing that second. And just a single to end the over. So 121 now for the loss of one. And that lead getting closer to 50. It's now 49.
And that's good going there by the Windward Volcanoes. They're, really steady. They have been progressive. And looking at the way they rotate the strike and so on, it says that they're willing to stay out there and to battle, understanding that they would need a big score, if they're going to try to dangle a carrot at the TNT Red Force, come maybe later this afternoon or even tomorrow morning. So I think they have a good plan in place. Let's see how they would go about, because we know that the Red Force is not a team that would allow, the other teams to just run past them. They would ensure that they give a good fight.
Carripier to continue. Now into his 17th over. Milius is still there, and this really is a good showing for Milius. Perhaps he has overcome that challenge he had of not being too comfortable against left-arm spinners.
Yeah, I think as we always say, if you want to become good at something, then you have to make sure that you strengthen the weaknesses. And if that is the weakness, then him being out there to face up to Carripier, and one of our better left-arm spinners around, then it means that he's doing well.
Chipped away. There's a fielder at short extra cover, and the Captain Bravo. It goes over his head. There's no mid-off. That would have been swallowed by the mid-off fielder. There's a long off. He had to run around to do the fielding in Muhammad. So Milius there clearing the infield nicely. Not trying to hit it too hard, just over the infield and collecting 2 more runs. So he's batting quite intelligently. Kimani Milius. Conquering his fear. And that is what the Regional 4, the tournament, will do for some players. Misfield there. I'm going to allow the single. Looks like Terence Hines will have to do the fielding on the boundary after Brian Charles made an error. Yeah. So the Regional 4, the tournament, this is the opportunity for some of the players to once they're exposed to quality bowling, like in this case, Milius to left arm spin. If he had a problem previously, try to work at that, get some runs, get confidence, and get that technique up and running as well, and managing to play left arm spin. And he's doing very well so far, Milius.
Yeah, we need the youngsters, especially coming in, to be able to manage, manage the situations that would come, because once you intend to play Test cricket, you're going to be tested. There's no doubt about it. Especially with the teams that are around the world now and the technology that is available to teams, it makes scoring runs. It could make scoring runs very, very difficult for a batsman who is not, accomplished and has not been able to conquer these types of situations. The analysis of a youngster coming in, especially if you go through the levels from the under 15s and so on, there are things, information, data out there on you. So you need to make sure that you can strengthen your game, look to plug all the weaknesses and make sure that you have that all-round ability to manage, because outside of that, you would recognize that all the talent might just go to waste.
So the over is completed. So we'll have a bowling change as well. So Tian Webster removed from the attack, and Brian Charles is going to pick up the attack. Webster 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Brian Charles just 1 over before stumps last evening, 6 runs in that over. And we picked up 4 in the first innings, so he's going to be looking to add to his match tally, looking to break this partnership. Milius is very much grounded at the moment. Gets runs off him immediately.
And straight away you notice that Brian Charles comes around the wickets and looking to push the ball across the right-handers. You have 2 right-handers out there, and so he's going to be continuing with that mode of attack. He got some 3 wickets.
Reverse sweeping runs. The second slip fielder that was employed in Carey Perry has to run all the way to third man. Pulled it up just in front of the rope. So good running by Pierre to prevent the boundary. 2 more to Milius, so he's actually bringing out all the shots now. So the reverse sweep coming out.
Yeah, it's good to see that he is able to, be confident enough to bring out the reverse sweep against Brian Charles, who has been bowling, very well, understanding that the delivery is going across him.
That one jumped to him just a little bit, but handles it very well still. Seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit. Breadfruit is a must in the oil down,
Yeah, I think I would put it that he's seen it as large as a coconut.
Coconut.
Yeah, because the breadfruit compared to the coconut might be still a bit small. So he needs to continue and reach that double figure, that triple figure.
You also put the coconut milk in the oil down, So coconut, breadfruit, take your pick.
Yeah. Don't worry, John. You're gonna get that oil down.
So the off spin operating from round the wicket. Not much turn, but he's going to be very patient again, Brian Charles, like we saw in the first inning, just trying to hit good areas to create a bit of pressure by being consistent. Down the track when he got there, this defensive prod to end the over. The first of Brian Charles on day number 3 coming to an end. The Volcanoes progressing nicely. 130 for the loss of 1, starting the day on 62 without loss.
Yeah, good going there by the Volcanoes. Hodge looking to use his feet. Again showing his positive intent, not wanting to, allow Charles to settle in to that length and line that he has that will always be nagging at you. So it's good to see good positive movements from the batsmen. You can see that they're thinking, they really have a plan that they want to score on. So good going. It's up to the bowlers of TNT now to try and set them up. and see if they can peg. Normally, when you get one, you get two.
Last year there were 9 half centuries in all scored by the Volcanoes batters, no 100. And already in this match we've seen 3 half centuries. Milius getting his first, Tevin Walcott with 87 in the first innings, and Ambrose 55. So much improved batting already from the Volcanoes in this season. Good delivery from Carripier.
Yeah, definitely. The batsmen have been asked because when you look at a couple of the games that they've had, they had some good scores, and then eventually it all tapered away. I think what they would require this season is much more consistency. I could recall the game against the Happy Eagles. They started so well, and then in terms of responding to the second innings, they were not able to, and eventually they end up losing that game.
There was a period of time as well that many felt that the Volcanoes, maybe in the 2000s, early 2000s, were just a first inning side. Whatever runs they get in the first innings, you'll probably get half of that in the second innings. And it's good to see they have a positive response here in the second innings here now.
Yeah, good going. I mean, out here, I believe the only thing to out you there is yourself. If you continue to do what you're doing and do it well, there is runs to be scored.
Half-hearted appeal.
And that's the sort of player Carripier is. He has played at the higher level and understands the fact that he needs to be patient.
Nice steady over, just a single. 131 now for the loss of just Jelani Robinson, who many would have felt that he missed out. Like before, to pay for 23 at 1 for 67. That's way up in the 19th over. Now this is over number 40 about to begin. Nice partnership of 64. They had 67 for the opening wicket, now 64 for the second wicket. So batting in partnership is very important. As we welcome back Junior Murray for the second time this morning. Charles continues. Good fielding.
Nice partnership here, building your John. The two batters look very organized, very hungry. Nice rotation of a strike, and they're doing a fantastic job at the moment.
But Milius now into the 80s. Remember you said quite early in his innings that he's not too comfortable against left arm spin, but he's now conquering that, showing that he's capable. There he goes, slug sweep.
Fantastic job of it at the moment.
Bravo running back and almost just stuck out his right hand, Bravo. That ball went high in the air, just past the square leg umpire. Bravo running from short mid wicket. Many felt might have had a chance, but there's also Terence Hines at mid wicket on the boundary and a fine leg. Let's have a look here, the top edge. There's Bravo leaving short mid wicket, going for it. Going to fall just in front of him. Just couldn't get that hand onto it.
Loose shot there by Milas. I was wondering why Terence Hines on the bunker didn't come in as quickly as possible to make it an easier catch for him.
Yeah, it's always better for the person running in.
One in. I think CJ batter Cavum should have a little chat with Milius after the over on, so he can tighten up his batting.
Reverse sweep again. Runs for Milius. Could get the boundary. It gets very close there. And into the boundary it goes. Jet Gooley, not the quickest of fielders. And the ball goes into the boundary ahead of him. And Milius now goes up to 86. It's now 137 for 1.
Lovely shot there by Milius. The reverse sweep. Normally we see those shots in T20s and one international, but he's already very confident.
There he goes again, getting connection again. And it goes into the boundary again, in front of that goalie again. So, back-to-back boundaries now, and he's into the 90s.
Same shot, same result. Short of a confident batter. I don't want to see him get a bit too carried away, but he's feeling good. You know, and he's eyeing 100 or 90. Nervous 90s, as we say. Well, time to tighten up here. Don't get carried away.
So 100 is definitely there for the taking. The highest score in this match so far. He's on to 90. We had 87 from his teammate Walcott, 90 from Amir Jangu.
Hope that he can be the first to get to that three-figure that maiden first class 100.
Jangu got 86 in fact. So Pierre to continue.
Oh, umpire, that was really good, umpire. On all three, boys, come on, Karai! On there, Karai!
Pierre again with some added protection now. There's that short extra cover, there's that slip that they've maintained. There's of course that bat pad on the onside.
Kevin looking very circumspect here, very organized.
Call is 2. Will he come back for the second? Yes, easily. Some work for Uthman Mohammed. Yeah, I haven't seen Mohammed this morning.
We haven't seen him so far. Probably the captain have other ideas. See what his spinners can do.
Yeah, 3 overs for him yesterday, none for 17.
I think he's well rested during the game.
Pierre's very tall, so coming from a good action, with good height as well. Getting some extra bounce.
Well, not much bounce on that pitch. Probably the captain about ideas.
.143, very good second innings total so far. Remember, they got 243 in the first innings, the Volcanoes.
Nice partnership here building at the moment. Kevin Milas looking very, very organized. You know, hope that they can carry this to lunch. You can see the pitch, nothing happened there much in the pitch, you know, so I would just enjoy the batting. And once they do that, I think the Volcanoes can have a lovely score at the end of the day.
So the over completed. Brian Charles is going to continue.
Continues attack from around the wicket.
It's coming wrong, yeah. Milius on 90.
I hope that Milas don't get too carried away here. Played a too confident shot before.
This time he goes through the onside, flicks it nicely, but it's Uthman Mohammed right back the boundary at the backward square. So just a single.
Well played by Milas inside his wicket. Pull him around.
The last over he got 10 runs off Brian Charles. Just a single now.
Hope he can continue.
Nice flighted delivery, a little bit of extra pace as well.
I wonder why the spinners, everybody tend to be plugging away. Nobody's we need some variation in the bowling.
They said that at the turn of the century, the fast bowlers started to bowl more slower balls, and the spinners started to bowl more faster balls.
That is so. That is so true.
Hodge is going as if he wants a second, coming back very quickly, just touching it and come back. That's good running from Hodge. He's ever fit. He's super fit, isn't he?
Super fit. Always in the gym, doing his work, extra work, his fitness, batting. Always stays back after training, extra batting, extra catching. I think, and that's the way a professional does it.
7 to 9 run partnership. Let's see if he's going to come back for the second. Yes, he does. Really good batting, good running. Yeah.
And I'll give you a little story about my late teammate Franklin Rose. A youngster came up to him one day asking him, "How do you bowl a slow ball?" Franklin said, no, sir, you got to learn to bowl a quicker ball,
Yes.
not a slow ball.
Over completed. Yes, I remember one of your other teammates as well. It was asked of him if during his career he bowled slower balls. He said no. They asked him why. He said because I'm a fast bowler.
That is so true. If you remember in Australia one time when Westings was down there in the World Series, when Sakot Liam was bowled a slow ball against Ian Healy.
Maybe he just gets a single. That's rotation in the strike as well.
Doing pretty well.
Yes, I currently bowled a single slow ball to Ian Healy.
And got him out.
I got it now.
And myself and him had fun with it, you know. Say, you know, it's something I've never done before. We tried it.
Yeah.
So, you know, so very rare to see, you know, the guys in the park bowl a slow ball.
I remember Cuddy Walsh as well. Just have that slow ball that dips on you. Gives the impression it's coming at a beamer, and then it comes at a very low, onto my Yorker, a very low full toss. And Graham Thorpe fallen victim to that.
Very much so.
Has driven past extra cover, the diving fielder cannot stop it, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So Kavim Hodge continues to look good this morning. His third boundary, he's now on to 34.
Looking good. Well played, Kavem. Love his shot. A shot of a batsman that's hungry for runs. Now just come forward, drive a extra cover for 4.
The 150 on the board as well for the Volcanoes in their second innings, 14 fours and 2 sixes from 257 deliveries, which is very good batting in this second innings.
Nice partnership you're building at the moment. Partnership of 86 so far.
Pierre continues. This is his 20th over, so you expect now in the second innings the spinners will bowl much more because the nature of the pitch.
Well, I need to see a bit of more variety from the spinners.
So the only variety we're seeing so far is a quicker ball, slower ball, quicker.
I need to see a bit more flight, see what
Flight.
happens. See if the batsman can use his feet and probably leave him down the track. Get him stumped.
Over completed, 5 runs in that over, 153 for the loss of 1 wicket. Milias will take strike at the start of the new over. He's on 92, Hodge is on 34.
Ballard looking pretty well organized. I think they should be thinking here about lunch here at the moment. You know, push that they can bat to lunch and carry this without losing another wicket.
So Jason Skeet will take us to lunch. Spend some of that money. Some more from you, Junior, and then Jason will join you.
Looking forward to my good friend Jason in the hot seat again. No.
Taking us to lunch, don't use that term too loosely.
I know you're looking forward to lunch, Jason.
It's not the term you use very loosely, taking us to lunch, but sure, we will head to lunch together. And the Windwards will be looking forward to lunchtime, of course, to get a little bit of a breather so they can recuperate mentally and then go back out there. In the meantime, Milias is on 92.
He's a 92 and batting pretty well.
Pretty well. With that shot, he moves up to 93. Probably thinking to get this over and done with before lunchtime. I remember every time I see Brian Lara in particular edging closer to his 100, Lara would never waste any time prodding. He would look for the loose one and he would smack it hard for 6, 2 sixes or maybe a 6 and a 4 or something like that and get it over with. So anytime the bowler strays, he would be on top of him. Milias, in the meantime, is just comfortable, knocking the ball around, picking up the singles. He's in no rush, really. He's in no rush at all for the Windwards. They're looking good. Good score on the board, 155 for 1.
I think the two batters are over there. I think they're enjoying their batting at the moment. It's a lovely day at the National Stadium now, lovely sunny day, flat wicket. Just apply yourself and you're going to get a result.
Yeah. 62 runs scored yesterday evening by the Windwards in their reply to the Red Force 315. And the two openers stayed and knocked up well yesterday. After it brings us to the end of the over here. Milas is on 93 and Hodge is on 35. Good looking knock for them and shaping up nicely.
Nice partnership here, Billen. At the moment, batsmen applying themselves, rotating the strike. I want to continue doing that. I'm going to see the results.
Well, the lead is 83 and it looks like Charles will now come in to operate from the Darbo end. So Bravo making a change or two here, looking for something that could, maybe induce the spinners. Yannick Carrier is going to be operating from the Darbo end. So, yes, Bravo is intent on, switching things up a little bit and hoping for some sort of breakthrough to go into lunch.
Yeah, I think the captain Bravo is trying a bit of thing, rotating the spinners. Bringing a bit of different things here, different attack to the Volcano batters. So let's see how they operate here.
It's a nice looking shot by Hodge, not giving Yannick any time to settle in and find a line. We saw him warming up this morning out on the other track. That's Yannick. And he got some turn on that track. Two different tracks, obviously. But we saw him getting some good turn in the warm-up. So he might just be hoping to extract some of that here, hoping for a miracle or two.
And it seemed to be going very early, Jason.
Yeah, and waste no time. In the meantime, there's another single for Milias. Yes, I came into the ground very early and walked around, got a good feel, had some conspicuous chat with some of the players and the umpires, got a feel for what most folks are thinking. So making our life in the commentary booth here a little bit easier, a little bit more perspectives to look at.
I wonder if you're looking for a job, Jason, or head groundsman, Jason. I think you can do a good job over there, being head groundsman.
Oh, no. I learned to bat in my crease and drive in my lane. I do not venture into things that would bring embarrassment to me. So I would just focus on this little booth here, 6x4, with the headphones and a microphone, and I'm very much comfortable here. In the meantime, Yannick looks a little bit of a bother there, trying to see where he can pitch and what he can do. Hodge seems a little bit more comfortable just watching it go by outside the off stump. Not much movement yet from Yannick in his leg breaks.
Very well bowled, hitting his areas nicely. He had a first spell and when the game started early on. The second spell was more organized and he continued from where he left off.
So that brings us to the end of over number 45, and the Volcanoes are 157 for 1. Milias is on 94 and Hodge is on 36. And we've got just maybe about 10 minutes before we go to lunch. Some decent bowling figures. The bowlers are not giving away anything really too harsh. I mean, the runs that are scored are basically decent runs that the batsmen are scoring. It's not that the bowlers are being loose in any way, but they're bowling tight, but the wicket not offering too much assistance to the bowlers. So it's not that they're bowling badly at all.
Yeah, the bowlers are doing a good job so far, but any chance to score by the Volcano batters, they're grabbing it with both hands.
Another single for Milias. He moves to 95.
Looking organized.
He's hearing the encouragement coming from his dressing room, no doubt.
Yeah, I think they will support him. At least he's a good enough batter to be it's time to get 100 under his belt. So I think he's nearing it. Let's hope that probably can get it before lunch, so he can have probably a bigger lunch than expected. That's it could be more relaxed going in there to enjoy his lunch if we get it before lunch.
Oh, well, with the kind of heat outside there, bigger lunch is imminent, no matter whether he gets it or not. And this time, Hodge turns one just down to back with a square for 1, and that brings him into 37. It now puts Melius on strike on 95. Brian Charles picking up his 100 first-class wicket in the first innings. He would love to add to this. He would love to have the scalp of Melius to show. Melius would have other ideas.
Other ideas for sure.
Melius is turning again down to backward square. This time he picks up just 1, and he inches closer to 3 figures. He's now on 96.
I think he's taking it to 100 in singles, making sure he doesn't do anything rash here, and hope he can get to that landmark just before lunch.
He would no doubt remember Thursday, the 2nd of February. No matter what, he would remember this date. It is the date that he moved to his highest first-class score. He had a previous high of 51. Doesn't look anything like 51, really. When you look at him, he looks far more accomplished than just 51. So I think he's having a much better season this year. It started off a lot better for him. He had some good, decent scores previously, but didn't really go on to convert them into huge numbers. And he has worked diligently in the off-season, and the work has already started to show and pay off for him. Already at the start of the season, we see him now with a personal best of 96. He's on strike to Yannick Carrier.
No, I think that he had a tough first innings, got it loose outside the off stump, and he's hungry and now in the second innings now to cash in on this flat, lovely batting track.
Nandu got the 100 again.
So we just had word of 100 being scored. I think it was Nandu scored 100 for Barbados, for Guyana against Barbados. So the first 100 of the series from Nandu of Guyana, scoring that against Barbados. A good knock. Melius is searching for his 100 to make it the second. A couple of close hundreds, a couple of close 200s here yesterday and the day before that. The two wicket keepers in this game, both getting to 87 and 86. It's Webster and
Seems to be a picture there for wicket keepers, Jason.
well, Melius is not a wicket keeper
And
by any chance.
Melius not going to change that.
Yeah, he's going to change that.
You know, so he's going to cash in here now and show the wicket keepers that he can get the first 100 in this game here now.
Hodge is on 38. Nice use of the wrist and some power in the arms, and rolling out to the extra cover region, picking up 1, and brings Melius with his 96 onto strike.
Well played by Kavem. Looking very organized, looking very, very hungry.
Oh, he's going to have to wait just a little bit longer.
Yeah,
162 for 1 after 47 overs. And Yannick Carrier just 1 for 57. He got the lone wicket to fall. The wicket of the opener Robinson. Leg before for 23. And Terence Hines, none for 29 after 8 overs. Yannick Carrier not looking too bad with his leg breaks, but he's not been as penetrative as he would love to be, and Brian Charles not penetrating at all. Bowling a nice tight line, but not being able to penetrate the Red Force bowlers.
Good morning session here for the Volcanoes. The batters are cashing in, organized, batting with a plan, and they're doing a very good job at the moment. So hope that they can continue and continue for a very long period of time.
I think Bravo should be trying his best now to bring some fielders in a little bit closer to put some pressure here, because pressure is building from both ends really. But just as I said that, Hodge is pushing and driving with a hard push, I should say, out to cover and gets an easy boundary, 4. Yeah, but I still believe that Bravo could bring in some of the fielders to build a little bit of pressure here now, because you have Hodge on 43, he's nearing 50, he's going to be eyeing a half century, and Milius on 96, obviously eyeing his century. So, good opportunity here to bring some fielders in close, have them, the batsmen, look to really penetrate, and you might just induce an edge somewhere or fall stroke of some sort.
Lovely shot here by Kavem. But I think Bravo have different ideas. He's looking at the pitch, looking at the situation. I don't think he bringing the fielders. Looking at this pitch over there could cause any problems.
Well, he's not going to prevent them from scoring, I can tell you that much. But in the process of scoring, you want to probably give yourself the opportunity to pick up something. As it is now, it is just knocking the ball around the park, and Hodge does that, goes to 44. And the 100-run partnership comes up just after 173 deliveries in 95 minutes. So good knock for the Windwards, with Milius and Hodge at the wicket for the third wicket partnership, 100. And they've done well, for 2. The second wicket, sorry. Yeah, they've done well.
A nice partnership by the two batters here. They're looking pretty good at the moment. There's no devil over there. There's nothing much in the bowling over there. Not much bounce on, not much turn, and they're cashing in as we say, and they seem to be really over there enjoying the batting.
Milius moves to 98, and still conventional feel. Nothing to force too much pressure on him. And he's back and pushing, and that one kept just a little bit low, it seemed. He had to go down low to be extra cautious, but all's well that ends well, and he remains on 98 after 126 deliveries. The Windwards are 169 for 1.
Close call there for Milius. That ball just keeping a bit low. Had a bit of worry there, but he's there still. 2 runs away from a maiden first class. 100. Hodge is there, senior player, former captain of the Volcanoes, and hope that he can guide him along. Cause he in his own vein had been there, for himself, so he knows it feels to be eyeing 100.
Well, we most definitely may not have more than 2 overs, but this could very well be the final over before lunch.
I think we still have some time. I think we can get another over, before lunch. If I was a Red Force, I'd look to get 3 or 4, try and carry one with me for lunch.
Yannick is bowling a nice tight line here, not allowing Milius too much, or Hodge, too much room to free himself, keeping him bogged down in his cubicle. This time he's forward, and
Kavem seems to be really enjoying his batting over there. Knowing him, I know he's enjoying himself over there. I don't think you can get him over there. You got to bowl a special ball at the moment to get Kavem over there. Out at the moment, he loves batting.
Nothing for the batsmen just yet. The scoreboard not being troubled by the batsman.
Kevin is very watchful at the moment.
Ambitious appeal by the wicketkeeper.
I
Quite
think,
sure he knew that nothing was happening there, just probably playing some mind games with Hodge.
I think they're very hungry for a wicket at the moment. They want to take one of the batsmen in with them for lunch.
Gets a single to square leg. And what are the umpires doing? Heads are up, and yes, it seems as though we're going to have just one more before lunch. We're
One
just
more.
about 4 minutes away from 12 o'clock, so enough time to just have one more.
One more for before lunch. Milas has a bit longer wait. You know, well, he's there still at the moment and looking very, very confident, very composed.
So Charles is up and driven well down to mid-off.
Well played again there by Kavem. Kavem is being Kavem, watchful, organized, hungry.
Brings Melius into strike. He's now on 98. All eyes are on him. 1 century already in this tournament. He's looking for his first century. And what would no doubt be a well-deserved century for him as well. He's looking for that now, facing up against Charles. So Bravo has really brought in a couple of fielders now because there's a short cover. The mid-off has come up just a little bit more. And he turns one down to backward a square. 1-2. He's coming back for the second. He's going to get it. Yes, there's a fumble there down on the boundary. And Kimani Melius has brought up his maiden century. Good knock from him. He turned it down to backward a square. And he was off like a rocket. 128 deliveries in 161 minutes. Good knock for Kimani Melius. No doubt he's going to remember this day, the 2nd of February, 2023, when he got his maiden first-class century. And a very good one indeed. You can hear the cheers coming from his compatriots at the dressing room, and he obviously was very much elated.
Good innings by Kimani Melius. Innings of aggression and innings of composure. And I'm so happy for the youngster. Good to see him get his first maiden first-class 100 at the National Stadium.
Good time to get it just before lunch. Ease some of the tension. And, and just as he got to his 100, he gave a gift, but it was dropped, and he was dropped at cover. And that seemed to be Jad Gooley. Yeah, Jad Gooley just putting it down. It was up there waiting, but I think it caught Gooley by surprise too. But Melius lives on to fight just after lunch, I suppose, because 2 more deliveries before lunch.
A loose shot there for Melius, very loose inside the off stump. Luckily, the field didn't hang on to it.
And that's lunch. Yes, that's lunch. Just the one delivery remaining, and that's lunch. Kimani Melius on 101. He goes into lunch with 101 after 130 deliveries, so no doubt he would be very, very pleased about that. The Windwards are 174 for 1. The morning session, a very good morning session for the Windward Islands. They started the day on 62 without loss. Lost the wicket of Robinson leg before to Carey Pear for 23. And the only wicket to go down this morning. In the meantime, Kimani Melius is not out on 101. And Kavem Hodge still in search of his half century here at the Grenada National Stadium on 46. The partnership yielding 107 runs. So a good morning session for the Windward Islands, and that's lunch on day 3. The Windwards lead by 102. And Trinidad and Tobago, no doubt the Red Force, they've got a lot to discuss during lunch, a lot to discuss in the dressing room, and no doubt they will come back out after lunch with a little bit more purpose. But the Windwards are not intent on giving anything away at all, and that's our situation here at the Grenada National Stadium. Lunch on day 3.
Good morning session by the Volcanoes. Lovely batting by Cavem and Milius. Lovely partnership of 107. Well played, Milius. I'm so happy to see the youngster get 100. I hope that he can have a good lunch now and come back out after lunch and continue in the same vein. You know, it's a lovely condition, lovely pitch. You know, you're 101 not out. So enjoy your lunch and come back out again, as I said before, and dig in again, start over again. You are not now. I hope I can get another 100 bat till the end of the day. Enjoy your batting.
Very much so. And a good batting track it is. And Kimani Melia showing us that once you keep your head down and you get in the shots, you put in the work, there are results, good favorable results. 174 for 1 after 50 overs. That's lunch on day 3 at the Grenada National Stadium. We too will grab ourselves a bite, and we will see you in just about 40 to 45 minutes time right here at the Grenada National Stadium.
Welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium. It's the post-lunch session here on day number 3. Enthralling match in progress between home side, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, against the visiting Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And what a match we're having so far. Lots of runs being scored. And on day number 3, just one wicket going down. The session started this morning with the Volcanoes batting a second time, 6-2 without loss. Milius on 39, Robinson on 20. Robinson was first to go. Went for 23 at 6-7 for 1 in the 19th over. Since then, Milius found a good partner in Kavim Hodge. And the two have added a nice partnership so far of 107, with Milius converting his overnight 39 to 101. His maiden first-class century. Kavim Hodges with him on 46. A very good partnership so far. 50 overs in their second innings completed 174. The Windward Islands Volcanoes now enjoying a lead of 102, and that can be very important indeed with 2 sessions to go on day number 3. So this morning we had 34 overs being bowled, 112 runs scored for just the fall of Robinson's wicket, and like I said, that partnership of 107 in quick time, giving the Windward Islands Volcanoes the ascendancy on day number 3. My name is John Ramsing, and with me, Clyde. John, it was a really good morning for the Volcanoes. This midday session can really be the one that will determine the direction in which this game is going to go.
Yeah, most definitely. Right now, the game is still in the balance. 107 is good, a good score, a good start. Let's put it that way. 102 lead. Yeah. We want to make sure, if you're the Windward Volcanoes, you want to make sure that you stay there. You know, you build that partnership. You build around what has happened thus far. And if you're Trinidad and Tobago, you're coming out here now looking to, have some sort of breakthrough and maybe get as many wickets as you can before the tea session, right? Once that happens, then it means that the balance is there and it can swing anywhere. So it's setting up to be a really good final day. I think a lot would depend on what happens post-lunch. Which team can take, full advantage of the conditions, get into the ascendancy, and then let's see what happens.
So this morning, the Red Force using their bowlers, Terence Hines, Carey Pear, Yannick Correa, Brian Charles, and only Carey Pear penetrating, getting Jelani Robinson leg before for 23, 1 for 6-7. But that was a long time ago. We haven't seen Uthman Mohammed all morning in terms with the ball. It looks as if he's going to be coming in right after lunch. Conditions continue to be superb here in Grenada. Lovely weather conditions here today. It's very hot on the outside, and now we see Uthman Mohammed marking off his run up. He should be coming from the Darbo end for his first bowl of day number 3.
Yeah, I had a look at this, and I was wondering because one can recall that from this the Darbo end is where the piece Hines got his 4 wickets. Yeah, and so it means that there is just maybe something happening. We saw John coming from same Darbo end and getting some wickets. So I was rather surprised to see that Carey Pear started from the Darbo end and would have bowled so long, So maybe they've had a relook and you can see straight away Uthman coming in. Let's hope, something can happen.
An award on 100 this morning, the magnificent maiden 100 from the 22-year-old St. Lucia. As you watch the first ball after lunch, a very wide ball, not signaled wide by umpire Nigel Duguid. That was bordering on a wide though.
Yeah, I think as my good friend Jason would always say, it seems like ethnic fatigue has stepped in on Uthman.
Yeah, but the award on Kimani Milius getting his maiden first-class 100.
Yeah, it's good to see that, Milius can convert from his high score of being 51 to converting into 100. That's really good.
He waits Mohammed and just shoulders arms, allows it to go by to Django. Yeah, really good to see the youngsters putting up their hands in this tournament very early. He missed out in the first innings, Milius.
Yeah, I think he did, and I like to see the fact that he he's here. He took advantage of the conditions. One would also be happy for young Nandu.
Oh yes, Machu Nandu getting his maiden first class 100 as well. He's on debut, his very first knock for Guyana at the first class level. Former West Indies under 19 player and captain as well. 100 on debut, that would do him a world of good. In fact, one of his aspirations, he always been saying he would love to play not only for Guyana but for the West Indies. So this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and so it means that the prospects we've had for the last couple of years are coming true. You have two former captains scoring 100, in the first round of the West Indies Championship. This says that, if these youngsters can really come through and hold their own, our future is positive.
He's still batting after lunch on day number 2 in Antigua. He's on 104 match with Nandu. Guyana progressing 283 for 6 in their first innings against Barbados Pride. So lots of action over in Antigua and Barbuda. Appeal for a caught at the wicket. Just searching for it there, just outside the off stump.
Yeah, looking to get the bat onto the ball after lunch. It would feel good to at least add something. So he was there searching for that delivery. A good spot there from Mohammed just outside the off stump, causing him to want to play at that delivery. So that's the corridor that I would want to see him continuing.
Oh, nice inward movement from Mohammed. A maiden after lunch. Mohammed gets his first ball on day number 3, 174 for the loss of 1. A good testing over coming to an end.
Yeah, very good over. I think it's a good change from the spin that has been happening, and you can definitely see he came in and struck line and length right away. Wasted no time. Apart from the first delivery that he had, which was a loosener, I think he has been spot on and looking to channel just outside our off stump and have the batsman playing. So I'm looking, John, at Nandu and it's something that we keep talking about for our batsmen, in terms of patience. I'm seeing that he faced some 302 balls for his 104. So a very patient knock. It tells you about his temperament.
And that's what he can do. He can bat very long, concentrates very well, much and more like Shivnarine Chandapal, who he idolizes actually, and much we're seeing late of recent, Tejnarine Chandapal. And they all play for the same club in Guyana, the Everest Cricket Club.
Yeah, so that's very good to see.
Tian Webster will come from the River Road end, which is the southern end here at the Grenada National Stadium. Kafim Hodge is on 46 and on strike. That's the on drive, but just a single for Hodge. At the first class level, Kafim Hodge has 13 half centuries and 300, so he has a good record at this level. Averages 27.8. We want to get that average up, Kafim Hodge.
Yeah, definitely. Getting that average up cross into the 30s or upper 35, that would really, show his ability a bit more. It would put him more or less in the spotlight.
Runs for Milias. This one is flicked away fine. We beat the wicket keeper, beat the fine leg fielder, and goes into the boundary. The first boundary after lunch is off the bat of Kimani Milias, and he moves up to 105. It's now 179 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, Webster there not getting the line right, straying down on the legs, and Milia's good enough to just clip it down to the fine leg and into the boundary for 4. So he continues to be in the positive frame of mind, and let's hope that he can continue stay out there and get an even bigger score.
11 fours and 2 sixes for Milias, the 21-year-old St. Lucian. Hello to all of you in St. Lucia. Quite a nice island as well, St. Lucia. Getting ready for Friday night road line in Groselay. It's really something nice to look forward to. All St. Lucians tend to head to the road on Friday night for that road line. Street fair, they call it.
Okay.
Walking across his stump and getting enough connection to beat the fielder at mid-wicket. Gone for one and will come back easily for the second. Semilius not trying to be bogged down at all. The plan perhaps is to score as many as possible in this session without losing too many wickets. They want to put some pressure on the Red Force side.
Yeah, there was an element of risk to the shot because he stepped across the wicket, but good connection. The ball went very quickly to the fielder there, who wasn't able to field, so it means that he got a good connection onto it.
Down the leg side again, not taken by the wicket keeper. Half-hearted appeal from Webster. Athanaze, like I said, 222 last season. Katoy, who's not playing this match, 199 runs. Kavim Hodge was third on the list of scorers for the Volcanoes last year, 195 runs. Missed out in the first innings. But he's having a start here in the second innings, getting close to a half century. Last year he had one half century, just 63. His best score, Hodge.
Yes, so he's due to surpass that hopefully today. Conditions are nice.
This one is driven down towards cover. Again, Jadguli in the boundary. This time comes around to his right to cut it off. Over is completed. So that's the end of Tian Webster. His first over of the midday session. Second session of the day. 183 for the loss of one. And the wicket continues to be a good one for batting. And they're piling on the runs now with the Volcanoes.
Yes, they're piling on the runs, and I like to see the approach of Hodge. I think he has a really good defense. He's good, whenever he's attacking, he looks to play the ball, more or less straight, and he's a really organized player. And once you're organized like this, it says that you should be able to capitalize on conditions that are good for batting.
The 29-year-old Dominican will celebrate his 30th birthday later on this month. The 21st, which will be Carnival Tuesday in Trinidad and Tobago. Here is Mohammed. Kavim Ajol Rakim Hodge. Ajol Rakim. My left arm orthodox spinner. Right-handed batsman from Dominica.
I get an element of African in that name.
No run.
He's been around the circuit for a long time, Hodge. He's very experienced. I'm not sure he's going to be flustered too much with the chattering around him. He's focused on what he has to do.
Yeah, at this stage, I think he's been at this level long enough to know, that he just needs to remain focused. Play on merit, and eventually the big scores are going to come. It would be really nice to see him, take advantage of this first round game. Good conditions, pitch playing well, nothing too hard. Just take advantage of that. Bat as long as you can.
So the Red Force will look to get into the middle order. They need to break this partnership first of all. Still to come, Alec Athanaze, who got 41 in the first innings, and Amris, who also had a good score, 55. Greaves had 5, Devin Walcott 87 not out, Ryan John 36. So lots of batting still to come for the Volcanoes. So the Volcanoes controlling the game at the moment. All to play for the Red Force. I think they're just looking for a breakthrough to get into the middle order.
Yeah, once they get one, I think they will be able to put the rest of the batsmen under pressure and hopefully get another.
Well bowled. Full and straight. It's always a good sight to see the Yorker coming out from the fast bowlers.
Again, he has come on, Mohammed, and has really fallen a good spot, line length. As we say, the TNT bowling has not been bad bowling. It's been good batting. Good areas the bowlers have channeled. The batsmen were equal to the task, and so it makes the contest really good, one that you don't want to miss.
Good stuff. A maiden over from Uthman Mohammed. Hearts equal to the task. Just defending. 183 for the loss of 1. Nice steady over from Mohammed.
Nice and steady. Good to see that our medium pacers are, able to keep line and length and really probe away. I think sometimes as a medium pacer you tend to get, a little bit flustered when you realize that you're getting the maker's name so often. But eventually consistency can bring a wicket, and this is what we need. Consistent bowling where we can allow the batsman to make the mistake and not go searching.
That lead now being stretched to 111. The partnership is 116 for this, the second wicket. Centurion Milius will take strike. The fine leg is being pushed a bit finer, so there's a deep backward square and a fine leg. Tian Webster from the southern end of the ground, the River Road end, with the Cemetery Hills in the background. It's a massive hill, boy.
Yeah, that's the Cemetery Hill. If you go from the other side, you would not even think that this is such a great hill.
Look at it in the background there. And I can guarantee you, viewers, what you're seeing dotted in the Cemetery Hill are not tombs. Those are actual houses. Persons are living there. There's a cemetery down towards the bottom of the hill.
Yes, to the further right of us here, at that right-hand side of the hill.
Pretty much just behind the grandstand that you're seeing to the south.
Yeah.
Beautiful island, Grenada. So after this match ends tomorrow, we have 4 days off of cricket, but there's lots of celebration for independence. There's that Colours Day, then Independence Day itself. Then the Guyana Harp Eagles will be here to start their game against the Volcanoes on the 8th. That will be the start of the second round. So 4 days of cricket now, 4 days off, then 4 more days. So lots to do in the off days as well. I heard persons speaking about Kairaku. There's a ferry that goes and comes every day. The person's also encouraging me to consider that as an option. There's a hash on the weekend as well. Always something to do here in Grenada.
Always something to do, and definitely you can choose any of these. You would always be going out to some beautiful spots, meeting some really lovely people. I think this is the hallmark of Grenada's.
Nice firm drive down the ground. The chase is on. Solozano will come second in that race. The ball goes across the rope now. 4 runs to Milius. He continues to look good. He's now on to 113. 187 for 1.
Good shot there by Milius. Taking full advantage of a full pitch delivery, pitched up. Looking to drive that one nice and straight. Beating the fielder. Good placement. Ball running past him, really good outfield, and so there's no way that could not have reached the boundary.
Yeah, very quick outfield here. Kudos again to the ground staff. They take pride in what they're doing. It looks really perfect, this outfield. Driving down towards extra cover. Brian Charles is there. Substitute fielder Imran Khan does the tidying up, and that's the end of another over. 54 gone in the Volcanoes' second innings. 187 now. The lead extending every time. It's now 115.
Yeah, good lead. Good lead. Again, one would hope that at least the Volcanoes are eyeing, they have already set a target in their minds as to where they want to go and try to get there, whether they want to, slowly get there or if they want to be a little bit faster, so that they can set up the game that it would be a really interesting finish. Me being a captain here now, I would want to make sure that my batsmen bat there for as long as possible. Keep them, the TNT Red Force, out in the middle for as long as possible. and then set a target.
Uthman Mohammed starts a new over, and with two substitute fielders on the field, Vikash Mohan is one of the players off, and it looks as if the captain Bravo is the second player off the field. So Imran Khan, former captain, is on the field, and Jadguli, he's been on the field pretty much the entire first innings when the Volcanoes were batting, and here he is again. Looks like Bravo is off the field. Firm push, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. Hodge is quite contented hanging around in the 40s, not anxious to get to 50.
Yeah, I think he's trying to make sure that he plays on merit. He's not looking to do anything out of the ordinary, which is, really a good option. You just come from lunch, having enough time to stay out there and bat.
Not flustered at all, and I think the more time that you can have the Red Force players in the sun baking and the sun absorbing the energy, I think they'll fancy their chances of trying to bowl them out, the Red Force, a second time in quick time, because this sun is going to be draining.
Definitely. And there is no sign of any cloud that would give them a bit of relief.
This one's pulled away, but there's a fielder there in the substitute, Jadguli, who floors another one and is going to run pretty close to the boundary. It will not get to the boundary. It will stop to allow Suluzano to collect, and that could be a very bad miss again. So a chance given to Kavim Hodge, and he ran 3 to get to his half century. There you see it was outside the off stump. He pulled, and the fielder got both hands to it, but went through him and allows Kavim Hodge to bring up his 14th half century in this his 46th first class match for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, good shot, good connection, and busting through the hands of Guli, who, again, I don't know, this is more or less the second time he has dropped for the day. He's not having such a good game being the substitute fielder since the game started. So Hodge getting a life.
Uthman Mohammed very unlucky not to pick up his first wicket of the match. Much better display of fast bowling from him than the first innings. But it was a ball that was on the line of just outside the off stump, and he was fetching it. Would have been better advised to go through the covers like he was doing pretty much all the time. Playing across the line and almost lost his wicket, Hodge.
Yeah, I think that one, the length, he played with that one based on the length, but it didn't really get up.
In the air again, but this time well short of T and Webster cover, and that's the end of the over. 55 gone, 190 for 1 Milius, holding form in 113. Hodge has just gotten to his 50. He's on 50, not out.
Good going there by the Volcanoes. TNT needs something to happen so that at least they can make a fight of this. They would not want to continue, having these two batsmen out there, just putting them under that sort of pressure.
Having some musical entertainment here at the Grenada National Stadium. No doubt a few spectators that have gathered to the far side will be very pleased with that. Some persons perhaps coming off the cruise ship and spending their time with us here at this lovely venue.
Yeah, I think looking through the city this morning, there is quite a few persons from the cruise ship moving around the city, so it would be nice to see them in, having a look and seeing the potential of persons like Milius.
Yeah, this is really good. If you look at the players that are on show here, persons that would have represented West Indies at a youth level, some would have played at the international level as well already. So you can come have a look at the international players and the future international players. Webster starts a new over. Webster now into his 8th over. Not threatening by any means, just holding a line and length. 23 conceded from his previous 7 overs. Gone are the days when you had some out and out fast bowlers. Marlon Black from Trinidad and Tobago. Shannon Gabriel, who's now the test side. Mervyn Dillon. Anderson Phillip of the modern era. Jaden Seals. Had a few youngsters knocking on the door. You see quite a relaxed Windward Islands Volcanoes dressing room. Captain Alec Attony is slated to bat next. Shirley Clark and Ambrose having a discussion there as well.
Yeah, it's good to see how relaxed they look. I think the plans seem to be coming together, and so it's happy days.
Guiding it down towards gully, and Pierre half stops it. Cleaned up by Gooley. So just a single. Lead now pushing on to 119.
Yeah, it's good. Looking at the body language of the Volcanoes, you know, they seem to be where they want to be. It's good when you can, as a team, put a plan together and see that plan come into fruition. You know, it gives you that sense of relief. You can relax. You can, you know, have a really good outlook in terms of how things would progress. So they're looking good. Trinidad needs something to happen for them now, just to keep the interest and make it even more interesting as the day prolongs.
Speaking of fast bowlers from Trinidad and Tobago, cannot forget about Ravi Rampal. Very good. Riyad Emirates, who's with us.
Yeah.
Slightly slower, but very penetrative and very effective in his playing days. Now the assistant coach of this Red 4 side. And the way he's been gelling with his team and being intimately involved gives the impression he's pretty much like a player still.
Yeah, I think there would be a lot of experience that he can share. You know, while he may not have played much games for the West Indies, but he has a wealth of knowledge from different parts of the world that he can bring, you know, to help to ensure that the Red Force remains professional in the setup.
Leg by, adding to this total, so now 5 extras in this second innings for the Volcanoes. Top edge, not controlling the hook shot very well, Milias. So the trap is set. There's a deep backward square in Jason Mohammed and the fine leg Uthman Mohammed. So the Mohammeds are patrolling the boundaries on the onside, and that one fell well short of both of them.
I like this. This delivery was more or less a surprise delivery. You know, if you look at most of the deliveries, they were pitched up. Milius was coming forward, Hodge coming forward, and that one just surprised them. So definitely, you know, things like these you need to have in your armory. You don't want to always be shot that the batsman can sit on the back foot. But if you're going to be shot, there it is, half tracker, that one on the body, definitely. You know, and I think this is what made it so tough to get. Milius couldn't get the hands through it. More or less choked him, and he was able to spoon it. But fortunate enough for him, he didn't get a good connection that it can carry to the fielder. So he lives to fight on.
It was caught by surprise indeed. Quick, short delivery from Webster to end that over. Here's Mohammed again. Form drive. Direct hit. There's also Marlon Richards from Trinidad and Tobago. Played a number of years. Born in Guyana in a town called Linden, but lived in Trinidad and Tobago where he played his cricket and is still playing cricket. Now into some coaching. Good afternoon to you, Marlon. Hope all is well. Persons like to move around the Caribbean, you know, born in one territory, goes to another to make a living. That's the nature of the game. It's called life.
Yeah, it's always good to have a change of scenery, a change of, venue. Is good when you can um, bring a different culture. It sounds almost like you. You're Guyanese, but you spend so much time in Trinidad that one may think that you're a Trinidadian.
So we're in Grenada. Can we find Grand Roy?
Right, Grand Roy is to the western side.
Hmm. That one is playing across the line. Good connection, however, from Milius. And it goes down towards mid wicket into the boundary for 4. So that, you can say, a shot in the dark. We haven't seen one of that from him all day.
Yeah, it's something out definitely from what has been happening. It's different to what Milius has done. Pitched on the off stump and he flicks it. That's a shot that says he's confident, because I don't think if you're not confident you would try a shot like this. So his confidence is really high. I'm thinking that he saw it as a nothing ball and was able to get his hands through it and make good connection. It quickly went into the boundary.
Very confident. No foot movement. Good wrist involved. He pushes one down towards deep cover for a single. Grand Roy.
Right, so Grand Roy is, as we say, the western side. It's in St. John's. So when you leave St. George's, after you left St. George's, you continue west up the road. Grand Roy would be that second village, more or less, in St. John's. A bit closer to Guelph, but you would find it is right there.
This one's pulled away nicely again. Rolling the wrist over this time. And this time it's Hodge. So 200 on the board now for the Volcanoes in their second innings. 243 in the first innings. Now 200 for the loss of 1. Good batting display continues.
Yeah, very good by Hodge. Showing technically he's correct and is able to handle the short ball, not being flustered again, as we mentioned. So he's looking really set for a big score. But John, within the off days, I think this is a place that you would want to visit.
Through the onside again from Milius. More runs for him. He's going to run pretty close to the boundary. It chases on by Jad Gooley. Not that quick, but he's very effective. And they'll come back and complete 3 runs. And there's a chance for some more. The ricochet off the stump. But they'll settle on 3. So that's the end of the over as well. 203 on the board. Milius moves up to 123. 52 is Kavim Hodge. And the partnership stretched now to 136.
Yeah, very good post-launch session thus far by the Volcanoes. TNT again keeping some good line and length, and I think this is what Milius is trying to counteract, as we see him take the ball from the off stump and trying to get it into that vacant areas on the onside. So good areas, but they just need something to happen, the Red Force, that would break this partnership, a partnership of 136.
Captain Bravo is back on the field, and here he is running alongside the wicket, going into his position, perhaps going to mid-off to have some discussions with his bowler about the plans that they're looking to execute. Speaking to umpire Brathwaite as well. So the reason I'm asking about Grand Roy, because like we said about persons moving around the Caribbean, being born in one territory and going to another. Slinger Francisco, born in Grand Roy, but we all think that he is from Trinidad and Tobago because that's where he spent pretty much his entire life. Slinger Francisco, better known as the Mighty Sparrow.
Yes. Persons who don't know would think that he was born in Trinidad and Tobago, but actually he's of Grenadian descent. Yeah.
Again, short ball, again looking to pull, this time not getting connection.
And so Francisco spent almost all his life, making music and bringing music to Trinidad and Tobago, developing his craft, and really, has become one of the names that is synonymous with calypso, and one would always want to feel proud when you hear the name Slinger Francisco.
His first international appearance at the Carnival is in 1956 in Trinidad. This one is pulled away. Jason Mohammed is coming around and cannot get it. Just going to stop the boundary. Not a short ball, not a pull, and another falling short of the fielder.
Good. Milia's got good placement there. I think Mohammed had a long way to run. So, though he got a top edge, it was well controlled that Mohammed had to run around but could not get there. And eventually, he saved the boundary.
You feel that something is going to give. Something is about to happen for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're trying to create this opportunity because it's not coming for them.
Yeah, they would want to create some sort of doubt in the batsman's mind, get him to play a false shot, because once they continue playing with that straight bat and playing, I think if you look at it, the cross-batted shot is what has brought, all these little chances, the oohs and the ahs. So if he continues to play straight, I don't think there will be that opportunity. But as long as he decides to play the cross-batted shot, then the possibility of him getting out seems to be greater. There goes Hodge, just showing him the maker's name again, showing that he is not flustered. He is going to continue to be positive and play on merit.
So Slinger Francisco, the mighty Sparrow, born in Grenada, grew up in Trinidad and Tobago. What about those born in Trinidad and Tobago that spent their time in Grenada? Paul Keynes Douglas. Pulled away. Work for Jason Mohammed again on the backward square boundary. Will not cut it off this time. It goes into the boundary. Hodge rolling the wrist nicely and pulling it forward of square. Gets the boundary to end the over. He's on 56. Bilias is with him on 124. 208 now for the loss of one. The partnership 141 and the lead 136.
Yeah, a very good shot there by Hodge. Hodge again looking and exhibiting the sort of technical competence that he has. Very, very good, in terms of getting his position. Their shot was able to roll around, bat coming through, hands through the ball. Good connection. Mohammed had a few meters to run, but it was so well connected that he could not have reached there.
Terence Hines doing a little bit of a jig, trying to cheer up his bowler Uthman Mohammed, who has the ball again.
See him wiping that brow there. It seems to, you can see that it's really, really hot out there.
Almost chopped on. That was outside the off stump. There he was, not timing it. No foot movement again. Maybe Milia's now getting a bit tired. And that is something I'm sure coaches will be looking at, and other teams as well, because batting a long time now is now the 59th over of this inning, started since yesterday afternoon. But perhaps getting a little bit tired, Milias.
Yeah, a few of these shots are showing signs of tiredness. The feet is not moving as he was moving yesterday, or even earlier this morning. So definitely he seems to be getting tired. This is where the senior statesman in Hodge would need to, sort of encourage him to come on, let's focus again, restart and get a big score, because the way he's going, he definitely can score a big score.
214 minutes so far at the crease for Milias. I can see Hodge looks a bit more fit. 144 minutes for him. Form push down the ground. So work here for Bravo. He's going to come second in this race again. 4 more runs to the Volcanoes. Hodge gets another boundary. He's now into the 60s. 213 for 1.
Very good shot there by Hodge. Again, using the skills, the technical competence, just pushing through. You can see the weight as it transferred into that, and not trying to hit the ball, not trying to bash it, but just timed it perfectly, hitting it straight back past the bowler. Very good shot.
Uthman Mohammed into his 4th over today. 3 he bowled yesterday without any success. Easy single. The field is hanging back now, trying to prevent the boundaries. Cannot stop the singles. Singles coming very easily.
And this is where the pressure would be on the TNT Red Force, because Hodge playing nice and straight is able to get the boundary, and then the easy single, it makes it tough work for the fielders out there. You want to be able to get a feel as to where you really should stand. So they're doing really well here, the Volcanoes, and Trinidad needs to respond.
No foot movement again from Milias. And to be fair to the Red Force, chances were created, but just that they haven't helped themselves. Yesterday there was that opportunity to end the opening start with a run out. Jason Mohammed threw the ball wide of the mark. Keeper had to do some work. Just didn't happen. Today 2 chances to Jad Gooley, the substitute fielder, not taken. So there were chances to get wickets, but just not taken.
Yeah, you need to take these chances at this level.
There he goes again, and this time it hits Django in his chest. And you can hear him groping in some pain there. That's the end of the over. 59 gone, 214 for the loss of 1. With the lead now 142 runs. Nice partnership as well, getting closer to 150. It's now 147. 214 for the loss of 1. A smiling Junior Murray is back in the hot seat. Hello, Junior.
How are you doing, John? How was lunch?
Lunch was very good.
I wonder what you had. You got
Had
your
some
oil
local, no.
Okay.
I had some local food that I can relate to. Some chicken curry.
I know you. You felt at home.
Felt a little bit at home.
I heard your good friend, Jason, a while ago, ordering some lunch for you. So
Oh, really?
For some oil down.
Yeah.
Probably over the weekend. You said no pork.
No pork.
Jason said he's on a pork diet.
Oh,
So good innings so far by the 2 batters.
yeah.
They're looking pretty well. Miller seems to be overconfident at the moment. He's trying to play some loose shots outside the off stump. I hope his senior partner, Captain Hodge, can have a little chat with him. There's an opportunity out there now to score double 100. So you get a chance now. You gotta cash in and make use of it, and you never know when it's going to happen again. So Kevin Hodge also, he's looking pretty well composed. I know for sure that Kevin not going to be out there anytime soon. You got to have a special delivery, to get Kevin out. In the last over, we saw Mohammed rising delivery into the chest of Django. I wonder what happened there.
Well, he required some medical attention, so
You can see some medical attention over there. Hope he's well. Hope he's doing pretty well. Looks okay so far.
this is what happened to him. See it there, just extra.
Yeah, I think he got a bit tangled there with his hands movement. It hit him directly in the middle of his chest. As you can see, extra bungs. I think probably he went. The cup of his hands probably should have been in probably the reverse cup. Hopefully he's okay and he's good to go again. He looks alright. He's behind the stumps again, ready to go again.
Well, the Red Force can ill afford another injury. 2 substitute fielders on the field. I saw Riyad Emre, the assistant coach, in all white, so maybe he is an option to come on. but you don't want it to get to that stage.
It's the first game of the season. All these injuries,
Yeah.
So I hope that that it would happen. We don't really want to see assistant coach Emmett out there.
Maybe we can have Django doing some more push-ups to get those chests a little bit firmer.
Boy, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility. Changing bowling from the southern end. No Dion Webster. It's going to be Carrie Pear who will come into the attack. Single taken immediately. 60th over of the innings. So one of the things that the Red Force will be looking at as well is they can, within the next 20 overs after this, see what they can do with this ball, because the second new ball will become available.
I think the spinners are back on, so most likely we can get some quick overs in and get to that new ball and see if they can make something happen. Because at the moment, you look at nothing's happening out there, and the Volcanoes batters seem to be enjoying themselves out there.
Ooh. It's not on the monitors, but we're seeing the assistant coach Riyad Emrit with the bottles, taking it around the boundary edges for his players. No doubt with some messages as well.
He looks very fit going around the boundary there. He looks like a player. If you don't know, we on Enrique out there, you think is a player, fit and mean, still can bowl a mean spell.
Yeah, the evergreen Riyad Emrit. In fact, his son is celebrating his birthday today. This one is driven square of the wicket by Milias. Milias' legs getting a little bit wobbly as well. He's been there for a long time. It's hot, it's draining.
Hard and draining out there. I think he's been there batting for a while. I think should getting some refreshments over there now. But I think the players of the days are probably a bit fitter now. So I think he should be able to handle these conditions out there.
Very good innings from him so far, Milias. It's a pair of the Dominican and the St. Lucian. And there we see Riyad Emrit, fit as ever. The evergreen Riyad Emrit.
Evergreen.
From a place in Trinidad and Tobago that calls El Dorado. 60 overs gone, 216 for the loss of one. In Guyana, we know El Dorado is a different thing altogether.
El Dorado is a hot liquor. El Dorado is that liquor that you enjoy, that rum that you enjoyed.
Some overhead clouds building up here. Anything should we be worried about there, Junior?
No, nothing to be worried about. At least it's my area. I can be the weatherman for this area for you. At least this is the area that I live. So I think just a few dark clouds, but I don't think anything to worry about.
This is behind us. This is over the Darbo Hills.
Over the Darbo Hills, so it's gonna be still a good day. A good day for batting. You can see the two Volcano players and St. Lucian and the Dominicans, the Patois twins. These islands speak a lot of Patois.
Yeah.
So I think they may be confusing the Red Force players out there with the conversation.
There's Patois in Guyana as well, but it's running the drain.
Oh.
The fishes.
The fishes. There's a bit of Patois here in Grenada too, but not us, probably the older folks, or did it before us, have no idea about Patois.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia recently, I heard a lot of it actually. And I was confused. I was like, am I in the Caribbean still?
Very confused.
Yeah, Utman Mohammed to continue. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Exquisite cover drive from Kimani Milias. All the talk about him being tired and all. That one will do him a world of good again. Getting onto the front foot and easing into the shot. He moves up to 130. It's now 220 for one.
A lovely shot there. Lovely cover drive by Milias. I think that refresh, that like a break a while ago, got a bit of refreshment, and he's back in the groove again, and looking very composed and very organized. Getting pretty close to 150, and then he can take it from there.
The partnership is now 150 plus. It's now 153. Very
Nice.
good partnership between himself and Hodge.
Very good partnership. I hope that I can continue in the same vein.
Stevie jumps on him. Handles it well for a single.
This one from Mohammed stayed a bit low. No, at least the pitch, probably the pitch is tend to wear a bit. So I think the Red Force batting the second time around could be a bit dangerous. You know, just the ball, the Volcano bowlers when they get a chance, just got to keep bowling straight. There's a possibility the ball will keep hitting a few cracks here and there, and you know we can have an exciting game ahead.
The ball is getting a bit older as well, so not as hard as it was. That's not a factor. That's a substitute fielder, Imran Khan, on the field. So Bravo is back on the field. Imran Khan and Jet Goli still on the field, so it means someone else is off.
I hope that we can get an update and know who's off, probably as time goes on.
There's a big appeal for leg before. Perhaps hitting outside the off stump, maybe a bit high. Your thoughts on it, Junior?
I thought it was a well ball coming back in. I think it was a bit high and hitting a little bit on the outside. You know, a chance of Milius. You know, she take a deep breath again. Look at it here at the moment. Yeah, I think it's a bit high. It's very very high at the moment.
Good umpiring again from Nigel Duguid.
So far the umpires are having a good game.
Very good game.
Very good game by the umpires.
And I wish I can say that to them personally. This one is played into the onside nicely by Milius again. Drawing the substitute fielder off the mid-wicket boundary. Looks as if it's Tian Webster who's off the field.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think he is. A nice shot there by Milius again. Milius is really enjoying himself. You can see all the shots coming out of the books now. And he's really having fun over there.
It's a bit cool now on the outside. Some spectators in the stands.
Nice and cool. Just a bit of clouds over, keeping the conditions a bit nice for the players over there. I guess the Red Force players will appreciate that after being there since morning in that blazing hot sun. No, hope the batters they can keep them out there a bit longer.
When Clyde was on it, we were speaking about various persons who have moved from one territory to the other. The lead is now at 151. I want to say good afternoon to someone who has left Guyana, made his home in St. Lucia. Someone you know very well, Joseph Reds Pereira.
Oh, my good friend Joseph Vesper. Good afternoon, Mr. Joseph Vesper, wherever you are, or you in St. Lucia at the moment. I think he's one of my biggest fans. My fan, you know, he's one of the greatest commentators around, you know, in my time since playing at the youth level, you know. So good afternoon again to you, Reds. Hope you're enjoying the commentary, you know. Hope you're having fun with us here at the moment.
Born in the Pomeroon in region number 2 in Guyana, in the county of Essequibo.
I guess you got to cross the river to get to Essequibo.
Many rivers.
Many rivers.
But the biggest river there is the Essequibo River, 29 miles wide at the mouth. That is very big.
Extra big.
Extra big. So we see the reserved umpire Jonathan Blades. This one is pulled away overhead of the bowler in the air. Jonathan Blades making his way around to the ground staff. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can see him walking there with an umbrella in his hand. Probably just want to exercise his legs, but I don't think we should be expecting probably much rain, probably a drizzle or two, but nothing really to worry about.
So he's actually calling the ground staff and they're looking towards the east there. Not sure what they're seeing.
I guess probably they're seeing something. The gunsmen are probably putting the covers. So probably might have a break here for a bit. Hope it not be for too long.
I know in Guyana sometimes the ground staff will be waiting with covers. The umpires will be like, what's happening? And before you know it, sharp shower at Providence. The ground staff has the knowledge that sometimes the umpires don't know. So the umpires here, Jonathan Blades from Barbados, the reserved umpire. On field we have a Barbadian in Gregory Brathwaite and a Guyanese, Nigel Duguid. So they must rely on local knowledge for that information. This is coming down towards the end of the 62nd over. Partnership now 159 and building and growing. Something must give for the Red Force. Desperately looking for that breakthrough. Wouldn't come here. End of carry pair. Come back over. 1 for 62 for him from 22 overs. 226 for the loss of 1 wicket. Milias 133. Kavimad 65.
Well done by the Bruno batters. Well bowled again by Carey Pear. As you can see that the batters are having fun, enjoying themselves. Just a little change in the topic a while ago. I just said about the groundsmen in Guyana. I think, to be honest with you, being in Guyana while looking at the groundsmen, I think they're the best groundsmen around. You know, I was there probably a few months ago with the women's tournament and talking to the groundsmen, and you know, it all depends on how the flags are blowing, how the breeze is blowing, they will tell you when they're going to come. You know, so they're amazing groundsmen. As young groundsmen still to my good friend who's the chief groundsman here at the National Stadium. I think they did a fantastic job. The outfield is looking very lovely. The pitch is playing very well, you know. And all in all, I think the groundsmen around the region, I think that we need to mention them. We can't really forget them because without them, there's no cricket.
Hines replaces Uthman Mohammed from the Darbo end. Starts outside the off stump to Milias. Yes, you're so right. In Guyana, Wazim Habib, the head groundsman, has been there at the helm for a long time. Expert knowledge, and now we're seeing a little bit of a drizzle now, Junior.
Yes, there's a bit of like a drizzle, but nothing too heavy to worry about. Probably might like a moisture might be sprinkling the pitch. You know, give the bowlers a little extra. You never know what can happen.
Anything the TNT Red Force will be looking for to help them in this condition.
They need all the help they need at this moment.
This one is played nicely off the pad. Protection at mid-wicket. Tian Webster back on the field.
Well played by Midas, but you gotta be a bit careful. The bowlers are bowling a bit straighter to him, and he's whipping the ball from outside the off stump, so you gotta be a bit careful there before you get hit in front to the trap like BWs. But he's been there for a while. He's seen the ball as big as you see a bird foot. And he's enjoying his batting out there at the moment.
It's a little bit of drizzle. Jason Skeet was about to come in, but we'll have to ask him to hold just a little bit. We don't want him to get wet.
You know, he's a very fragile guy, and there's a cold going around these days, you know, so we want to keep him out of a drizzle.
Yeah. So I heard you asking him about his attendance this morning. It was very early. I think he came today earlier than he did yesterday.
Wow.
And yesterday he was early as the groundsman.
Yeah, I think he's part of. He's a member of staff of the groundsman. I think he got a job that we don't know about. But I think before this game is over, we know the truth about everything.
We'll peep the card. Nice shot again from Milias. Standing tall and punching it for a single.
Much better shot by Milias.
Looking too easy now, Junior.
It looks very, very easy over there for the batters. It looks very, very easy over there. They got to cash in though. Even though it looks easy, they got to cash in, stay there. You never know when I get an opportunity again.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to stay there and cash in.
Hines not getting the type of assistance he got with the new ball in the first innings. That preparation moisture, of course, not here. Dried out totally.
No moisture there anymore. Just a little drizzle out there. You know, might get a little moisture.
So with that exaggerated swing, we're not seeing that either. Ball just holding its line, going through.
Not much swing out there, but I think he's still holding his line. His length and his line outside the off stump there, hoping that the batsman will make a mistake. Nice partnership here from 162. I hope that I can carry on and take it to the water break, and then after that we take it to tea.
So getting close to the end of the first hour, this second session of day 3. Over completed. Hines first over and come back. That's 9 in total for him. None for 32. 229 for the loss of 1. Hodges on 66. And 135 to Milias.
Another good over there by Hines. Another watchful over there by Kaviman and Milias. And they're looking pretty well, rotating the strike over there. All in all, the cricket looks pretty good out there, and they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. The
music blaring away. Something nice in the background.
That's a musical wrong, John. I see you jumping in your seat there.
Jab jab. I love my jab jab, you know.
Yeah, you love the jab jab too, John. Oh, lovely. That old oil.
Last season, Hodge had his best score of 63. So he's gone past that already. First game of 2023 as Carrier continues.
That's pretty nice of him and Kevin. As you can see, Pierre's back in the attack again, and Kevin is there looking solid as ever.
The Windward Volcanoes will have a big question to answer. This one is in the air, but in the gap as well. Down towards straightest mid-wicket. Jason Mohammed will just go to retrieve 4 more to Milias. He's now getting closer to 150, now on to 139. Very good shot.
Well played again by Milias. Short, went back, pulled him over mid-wicket. Well played again, Milias. As you said, he's eyeing 150. Still hope that he can get there.
In 3 games last season, Milias scored 97 in total in 1 innings to date. 139. What a difference a year can make.
What a difference a year can make. Good start to the season. I guess probably as we know, hard work pays off. So he's getting the results now.
Oh, look at the cut. Too close to cut. Over completed. He remains on 139. Milias Hodge is on 66. 233 for 1. In the first innings, they got 243 all out. Much better batting display from the Volcanoes. And enjoying a lead now of 161.
Much better batting by the Volcanoes. Much better. At least they're on the home turf. This is where their base. This is where they do all the training. So they're making use of the conditions and it's keeping the Red Foot guys out there. It's a water break now, so it's a well-deserved water break at the moment.
Yeah, they started at lunch. They resumed on 174 for the loss of 1, and they've now pushed on to 233. So they're batting very well still, unbuttered. 59 runs in the first hour in this second session on day number 3. So they're doing very well at a very good rate as well. So the current run rate is 3.64. That's very good in a 4-day game.
Very, very good run rate at the moment. The batters are enjoying the conditions, enjoying the wicket, and the runs are coming very, very easy at the moment.
Yeah, it's a healthy lead. It's all set up nicely for the second hour in session number 2. With the question the Windward Islanders will have to ask themselves: how long will they go on for? How much will they be comfortable with? Your thoughts, Junior? Then it's going to be Jason's kid.
Nice leader for 161. As you said, the Volcanoes have to know what they're looking at, have their plans, organize, how much time they think they need in the game, what total they're looking at, because they're in a position, nicely poised, to put the Red Foot back on some serious pressure here now, and hopefully the Volcanoes can come out with a nice victory.
All right, well, I think anything of a lead of about 270, 280 runs and set an attacking field on the final day and hope that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force go after it and open up the chances for some wickets. That just might be an option for Athens as the captain of the Windward Islands, but time alone will tell. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. It's a water break here, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes in firm control here at the Grenada National Stadium. Day 3, the Windwards in reply to the Red Force 315 or 233 for 1. Good knock, a partnership of 166 runs. Good knock by the Windward Islands. Milias on 139. He has looked very much steady and accomplished. And Kevin Hodge, on 66. Good batting from the Windwards. We've got some other scores as well. We're monitoring the game between Guyana and Barbados. Day 2 on that championship there, and of course we're looking and paying attention to that as well. There's some good scores coming in from there. We're going to fill you in on it. But really and truly, good cricket all around. Good cricket all around the Caribbean. A couple of matches in, and the Leeward Islands are also in action. We're going to bring you some updates on that as well as we go through the course of the afternoon. Junior Murray, good lunch you say. I hear you talking. I don't know. We're waiting.
I wonder how was your lunch, Jason. I saw you were enjoying your lunch, smiling and having fun.
Yeah, eating is always a pleasure. All right, and oh, by the way, we are on the verge of some international cricket as well. Starting on Saturday, the first test between West Indies and Zimbabwe at the Queen Sports Club in Bulawayo. So, of course, the West Indies will be in action on the weekend. The West Indies women as well, they're going to be in action in some T20 action as well. So we're monitoring all that for you. A whole lot of days of cricket.
A lot of cricket ahead to look at, to pay attention to. Looking forward to the test series in Zimbabwe. I hope that the players out there can grab the opportunities, and we need to get our test team going again. We need to get back up that ranking, and we also support the West Indies women in the T20 World Cup. Wish them all the best. Captain Haley Matthews, our own local Afi Fletcher. Hope that they can go out there and make the region happy again, because once West Indies is winning, the Caribbean comes together and we're all happy.
Well, Hines is back into the attack from the Dabo end, and he's heading towards Hodge. Hines, of course, has been doing some really good work with the ball for Trinidad and Tobago. He's very tidy bowler, not giving anything away. He's been unlucky a little bit here and there, but for the most part, he's been very good. Not too erratic, of course. Terence Hines, he's done a fantastic job. Even in the first innings, he bowled very well in the first innings. Some decent figures, 9.1 overs, just one maiden, 32 runs, no wickets, but he has kept it pretty tidy. Given the circumstances on this batting paradise, he's done pretty well. The Windwards in firm control here and hoping to see if they can pull out a win. It would be a whole lot better than what they did last season. They played the entire season without winning a game. Here's a good way to start for them in 2023.
Yeah, good start by the Volcanoes. As you can see, Hines is doing his work pretty organized. He's consistent with the lengths and line, and Hodge is very watchful at the other end.
Very tight and bowling almost wicket to wicket, making sure that the batsman play at every delivery, and that's the opportunity. That's where the opportunity will come, when the batsmen are brought into action. Hines understands that very well. He has been bowling a very tight line. 233 for one. Kavem Hodge is on 66. He's been there for a while.
Been there for a while and seemed to be enjoying his batting. He can stay there for the whole day. He loves his batting.
This time he's cutting and cutting well, playing it forward into the offside, picking up one. Under normal circumstances, the ball going that far, the batsman would probably consider two, but with this quick outfield here, the Grenada National Stadium, it travels quickly, and they just pick up one. And a lot of the eyes around the region and here at the National Stadium as well on Kimani Milius brought up his maiden century today. He would remember this day, the 2nd of February 2023. He would never forget this day for as long as he lives. It is the day that he got his maiden first-class century.
I wonder what day, Jason, that you will never forget in your history.
Good shot there, and the fielder have a lot of work to do running around to just back with a point and just one. Well, I've got a few dates. I've got the 28th of February. I've got the 4th of March. I've got the 14th of March. I've got the 30th of April. I've got a few dates I could remember that would stick with me for the rest of my life. I've got the 10th of September, and I've also got the 13th of August.
I guess we'll have to discuss it after the day's play, Jason. You got too many dates. Yeah, you got me confused here at the moment.
Birthday, wedding, children.
Good father, Jason.
He's hooking, and this time hooking well, and it runs all the way down to the fine leg boundary, and that's 4, and Kimani Milius seems to be no letting up now. He is eyeing 150, but the weather has other plans, and the rains are coming down, and the groundsmen are getting ready to pull the covers on. The umpires are looking. The players are still on the field, but no doubt they would be considering maybe just going off for a little bit. Let's wait and see. The drizzle is a little bit heavier than it was a few minutes ago when John Ramsing was in the commentary booth. So it has come down just a little bit heavier. Maybe nothing to worry too much about in the minds of the umpires, but they're monitoring it. What would those what would the present weather condition do now for the match, Junior, in your opinion?
Just a passing cloud, just a little extra moisture on the pitch with a drizzle. I think the bowlers and the foul bowlers will be a bit happy with that. But I think it's no rain to really worry about, Jason. Remember, Jason, this is my area, Jason. I'm the weatherman for the area.
Okay, I hear you. Junior Murray, a River Road native, born and bred, and very passionate about his hometown and very passionate about his village. He's celebrated like a king in these parts.
Very passionate, Jason. I love my River Road. It's where everything happened for me, Jason.
Yeah, well, Hart is driving up to mid-on, just a single. Carrie Pierre is operating from the River Road end. So you say with this kind of a drizzle here, just a little moisture onto the wicket, which could aid in some lateral movement for the bowlers?
I think so. Just give it a little moisture, at least. I think because it's very dry over there now, very dry and flat. But unfortunately for the red footballers, at least it seems like the rain is over. So we could be back to square one again.
All right, well.
And the batters can keep enjoying themselves and keep putting runs on the board.
Oh, that's some good news. And good news here for the bowlers in particular. The batsmen don't seem to be too worried about it because they're in control and they're doing pretty well. They're clearly the plan after lunch from the Windward Islands seems to be let's get on with it, push the score forward. No reckless chances, but if it's there, it is time to go with it now.
I think the batters are there enjoying themselves, even though the pitch is wet. They still want to bat. I think they're really enjoying themselves for there and looking very, very confident and really enjoying the battle at the moment.
Yeah, Milas is driving and he beats the man at mid-off. He beats him and the ball runs down to the boundary. They get one, come back for the second. Brings the score now to 241 for 1 after 66 overs. The Volcanoes, a comfortable lead. 171, I think, is the lead now, of a partnership of 176. So they're doing pretty good. They're pretty good here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Remember, the TNT Red Force, they knocked up 315 for 9. That's because their opening batsman, who got injured the very first ball of this match, Vikash Mohan, he was unable to bat, so they're going to go through the game without him. He's going to be out for a few weeks bursting the webbing on his right hand always takes some time to heal.
We're just wishing him a speedy recovery at the moment, Jason.
So Terence Hines operating from the Darbo end. Kavim Hodge seems to be intent on looking for his 100 as well. Kimani Milius on 147. He's eyeing his 150. He may very well have the opportunity to do it now. Hines is a tight bowler, wicket to wicket. If he stays in his half, he's safe. If he goes up, Milius may probably look for the drive.
Yeah, and the kind of mood that Milius is at the moment now, so we can't expect anything, but I want to hope that he can keep his composure and keep enjoying his batting at the moment.
Steiny plays it square of the wicket on the offside and gets an easy single. Nice shot. He's always very watchful, watching the ball onto the bat. There are one or two moments where he would have lost his composure, just lose it for a little bit, but he regains himself so quickly. And he's always very watchful, watching the ball right onto the bat and playing his stroke. Doesn't go too far outside of his ambit.
Nice shot there for Miller, short wide, cutting it down to the deep square leg for a single.
I heard Johnny asking about Grand Roy. I'm going to brief him on that in just a little bit. Yeah, so Grand Roy is regarded as one of the fishing villages in Grenada, the West Coast. Yes, it's a village on the West Coast with a population of just over 300 people, really. A small population to what you may have been familiar with in Guyana. Of course, a larger population there, but primarily a fishing village, and some big names coming out of those areas, especially on the West Coast. The West Coast would have produced a number of superstars in Grenada. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. I'm going to bring you up to speed, Johnny. Of course, Slinger Francisco, the mighty sparrow, and the renowned Calypso king of the world. And if you just travel just a little bit further up the road, you'll get to the town of Gorv. And the town of Gorv, of course, is the hometown of our Olympic gold medalist, Kirani James, and also the very first non-Trinidad and Tobago national to go into Trinidad and Tobago and win the International Soca Monarch, Mr. Killer. He's also from Gorv. And the two communities are very closely knit, not too far off from each other. So literally a stone throw away, or communication with a tin pan and string. Not that they use it anymore, but it is that close.
Jason, you know your history. Are you a history teacher or at the PPC or?
Well, there's a thing about history. If you don't know where you come from, you have no idea where you're going.
Well said, Jason.
Yeah, so in the meantime, these Windward Islands batters, clearly they know exactly where they're going because they understood the history from the very first innings. They're not going to repeat that history. The batters seem to be in firm control here. Robinson was the only wicket to fall for 23, but since then, Hodge and Emilius are looking good with a partnership of 178. Hodge is on 69 and Emilius is on 148. Emilius now looking for his first class 150. He has eclipsed his high score of 51 earlier on during the course of the morning, and he got his century just before lunch, the over just before lunch. He got his century there, and now he is eyeing 150. He seems to be in that kind of mood. And is it Kyrie Pear that's coming up from that end? Kyrie Pear, it seems as Kyrie Pear. And Kyrie Pear will have a whole lot of work to do. Emilius was purported to be not too favorable of left arm spin. That will definitely change after today.
Yeah, I think Kai Pierre is keep knocking away Melias. So Melias is in the zone now. He's full of confidence. So whatever Kai Pierre chooses him now, I think he is in a situation or in a position now to conquer it. And he's as you said, he's eyeing 150.
Yeah, so we are making some arrangements to get you to the town of Gorv, Johnny, and we'll pass through Grand Roy en route to the town of Gorv on the weekend. So you will be able to see the paintings, the villagers there. The folks in the village are very loyal to their superstars, so you would see some of the paintings that they would have done to honor their superstars. And one you would no doubt see is one of the mighty sparrow.
Are you going to take him to Gorv, Jason, to drive him up there for his oil long on the weekend?
Of course, I've made contact with a good friend of mine there, Tom, in Gorv. Does a mean oil down and a mean seafood oil down as well. So he puts a lot of conchs in it and crawfish and and driving well. Good shot from Hodge, and Hodge moves on to 70, and that brings Milius into strike. He's on 149. Well, actually, it's the end of the over actually. So Hodge will continue on his journey, and Milius will have to wait just a little bit longer. Yeah, but he does in fact, Tom does in fact make a mean oil down, seafood oil down. So I am going to ensure that my good friend Johnny Ramsing gets a little bit of that.
Jason, I'm a bit concerned. I hope for you. I just hope that, after that independence is finished, I hope that you could be back, for the guy in a game, Jason, because you seem to be in a oil long mode, knowing what oil long does to the body. Jason, I hope it doesn't slow you down.
I will be back to at least tell the story. Another thing that we would bring you up to speed with on Johnny as well is that the designation of the 9th of July is labeled as the Mighty Sparrow Day. So we pay homage to our superstars here in Grenada, even though they would have traveled, and Grenada always remains loyal to its icons. So Hines is operating from the Dabo end, and this time he's flashing. That's Hodge, and flashing neatly. Just the one, which brings Milius into strike on 149. Everyone is holding their breath around the venue right now. No doubt the dressing room. Everyone in the dressing room will be eyeing the field and just waiting to show their appreciation and some applause to Kimani Milius if he does get anything off of this one. He's on 149.
As we can see, Hines is continuing in his nagging lengths and in a lengthened line, and short wall outside the off stump. Hodge went back and cut him down to deep point.
Extraordinarily persistent.
Hodge is eyeing a century.
Driving, not just yet. Again, Terence Hines, naggingly persistent, and he gives nothing away, absolutely nothing away. And I'm quite sure all of Trinidad and Tobago would be behind him now. And if he was to pick up the wicket of Kimani Milius at this stage of the game, he would be remembered in Trinidad and Tobago for a very long time. He will go down in history, as Johnny said, with some of the great fast bowlers to come out of Trinidad and Tobago, the Ravi Rampauls and the Mervyn Dillon and whatnot. But he's a more medium pacer, but a very tight medium pacer. Bowls wicket to wicket, bowls with an upright seam, and he has a faster one that he uses ever so often.
I heard you mention the name Mervyn Dillon, my good old friend, my former teammate. If you're listening, Mervyn Dillon, good afternoon to you, Mervyn.
No, not yet. He has to still wait. Yeah. I was at a gathering in Diego Martin one time with Mervyn Dillon, and we were having a cookout and whatnot. And Mervyn Dillon said to me, he said, "Jason, I'm an open bowler, so I will open the batting." And he was the first into the pot. And when he was finished eating, he said, "My captain usually brings me back for second spells." And, so Mervyn Dillon had 2 healthy helpings. He would remember that.
Knowing him as well as I do, he loves his eating and he loves his stomach.
Good shot, and that's it to Junior Murray. Kimani Milius has gotten to 150. Good knock from Kimani Milius. It came off of 191 balls in 239 minutes. He is set. He is greeted now by Kevin Hodge, his teammate, and of course the applause from the dressing room showing their appreciation and their encouragement. And Kimani Milius using the opportunity here to get his average up is a good place to do it. Get your average up on this surface, because you've got to take what is given in front of you and use it to the most of your advantage. He has done that. A good knock from him, Junior Murray.
Well played by the youngster. Well played by by Milius. An opportunity, grab it with both hands. He's 150. I hope he can continue. He's well set. Hope he can get a double 100.
Ah, that's a fantastic shot, but only the one, and you can see Hodge not too thrilled with it. Maybe he thought he could have played it just a little harder because it was very straight, edged the stumps at the non-striker's end, and good work there, Bravo, having to come around and does some good feeling. The captain leading by example, and just limiting the batsman to one. It had four written all over it, but good work by Bravo.
Yeah, well played again by Kevin. I've seen the shot from the time he started his innings. He's been trademark shot, that straight drive down the ground on a very consistent basis.
Where you're seeing the name Michael on the back of Darren Bravo, and that is because he is wearing his middle name, Darren Michael Bravo. So he is sporting his middle name, so you see Michael on the back of his shirt, and that's the reason why.
Something he started to do recently.
Oh.
I hope that probably that can bring a change around for him in his cricket, so he can get back to where he used to be, wearing that maroon cap again and back in the Test arena.
Yeah, well, every opportunity he gets, he goes to the middle and stands at the batting crease and having a look. Look, you can see me here now standing at the batting crease and having a look, because he's saying to himself, if I do get onto this wicket, he can fancy his chances of playing some fantastic strokes, and I think he's looking forward to it more than anything else. But just before he gets to that, I think he's going to have to dislodge a few of these Windward Islands batsmen. A change in the bowling coming up now for the Windward Islands. It seems as though Brian Charles is going to be coming back into the attack from the River Road end, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes are now 250. The 250 is up, 250 for one after 69 overs, and Hodge on 72, Milius on 150, a lead of 178, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes in a very good position. Junior Murray is getting ready to make a depart after some quick comments, and then Rondell John will join us.
Well, as you can see, Brian Charles is back. At least Captain Darren Bravo is trying a bit of things here, hoping that he can get the batsman a bit confused. See you back in a while, Jason.
Of course. And tea time is just around the corner, so no doubt the Windwards would be looking to get to tea, and quite sure that after tea they might consider just opening it up a little bit and pushing on. Is that an option, Rondell?
Definitely, it is an option.
Good shot.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. You will want to ensure that you have as big a total coming closer to the end of the day as possible, so that you can put the game into that position where the opposition will want to decide whether they would go or whether they would just play for the draw. So it puts them in a position where they need to think critically as to the outcome.
Good shot again from Milius, running out to the offside. He picks up two. Firm hitting. He seems very much set. He has gotten to 152 now, the lead of 181 for the Windward Islands. What do you think is a comfortable lead for the Windward Islands on a surface like this, and giving themselves the opportunity with a chance to go for a win?
Well, looking at the state of the wicket, I would presume a 270 to 80 lead. And that would be dependent on how fast they get there. If they get there,
so you're thinking that they probably want to pile on about 100 more runs. That will probably take them into the end of the day's play, and maybe an over or two tomorrow morning.
Yes, definitely. But going back to what is happening, I think this was just a chance. Milius, yet another drop chance. He edged this one and went to slip, and I think the slipper missed an opportunity there. So the Red Force really not taking the chances as...
And Milius makes him pay for it, because This one went high and hard into the square leg boundary all the way for 6. So Milius, after a scare there for Kimani Milius, he has decided to waste no time and ensure that the Red Force pay for it and pay for it dearly. And that has brought the total to 259 for 1 with a 6 off the last ball of the over. And the Volcanoes are piling on the runs, and the Red Force needs something magical.
Yeah, it just seems like it's not going their way, or it is either that or it is Milius day. He seems to be able to do no wrong. So far, he has had 2 chances, and none of the chances, being taken. So it seems like everything is going in his favor. I would want to advise him that he should, compose himself again and see how a bigger total he could put behind his name. With a condition like this, you would not want to give it away. You would want to take full advantage of, the batting wicket like this.
They would say fortune favors the brave. Yannick Carrier is coming back into the attack now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yannick Carrier is coming back into the attack. He's going to be operating from the Dabo end. We see him warming up there. He's going to be heading to Kavim Hodge. Kavim Hodge is on 73 and looking steady. Yeah, nothing too bothering for him. He's in a good and commanding position for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He's getting some lateral movement there, putting a little bit more flight on the ball, and everyone was saying earlier on that is what it might just require. So Yannick has the experience, he has the knowledge, he has the wisdom. He's putting a little bit more flight to it, hoping to get something magical happening. He's a little bit outside the off stump, more on the 4th stump. He wants to maybe just come in a little bit more middle and off, put that flight on middle and off, and he should be asking better questions.
Yeah, he's trying to ensure that he bowls to the field that is set. He would not want to be too straight. I think he already knows, well, at least for Milius would love to play the reverse sweep, so he would want to ensure that he bowls to the field that he has, where the offside is a bit more packed, less gaps.
Only 3 on the onside. There's a man at mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a man down at the square leg boundary. And Milius goes after him, and the ball ambles, and it holds up just in front of the boundary, and they've settled on 2. Could have been 3, but I thought Milius probably thought it was going to go all the way. So he kind of robbed himself a run there. He could be a little bit fatigued as well. He's been out there for quite some time.
Yeah, I think he expected, with the connection that he got, he expected that one to roll into the boundary, but I think it went a little bit high, so it just dropped and remained there. So he's certainly looking to up the ante. I think he has been in a little bit of a more aggressive mode than that of Kavin Hodge.
Good delivery there from Yannick Carrier. Just going past the outside edge of Milius. Oh, and this time he picks him up nicely. This one is still holding up and getting another couple.
Yeah, he definitely looks to be in a bit more of an aggressive mode, looking to go after the bowlers. That one he got under it a bit and didn't really get the sort of connection that we've been seeing him get earlier. Somewhat not fully timed, and so he just landed and sort of held up in the outfield. But Milius, I guess, fatigue is beginning to set in. And so definitely he would look to maybe open the shoulders and try to get as many as he can here in his innings.
264 for 1. Kimani Milius on 162, and Kavim Hodge on 74. Hodge is going to be on strike, and Carrier is at the River Road end, waiting to operate his business.
I think that's Brian Charles coming in. Or Carrie Pistol. Okay, it's Carrie still.
It's Charles actually. We've just been updated on it.
Okay.
It's Brian Charles.
Yeah, again, we were seeing that Charles opted to come over the wicket, something that he didn't do much of in the previous bowling innings. He came around the wicket and was very successful. So, again, maybe the pressure from the batsmen have him, trying to use a different trajectory.
Good work by Darren Bravo at mid-on. A slightly different field set for Kavim Hodge. Still some folks on the onside, but some extra protection. There's a man short in, looking for the one that would spoon off the bat and pad, and there's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a man down on the long-on boundary. And Hodge is turning again, but not getting past very agile onside. Just the one slip in. And that is the end of Hodge, it seems.
No, I
that's
think in that one he missed.
Oh.
He missed completely. Just going into the keeper.
So at the end of the over, it is 200 and the Windwards are 264 for 1. Kimani Milius on 162, batting very well, looking very comfortable, and Kavim Hodge on 74, eyeing his first-class century, and some tight bowling figures, but the bowling figures don't really reflect in the wickets column for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've been bowling pretty much tight. When you look at some of the bowling figures, Yannick Carrier, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs off his 7 overs, pretty decent. Brian Charles, 10, 52 with 1 maiden, a little bit expensive for him, really, but outside of that, the only wicket really coming from Terence Hines, who bowled 12 overs for 44 runs, and Kyrie Pierre actually 25 overs, 2 maiden, 71 runs, and the 1 wicket. So Yannick Carrier is operating from the Dabo end, and Kimani Milius is clearly in an attacking mood here now, a little bit more vicious mode from Kimani Milius.
Yeah, Milius seems to want to get on with it. I can imagine the plan from the camp would be to, up the scoring rate, get as much as possible in the next few sessions, and what's remaining of this session and the next session, and so that they can, have an idea of where the game is, that maybe a declaration can be made.
Current run rate of 3.64. So not bad at all, and the lead climbing.
And I love to see what Yannick is doing now. Actually, Carrier is trying to. You can see him giving the ball a little bit more room. Looking at where Milius is playing, he's reaching out a bit more. Yeah, so it seems like he has slowed and is looping it a little bit, trying to get Milius to play.
And Milius just taps this one down to a third man, and it just runs all the way down to the third man boundary, and he gets another boundary there. 4 runs for Kimani Milius. He stayed and waited on it, and then took his time, and that's it. The 200-run partnership is up. and out of 325 deliveries in 195 minutes. So Kavim Hodge and Kimani Milias, the 200-run partnership, is up, and the Windward Islands obviously making a statement here in the very first match, and their very first match of the season, making a statement here against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Looking pretty well, looking pretty confident, and it is setting up nicely for an exquisite day 4 finish.
Yeah, definitely. The Windwards are in control. You know, a few chances created by the TNT Red Force, and I think they would be wooing these chances now that they didn't, you know, capitalize on it and have new batsmen at the crease. They would want to, at this point, try to ensure that they take every chance, every opportunity that comes their way. It's been a hard-fought day, you know, toiling out there in that hot sun. You would not want to be missing these chances as they did.
Well, I heard you folks talking about the cold weather that we've been experiencing in the last few days and whatnot. But the sun out here today, well, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, we've had some really good conditions for this game. The sun has been with us throughout. Just a little drizzle from a passing cloud earlier, but outside of that, we've had splendid conditions for cricket. I love to see the approach of Kavim Hodge. He doesn't look busy. He doesn't look bothered. You can see the temperament says, let's remain out here as long as possible. You know, have the fielders really work hard, and so with that, it would put a mental strain on the TNT camp fielders. They would want to get a breakthrough, and the breakthrough not coming, it could be very frustrating as the over comes to the end.
167 for Kimani Melia, 76 for Kavim Hodge, 271 for 1. It is maxing out to 30 degrees on this blistering Thursday. It can very well feel like 32 depending on your lack of shade, and no doubt without that shade out there in the outfield, the Trinidad and Tobago fielders are probably thinking it's way more than 32. But the actual current weather temperature, it's 30 degrees Celsius, feeling like 32 because of the no shade. But when it's blaring down on you consistently and constantly like that, it can feel like something way above that. Yannick Carrier continues to operate from the Dabo end. Kavim Hodge in search of a first-class century.
Yeah, Hodge is looking really, really good. Looking really good, really set. He looks set for another 100. I think he has about 3 first-class 100 so far. And so, he would be really happy to get number 4 in this game, and especially in a place where he has been for the longest while, the home of the Volcanoes. I can recall him being a part of the Spice T10 a few seasons back and doing very well. So, definitely he knows the condition out here. He knows how good it is for batting, and so he would want to really, really put in and put his head down and get that 100.
He's only 29, and He's going to be celebrating his birthday next month from the nature isle of Dominica. Kavim Hodge, Roseau, Dominica. Sorry? This month, yes, we're in February. Huh. January has been so long, I'm still thinking we're in January. About 64 days in January, if you're asking me. It has been so long, so it's he's going to be celebrating his birthday on the 21st of this month. A decent batting average, first-class batting average of just over 28 runs, a top score of 128 at the first-class level. So he can operate with the bat. He can operate with the ball as well. But now it's about batting for him, and he obviously is in search of another first-class century. He's got 3 already, and he's looking for century number 4. Good place to get it. And he will get 1 more. So he's moved up to 78.
Again, you look at the way Kavim is applying himself. You look at the way he's playing the ball on merit, and you can see that he's definitely, the plan is not to be too busy. Yeah, he's looking really, really patient. He's, just ensuring that he remains out there. And I think this just might be the message from the camp. Keep the Red Force out in the sun as much as possible. Get them drained, that they wouldn't be able to concentrate.
Well, the Red Force players are known to enjoy their cricket, so they're very good at enjoying themselves. And I think that makes the game a whole lot easier.
Again, Charles bowling in some really good areas. Not giving away much, but it is because of the skillfulness of the batting. I think this is where the runs are coming from. The batsmen, they have really played well. They played positively. They've ensured that their defense is intact. And so it says, if you need to get me, you need to bowl a really special delivery. Again, we see Milias bringing out the reverse sweep. So it's good to see that our cricketers are able to master, the reverse sweep. Years gone by or seasons gone by, you would not have seen much persons, attempting the reverse sweep. But the game has evolved so much that the reverse sweep almost a normal sweep, almost a normal part of the game.
And Hodge continues to add to his total. Just some slight encouragement there still coming in from Amir Django behind the stumps. Django he's been very vocal for this entire game, really urging his bowlers on and keeping them fired up and keeping them encouraged. And he has been pretty good. He batted well, obviously, in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Walcott obviously batted well for the Windwards, and so some good knocks coming in, and Robinson really missing out on 2 golden opportunities to get a big score, but he's all right. He's a tough guy. He's gonna come back, and he's gonna make the most of it. Yannick Carrier is up in this over again. Still giving the ball some flight and looking for the movement, just holding it back just a little bit now, about a foot or 2, holding it back instead of bringing it right up and giving the ball some more flight and dropping it just a little bit short, making the batsman kind of a little bit of confused whether to come forward or to go back. So the batsman has more to think about, and Yannick is obviously operating with some sort of a plan, and looking to drop the ball in 1 or 2 key areas outside the line of the right-hander. It might be slightly easier for him outside the line of the left-hander. There's a little bit of rough there, and he's probably going to exploit that if he does get the opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that Yannick Carrier is bowling a little bit straighter. The previous over he was a bit wider, but this time he's a little bit straighter too, Kavim Hodge, and he's flighting it a bit more, asking him to come forward to meet the delivery. With the sort of turn that he's getting, definitely if he misses or if he gets an edge, then the keeper is ready. Good delivery there again, and Milius equal to the task. I love to see the fact that he's not too busy. He's able to come forward and, you know, just take his time, make sure he plays the ball back down the track. Oh, that was the googly there. So Django is seem to be chiding Milius there. Well played, good again, good delivery by Yannick, setting him up, you know, pushing the leg spinner away from him, and then slipping in that googly. But Milius was equal to the task.
Milius doesn't seem to be too bothered. Doesn't seem to be too bothered at all with whatever is being thrown at him by Django. Django has a job to do and he's doing it, and Emilius is in that mode as well. So that's the end of the over. 276 for 1. Kimani Emilius on 168, and Kevin Hodge closer to his 4th first-class century. He's on 80, and he looks really ready and set for it. He's on strike, and he's going to face up against Brian Charles, who comes in from the River Road end.
And Brian Charles hitting some really good areas, you know, ensuring that Hodge plays at the deliveries, hoping that he would get an inside edge, maybe get one to balloon to the man there at silly mid-off. Forward short legs, rather.
That brings us to the end of the over. 276 for 1. A current strike rate of 3.5 runs per over, thereabout. And Hodge is walking off. He's out. He was out. So he actually probably played it on to the stumps. Oh, he was bowled by the googly. We missed that. We missed that totally.
So TNT finally getting the breakthrough. Kevin Hodge, who seems set for, as we look at the replay. Oh my goodness, look at that delivery turn. What a delivery. Very good delivery by Brian Charles. And we definitely missed that one there, as that ball spun back in instead of going away as we saw the other deliveries. That one spun back.
He actually cut him in half, really. He came out just into that area of uncertainty, and the bat was there was some distance between the bat and the pad, and it came back a long way, cut him in half, and just clipped the top of the middle and off. And so the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting the breakthrough that they've been desperately seeking. Kevin Hodge bowled Brian Charles for 80, and that brings to the crease the captain of the Windward Islands, Alec Athanaze. He had himself a really good knock in the first innings, and he would probably want to continue from that, because he, if anyone, knows too well the current situation here of the game and what is required. So Trinidad and Tobago getting their first breakthrough in a long time. Kevin Hodge for 80, and it brings Athanaze to the crease. Athanaze had, I think he made about 41 in the first innings, and he is on strike immediately. He's got questions to answer from Brian Charles, So Brian Charles again, after picking up his 100th first-class wicket in the previous innings, got the good wicket of Kavim Hodge. Hodge looked comfortable, and but he got one that spun a long way back, cut him in half, and just clipped the top of his off stump.
Yeah, so if anybody could have given them that breakthrough, it was Brian Charles, and he definitely gave them a very good wicket to have Kavim Hodge, who was looking so comfortable out there, well set on 80 back into the hut. Now this passage of play would be very important as we eye the tea time break. I think the TNT Red Force would want to assess this position from here and look to come out with a plan after the tea interval to make sure that they get the remaining wickets and put themselves in a position where the game doesn't go too far away from them.
Oh, at the end of the over, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 277 for 2. Kavim Hodge, he was the last man to go in this over just concluded, bowled by Brian Charles for 80 off a delivery that literally sliced him and clipping the top of his off stump. But the good news for the Windward Islands, the Volcanoes, is that Kimani Milias is still there on 168 off 216 deliveries. He seems set, looking for something really huge, but this might just be the motivation that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players needs in this blistering hot sun here at the Grenada National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. This is probably the motivation that they've been waiting on.
Yeah, so they would look to attack Athenaeus.
Are you surprised that Darren Bravo has not placed a little bit more pressure on Athenaeus, now coming to the crease just before tea, maybe bringing in another slip or two and putting some pressure on him and bring some more attack towards Athenaeus?
No, well, I think the feel that he has now, he's hoping that Yannick would be able to keep it tight at him. You have that man at forward short leg, Bravo at a shorter mid wicket, and that man just at the 45, just looking to capitalize on any edges or so that might come off the leg spin, because the ball would be turning back into Athenaeus unless it is a googly which goes the other way.
All right, well, we'll wait and see. For me, I think a new batsman comes to the crease at this stage of the game. You're looking to pick up wickets. I would tell Yannick, okay, thanks, take 5, rest for a little bit. But time to get the quickies on and put some pressure on the new batsman. Make him work for his pay here today. Because no matter what, TNT Red Force are in desperate search, desperate need of wickets.
Yeah, they would definitely need to get a few more wickets. We know how the game of cricket goes. Generally, when you get one breakthrough there's quite a few to follow. We've seen it in the first innings after they lost, the early wicket. They lost at least 2-3 in close proximity. So you never know. The pressure could bring another wicket.
Oh, well. That's the end of the Yannick Carrier over as we inch closer and closer to 3. A maiden over from Yannick, and he's bowled pretty well, as we said earlier on, nice and tight. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 315 for 9 in their previous over, racked up a lead of 74, and the Windward Islands eclipsed 64 of those runs yesterday evening just before the close of play, came back this morning and wiped out the remaining 10. Not too long after that, lost their first wicket, the wicket of Robinson, LBW to Pierre for 23. And after that, it was real steady stuff from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the last wicket going down just a few moments ago, Kavim Hodge bowled Charles for 80, and that brought Athenaeus to the crease, the Windward Islands skipper, Athenaeus to the crease. But in the meantime, he met Kimani Milius, his opening batsman, outside there, set on 168.
So Milius continuing to show his consistency, continuing to show that, he has the temperament to be out there, still in the hunt. So
just about 7 or 8 minutes before the tea time interval, so maybe Bravo is gonna stick with Yannick and Charles.
yeah, and that definitely you see the plan come into tuition. Look again, Brian Charles taking a piece from Yannick Carrier. You notice Milius coming a bit more forward in terms of trying to reach the deliveries. So he's giving it a little bit more loop. Definitely looking for something to happen.
And this one is down the leg side. Not sure if he got any bat onto it. The umpire signaled buys, so no bat onto it, but 4 buys. And the wicketkeeper not too tidy on that occasion. Obviously, the blazing hot sunshine and the 30 degrees not helping him. He's been outside there for a minute. And didn't pick up the line of that one going down the leg side. It may have just clipped the pad of the batsman on the way down, but it was always outside leg, so no real threat of an LBW shot there. It was always drifting down leg, but 4 runs nonetheless, 4 buys.
What I'm noticing is that, as we said earlier, and I think you mentioned it, if the bowler was to fly the ball a bit more, it certainly shows that it's gripping a bit more. Yeah, that one spun a very long way, and going past the edge and beating everyone. So Brian Charles slowing it up, and the one that bowled Kavim Hodge again, same trajectory. It was given a bit of flight and turning a long way back into Kavim Hodge and getting his wicket.
Well, the umpire has called tea. That's the tea time break on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 282 for 2. 80 overs have been bowled in this innings, and a lead of 210 runs. Alec Athenaeus, the captain for the Windward Islands, on 1 after 9 deliveries. He has just come to the crease, really. He has met Kimani Milius on 169, and he is there because Kavim Hodge was comprehensively beaten, sliced, diced, whipped and chipped with a delivery from Brian Charles, who just sliced him all over and then went through and clipped the middle and off stump, the top of middle and off, and that has brought the much needed breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago team, and as a result, the Windward Islands are 282 for 2 at the tea time interval. We take a short break, and then at the resumption, Junior Murray and John Ramsing will join us, and we will spend some time there discussing what we can do with John Ramsing, as he has 4 days off of cricket to ensure that he sees a whole lot more of the Spice Isle. Until then, we see you.
So welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium. We're getting ready to begin the final session on day number 3. We're in a very good position right now in terms of this match. The Windward Islands Volcanoes batting very good in their second innings. 282 for the loss of 2 wickets. 80 overs completed. It means now that the second new ball in this second innings is available to the TNT Red Force. In the second session earlier today, 30 overs were bowled, 108 runs came for the fall of just 1 wicket. Milius moved from a position of 101 at lunch, pushed on to 169, lost his partner, Hodge, who started at lunch on 46. Hodge went on to get 80 before he was bowled comprehensively by Brian Charles. Anthony, as the captain, has just gotten there just before tea. He's on 169 to Milius, and the lead so far 210. Junior Murray alongside me. Junior, 210 runs, new ball due. Final session of day number 3, all to play for in this final afternoon session.
So far the game is shaping up very nicely. I think it's up to the Volcanoes batsmen now to batter the rest of the day, so they can put a respectable score on the board over 300, and they can attack the Red Force players tomorrow with a new ball due this afternoon. I think the captain will take it immediately as is due, as we saw yesterday, and some wickets fell. So I hope that the Volcano batters can keep the concentration going, keep the focus on, and in the meantime, you need to rotate the strike, get some runs on the board so that by this afternoon, at least you can be at least close to 300 runs.
We see the 2 spinners getting wickets in this second innings. Carrier got the early wicket of Jelani Robinson early this morning, and then Brian Charles getting Kavim Hodge this afternoon. Not much assistance for the fast bowlers, as we can expect the pitch flatten out nicely now.
Nothing happened for the fast bowlers out there, so it's a very flat pitch. The spinners came into their own, Kavim Hodge got a great ball by Brian Charles, went through the gate, got bowled.
Correct, to start things off in the final session of day number 3, and immediately Milius gets a single. Now on to 170. Very pugnacious knock from the little St. Lucian.
Very impressive, very impressive. I think he's doing pretty well. A former West Indies under 19 captain. He has all the experience under his belt, and he's really enjoying his battle over there today. Grab the opportunity with both hands.
Anthony is now the current captain. He's on 1. Also a former West Indies under 19 player. Bright future ahead of these 2 young men.
Yeah, it's very, very bright future. A bit of maroon experience out there when you're there on the 19 level, but it's still a maroon. You got to start somewhere, and Captain Alize will be looking for a good knock here this afternoon.
So the new ball not taken. It's Carrier who continues with the old ball. Not sure for how long. We had a little bit of a drizzle in the second session, but did not stop play at all. That dark cloud has since disappeared. Nice weather here now at the National Stadium once again.
Very cool conditions, nice conditions for batting and for bowling. I think Captain Bravo may have different ideas, with a well-set Milius. He's probably thinking about the new ball, because they can be traveling a bit quickly on this, so he don't really want the Volcano guys to be scoring too quickly.
The first session, 34 overs were sent down, 30 in the second session, meaning the last session, 26 overs available, or 5 p.m., whichever comes second, we'll have to look at. This is just the first over of the final session on day 3.
They should get in the 26 overs. I think the spinners are bowling overs very quickly. Yeah, they're doing a good job at the moment. Hitting the areas nicely. The batters are very watchful, rotating the strike nicely. And looking pretty organized there.
Got away nicely by Milius. Could get a single, just a single. Terence Hines sweeping on the offside.
Short white ball outside the off stump. Millions. Well set by the went back. Cut him deep point of the boundary for a single.
Single dot, single dot, single in the over so far. So,
Nice rotation of strike.
yeah. Right hand, left hand combination at the crease.
Have the ball at the various lengths and the different lines.
Finishes with a dot ball. 3 runs to start the first over after tea. The Volcanoes progressing nicely. 285 for loss of 2. But a question they have to ask themselves, Junior, how long will they want to bat for? How much runs will they be looking to say that they're comfortable with to give the Red Force a target?
Very, very, very important questions to be answered. I think they need to 300 plus, even 350 is a very flat pitch, there. And the time of the declaration will be also very, very important. I hope that they can, get it right. I think to see them trying to push along a bit, rotate the strike a bit more, get to ones there and twos there. So by the time they close the play, they should be close to 300.
112 runs came in the first session, 108 in the second session, so they're averaging just over 100 runs per session. This one almost dragged on to the leg stump. Good feeling by the fielders. Leg slip. So a leg slip now, and Jason Mohammed being employed by Bravo, as Charles coming from the far end, bowling to the right-handed batter.
I think there's an extra bounce and thunder. I can see the field has been changed.
Do you remember lots of turn was responsible for getting the wicket of Kavim Hodge?
So I think the Captain Bravo was exploiting that extra turn, putting a bit of extra pressure on Milius there, have him thinking a bit more.
Still 2 deep fielders. Well, 3 now. There's a long on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square on the onside to go with short mid wicket and a fine leg. So 5 fielders on the onside. This one goes down towards third man.
I think the captain is attacking slightly and still on the defense. He still wanted the Volcano batters to get away this afternoon. So he's hoping for a wicket. Probably they try to go over the top, and he still have the close-in fielders. So he gave himself 2 choices.
Big appeal for leg before sweeping. Umpire Brathwaite says not out. Once again, we see Milius looking to reverse sweep.
Very close call there. I think he's confident, and he believing in himself a bit, and he think that he can, he's seen the ball as big as a bird foot, so he just enjoyed himself, but he's still got to be careful. Very close to double 100, so you can still do some rotation.
Down the track, the flight to delivery.
Well, good to see him using his feet. It's always good to see a batter use his feet. As we say, with chip and drive. We don't really see it often these days.
Second over after tea completed. 289 now for the loss of 2. And bringing you an update to what's happening in Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground. Guyana Harpy Eagles bowled out for 371 in their first innings. Machu Nandu getting to 126 before he nicked behind. So 371 the Harpy Eagles, and in reply so far, the Barbados Pride 16 without loss in their first innings very early in their innings.
Good 100 there by the debutant. Good 100 there, good 100 by the younger players to start off the season. So they're putting up their hands. Have the selectors thinking.
Right to continue. So to get to that 300-run lead that we're looking at, they must continue at the same scoring rate per session, just over 100 runs, and they'll get there quite comfortably.
They need to do that. They need to keep that rotation going. Don't get too bogged down. Keep your heads on the shoulder.
pulled away, but straight into the fielder. That's silly mid-on. And no wonder they call that position silly mid-on.
Very, very silly position, and I hope that he's fine. That was in my playing time. That was Clayton Lambert's position. He wrote his name right over that position, and he used to be, coming into the battle instead of running away. Wherever you are at the moment, Clayton Lambert.
Lambie is actually living in the United States now, Atlanta.
Yeah, I met him a few years ago. I used to play a bit of cricket in Atlanta. Yeah, so I met him a few years ago, and he's doing pretty fine, doing some coaching and enjoying his cricket still.
One of the many players from Berbice in Ghana that will be honored this year by the Berbice Cricket Board.
Clayton Lambert? Well, that's lovely. And I find it took a bit too long to recognize Clayton Lambert, but at least not happened before its time, and it's really good to hear that.
Curry now into his 13th over. Doesn't look that threatening to me, does he?
He looks very ordinary. He's not much bounce, not much spin. He's probably just a bit on the line, but we need to see a bit more spin and bounce. As a leg spinner, I think you should be getting more to this pitch, using your fingers and spinning the ball a bit more.
End of the over nonetheless. 2-8-9 for the loss of 2 wickets. A maiden over from Carrier.
Well bowled by Carrier. I need to see him get a bit more bounce and turn. Well played by the Volcano batters. They're doing a fantastic job at the moment and seem to be really enjoying the batting. The captain is out there with Milius, who is on 175 not out and going from strength to strength.
Charles to continue. There's a dark cloud just blocking the sun from shining through onto the outfield, but it's not overhead, which is very good.
Just like a shade for the players.
Just a little bit of shade, yes. Extra bounce from Charles. So he's getting the extra bounce from the River Road end.
Yeah, extra bounce. If you look at his action, he's coming from high also. So I think he should be getting some extra bounce. Well played by Milius.
Rotation in the strike again.
Very important to get to that 300 plus runs.
So the other match on today, 260 Jamaica Scorpions will be looking to overhaul, because that's what the Hurricanes made when they batted, 260 in their first innings. And the Jamaica Scorpions now 99 for 3. And of the 99 runs on the board, Leroy Logg, the opener, has 75.
Wow. Seems to be a very attacking batter. That's a new name. I haven't really heard that name.
Played on the 19s in 2014, and then since then in and out of the Jamaica setup, but is quite a hard-hitting opening batsman.
Like the youngsters are really enjoying the first round of the championship here.
Yeah, not an opener getting some runs.
Good for West Indies cricket.
You mentioned the name Clayton Lambert earlier. Leroy Lugg is much in the mold like a Clayton Lambert. Philo Wallace likes to give the ball a good bash.
He's in good company. Philo Wallace and Clayton Lambert, two of the most dangerous opening batters around.
Over completed again, 291 now for the loss of 2 wickets.
I'm going to see Carrier continue again. Batters got very, very, very watchful, have the discussion there in the middle, setting out the plans. The skipper is there with Milius and should be talking about a bit of rotation, pushing the ball between the gaps, ones and twos. Let's see if we can get to that total. batter this hour, and then we can probably push on. They can push on for the last hour of the day.
Billy is 24 runs away from what would be a very good double hundred. If he gets there, I think he will open up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that after that milestone is achieved, they may want to go for quick runs.
Very important. I think that he will need it also, and the team will need it. So I think it should be a very good idea.
Caught in a tangle, ball ballooned in the air but not carrying to hand. We will never know if bat was involved because no run was taken.
I can see captain there is big sweep down the leg side, trying to get his scoreboard ticking along.
On the length of the leg stump, swept away, beats the fielder at a short backward square position and goes into the boundary now. Missed out on the previous ball. This time got good connection and gets the boundary that he's looking for. Total getting closer to 300 now. It's now 295 for 2.
Well played again by the captain there. He's one of his favorite shots. He loves the sweep shot, and very confident with it. He also plays the reverse sweep shot also. So it's getting into his craft now. And I can see him there jumping along in the crease and full of confidence, and I hope that he can stay there at least for the rest of the day.
One of the players like that, you tend to call him a 360 player. Plays all round.
All around, he's 360.
So both of these batters now opting not to use any headwear.
And flat pitch, spin bowling, nothing to worry about. Full of confidence over there.
No headwear. It's not the same as batting headless.
It's not the same at all.
Both have their head on their shoulders, I can tell you that, in terms of playing this lovely game of cricket. They know what their goals are and how they can achieve them.
This is a real cricket here now. This is a longer version. You need to have your head on your shoulder.
Single to end the over. So 4 and a single and carriers over. So the total getting close to 300. 296 now. The lead 224.
Well done again by the batters. I know Kaya keeping it nice and tight. The batters are very, very watchful. Enjoying the batting out there, and you can see them having a lot of discussion out there. I love to see that, the discussion, which is very important. To keep them in the frame of mind that they need to be in.
We mentioned Leroy Logg, 75. Scored a single after that to get to the 100 and then went down injured. Seems as if it's hamstring.
Wow, I wonder if it's hot out there also. Probably hot condition.
Could very well be.
Yeah.
It's never nice to see when a player is injured on the cricket field.
Not nice at all. I know what to. Seemed like the ambulance or something is coming on the field, so it seemed to be something very serious. He needs some medical attention out there.
Yeah, he's a big guy, so I'm not sure the stretcher would have been the best thing for him.
So they sent out a vehicle, a Noah. Wow.
Charles to continue. This time he's bowling to the left-handed Atenaeus. One slip in play. Steady mid-on. Short mid-wicket. Mid-on. Extra cover. Some close-in fielders. Bravo. Getting excited. Very animated player, Bravo.
I think he's trying to get about a bit confused, or he's just enjoying his game, or they're having fun. But I know he's serious about what he's doing out there, and telling the fielder at 4 short leg to come a bit more to his right.
Likes to get into your head, Bravo.
And that's what the game is about. You got to be strong up there. remember my playing days as a wicketkeeper. I love to get in the batter's head. I'll tell him all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. It is a mental game.
You have to be mentally strong.
I remember another wicketkeeper batsman from the West Indies. You actually replaced him, Jeffrey Dujon. Dujon was telling me in an interview that it's more mental, the game of cricket. 95% of cricket is played above your shoulder. You need to think about what you're doing out there. You may be physically fit and equipped to deal with the game, but how you handle it, it's mental.
I have to put out 100%. Without mental strength, I don't think you can be over there 5 days, 4 days, batting for a whole day. You got to be mentally strong.
And then sometimes away from your family and away from your comfort of home.
Living in a suitcase.
Yeah.
It could be a bit disturbing sometimes. As you can see, Bravo is on the field, really enjoying it. So try to boost up his players. I think the Red Force players seem to be very flat over there.
Yeah.
He's trying to get them up and about.
Driven, almost getting past the field at cover.
Well played again by Captain Athenes. Looked pretty good, pretty organized. He's in a serious vein of form at the moment. So with a lot of belief, with him, with that kind of confidence, and Melius on a total of 176, I think we're in for some fun here today, even tomorrow.
So Bravo persevering with the spin of Carrier from the top end. Charles just completed another over.
I guess he's not thinking about a new ball at all.
It doesn't seem that way. This is now 86 overs gone with this ball. Maybe looking at what Uthman Mohammed was able to give him so far in this match, not much. And Terence Hines didn't look the part in the second innings as well. So trying to make the old ball pick up the wickets for him.
Yeah, I think he's a bit concerned with it. These two batters there look very set with the new ball on the flat pitch. He could be traveling to the boundary on a very regular basis. So he's trying to contain the runs and keep the pressure on the Volcano batters.
And there's a next twist to that. If the longer you can keep the Volcanoes quiet, they will not be able to add to that lead that they have already. And then they will have to take more time to set a target, and the game can very well pit out into a tame draw.
So as you can see, that Bravo is thinking.
Yes.
He's using all his experience out there to see how we can contain the batters out there and prevent his team from a defeat.
In the air. We'll have to await the signal of umpire Duguid. None coming, so it means his bat was involved on that occasion. It's a little bit of sharp turn as well. You've seen it from Yannick Karaya.
Well bowled, at least. I'm looking for more of those deliveries, I think. Left hand bounce and turn on a third pitch. By now you should be able to use your fingers and set the field properly and attack a batsman.
Yeah.
But at the moment it just a walk in the park for the batters. It seemed too easy out there.
Flighted, not timing the drive, got the inner part of the bat, just closing the face, went down to mid wicket. But Milias, this is really a good knock from Kimani Milias.
Really a good knock. I've been seen him around for a while, but I think it's the best I've seen, the longest I've seen him bat.
Drives hard into the ground again.
I think the captain should have a little talk with him there. He look a bit loose here. Should have a little chat with him now and see if he can calm him down a bit.
Just guiding this one past the fielder at slip. The fielder had backward point as well. in that gap for an easy single to third man. What Milius we saw earlier in his innings, we saw him maybe losing his concentration a little bit, getting a bit tired. Had something to drink, and he settled down again. So maybe you need to keep chatting with him, just staying in his head to stay focused.
Yeah, I think that's a very good idea. I think the captain should keep him on the straight and narrow, keep him organized, don't let him lose his shape.
Over completed, just 3 singles in that over. 299 for the loss of 227 the lead.
I think the batters are they're hanging in there. I think they tend to be like a loose here and there, but I think they need to have a discussion again and see if they can correct their mistakes and organize themselves and hope that the players hope that they themselves can get where they want to be by the end of the day.
Look at the body language of the Red Force players, however. They need a motivator.
The captain was trying to do that a while ago, but I think they look very flat over there. The captain Django is very quiet. Sorry, we could keep a Django, sorry.
Yeah.
And he seems to be the live wire on the team. Him being quiet out there tells a very sad story. Earlier on set with Jason, we were talking a bit about fast bowlers in Trinidad and Tobago. We can't forget the likes of Anthony Gray.
Yes.
Former West Indies fast bowler, I think.
T. Gray, yes.
Yeah, T. Gray, wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago, hello and hi, and he used to be my coach at Presal, my playing days.
Nice use of the feet again from Milius on this occasion.
I think that's a really good sign for Miller this afternoon since his innings started. I think he's using his feet to the spin. I think it's very good to see. It's not something often we see in the Caribbean these days with batters, so it's a good sign.
300 on the board for the Volcanoes in their second innings, which is a very good position for them to be in. 227 the lead. They got 243 in their first innings. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force replied with 315. Now they're looking very good.
Very well by the Volcanoes. 300 mark, is always a milestone. That's a bit of bonus points there. Batting points?
Not in the second innings.
Not in the second innings, okay.
Yeah.
All right, just checking out there.
But it is a mental plus to get a second innings total like they're having at the moment. Sets them up nicely for the rest of the tournament.
I think so. I think the batters will be very, very confident, going into the next game. But they got to get a job done here first, and then we can discuss whatever will take place in the second game, second round.
Extra turn, cut away with the turn. But can't be defeated at backward point. Over completed. So 300 on the board. And the scoring rate is a very healthy one, 3.41. Not bad at all going for the Volcanoes in their second innings.
Very healthy scoring rate. The rotation of a strike is good, and you can see the batting with a plan. As I said before, I love the discussion out there. You can see the captain there talking to Milius, and they're enjoying their batting. I think Red Force will be have different ideas, and I hope that Captain Bravo have his thinking cap on, because I think he should be looking at the way things looking out, maybe out there for the whole day.
Last year against the TNT Red Force won by an innings and 43 runs. Career to continue. There's a appeal for a caught at the bad part on the onside. Not to say umpire Duguid. Red Force 326 last year in their first innings. And the Volcanoes 97, asked to bat a second time, following on, got 186. This time around, lots of runs here in Grenada. That ball clearly coming off the pad.
Off the pad, you can see that, yeah.
Sharp turn again. This time the Googly come back sharply into Milius. And while Carrier was getting excited, that ball was clearly heading down the leg.
Well, ball again by Carrier. I love what I'm seeing, like his fingers, seem to be getting warm now. That's one, I can see that ball is clearly going on the leg side. The Google is way down the leg side.
Yeah, and Carrier now into his 16th over.
He's into his bowling now.
Your spinners tend to bowl with a rhythm, so maybe he's now getting into that rhythm.
I hope it's not too late for the Red Force, but so far he look pretty dangerous at the moment.
You said too late shall be the cry.
Too late.
Oh, this time he's down the track, and the outside edge found. He's going to run close to third man boundary, but he and Webster jogs and collects. 2 more to Milius. So yes, now Carrier perhaps posing a threat, because although Milius went down the track to negate the spin, still the outside edge was found.
Yeah, I can see it. At least Carrier, his fingers seem to be very warm now, and you can see the bounce and turn out there. And you can see Milius, he was trying to use his feet, and just getting outside edge. But I think the running between the wickets, I think that should be 3 runs. I think they look very casual there, so they need to push on a bit.
Oh, almost chopped on. There he was looking to go through the covers and dragged it back on, just beating the wicketkeeper the first step, giving chase. 2 more nonetheless, but Yannick Carrier posing a problem right now.
He is posing a problem. Milius is living very dangerously at the moment. I think the captain needs to go down to the wicket and have a chat with him. I like what I'm seeing the captain is going to have a talk with him. He needs to tighten up here now. He look very, very, very loose out there now at the moment, and can't afford to give it away now at this moment. He's been batting too good for that, and I hope that what the captain has just told him that he will put it into action.
30 minutes after tea, 30 minutes into the final session of day number 3. Seeing lots of action, but no wickets so far for the Red Force. Some runs. The session started in 282 for 2. 22 runs added in the first 30 minutes. Here's Yannick Carrier again. This time much more watchful in the approved fashion, and he gets a nod from Junior.
Yeah, I think he's listened to his captain. He looks a bit more organized there. You need to tighten up, You get an opportunity to bat and bat long and get close to a double 100. You can't afford to give it away at this moment.
17 runs away from that double 100. That's a good googly again to end the over. So a testing over coming to an end from Yannick Carrier. 8 and 9 gone in the Volcanoes' second innings. 304 for 2. Milius still there on 183. Anthony is on 9.
Very testing over there by Carrier. You see him there looking at his fingers and all that. You can see the fingers that look pretty warm, and the ball is coming out nicely. You can see him getting some bounce and turn, and have Milius there thinking a bit, playing some loose shots, but Milius is still there, and hope that he can get to that double figure, that milestone, that double 100, which will be very, very, very good for the youngster. We can see Bravo there looking to see if he has something in his pocket. He's so lucky to be out there. As you're saying, he button the lime in his pocket. So whatever he does out there, he can't go wrong. It's his day.
Yeah, in Guyana we ask if you're batting with garlic. Anthony is watchful to Charles.
Very organized, look pretty well, nicely forward there.
Looks good. It's the 90th over of this innings.
And day is coming to an end.
Yep. So Anthony is the captain, just more watchful. Has been a good partner so far to the Milius. Partnership of 28, so it's growing. but not at a rate that we saw earlier with Hodge when he was at a crease with Milius.
Yeah, the captain is very, very watchful. No, he might be thinking about, tomorrow, batting of the day and not giving up his wicket. And know he love his batting. He's full of confidence now, and he want to get put a score on the board. So he's very, very watchful at the moment.
Just picking up the singles. Handing a strike back to Milius.
Millers, they're looking very organized. No, let's hope that he had a few bad shots in the previous over, so hope that he can pull himself together again. Captain putting a bit of pressure on him, but he's still there.
Down the track.
Well played again, using his feet nicely. Turn it on to the onside. I love to see a batter use his feet.
He will keep the strike at the start of the new over. Just 2 singles in that over. 90 gone. It's now 306 for 2.
Well done by the Windward batters. I hope they can continue in that same vein. With some pressure. Need to batter the next whatever time of the day, and hope that they can get on to at least probably 260, 270 by the end of the day's play. See you back in a while, John.
Yes,
I'll turn you over to Mr. Vander.
So we've lost the sunshine momentarily, just because a dark cloud has just gone to block the sun from shining through. But nothing overhead. Nice blue skies we can see. It's very visible. Welcome back the man with 2 first names and 3 last names, if you want to call it that. Rondell Clyde John.
Yeah.
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad at all. Just looking at what's happening.
And I'm saying sir because you're also a school teacher on the island here in Grenada.
Yes, I am.
In St. David, I was told.
Yes.
I'm learning, So here is Yannick Araya again, beats the bat of the probing Kimani Milius, even well set on 84, can still be beaten. That was well bowled.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. I mean, you actually see the flight of the delivery, pitching on or outside your off stump and leaving him, as it touched down, it spun.
So now coming into his own, Yannick Araya. Looking a much different bowler now.
Yeah, he looks to be a bit more confident, ready to get these wickets.
Nice flight. Beats the outside edge again. Amir Django does not feel cleanly, so even the keeper is being beaten now. And he's now into good rhythm, Yannick Araya.
Yeah, touching down on some really, really good length. I think the length is what is most important there. You have Milia stretching out, trying to get close to it.
Let's see. Goes in again. Standing tall and defending. Not too bad again.
Yeah, I think Milius is really cautious of the googly. So he doesn't want to commit, but eventually he's looking to, make sure that he's on the front foot, whether it's the googly or the leg spinner.
The googly again. The extra spin goes down the leg side. So not afraid to use the googly at all, Yannick Araya.
Yeah, it's a good ploy at this time, have the batsman thinking, have him wondering, which one will it be. Milius has been there batting since yesterday, so you want to test to see how well he can concentrate on the deliveries.
Oh, again. But stretching long forward to negate the spin. So this is a test of character, a test of his ability as well to concentrate. Kimani Milius, 21 years of age from St. Lucia.
And so far, he's doing a good job of, ensuring that he's on the front foot and looking to play, outside the line of the stump.
Drives this time to very full delivery down towards cover for a single. I will keep the strike at the start of the next over. He goes up to 185, 307, and the lead 235.
Yeah, not too bad at all from the Volcanoes. They would obviously want to make sure that they get as close to the end of the day's play, maybe with this spare, not lose any further wickets, and maybe add a little 30-40 runs, and they can consider this a very good day for them. As we keep asking, the question would be, when will the declaration come? Will they declare what would be the perspective in terms of setting up a final day? What could be a victory for them? A lot would depend on how long they bat and how quickly they get the runs that they would set the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, time is going to be very important. Remember, tomorrow is the fourth and final day. This is the third and final session of day number 3. So it's all to play for this evening, which will set up tomorrow nicely. Some discussions going on. Bravo, the captain. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite there as well. So he is 15 runs away from a double century. Milius is on strike. Reverse sweeping, good connection. That's going to run down towards the boundary. 4 runs. Tired legs of Solozano cannot catch that one. It was well hit. Deserved 4 runs.
Yeah, again, good shot. Good choice of shot, The offside is vacant and only 3 men on the offside. Using the reverse sweep to full effect. Getting it into the gap. Good connection. Good speed across the outfield. And 4 more runs, drawing him closer.
Good comeback. Nice tight delivery. Coming round the wicket, Brian Charles. Lockhart Sebastian from Dominica has a highest score for the Volcanoes, for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Were not Volcanoes then, but 219 he scored. That is his highest score. Junior Murray, our commentator colleague today, 218, his highest score. Devon Smith, 212, his highest score. 3 players that represented the Windward Islands have double centuries. Milius is on the verge of being the 4th and the first St. Lucian to do so.
Yeah, that would be a really good feat for him to achieve. Once he gets there, he joins an elite club, and then as you would look, I think it's only Sebastian that did not represent the West Indies at the highest level. So, he would join a very, very elite club of players. The 200 club for the Volcanoes or the Windwards is something good to be, a part of.
Charles continues to nag away, but not getting any wickets since he got the wicket of Kavim Hodge. Hodge was comprehensively bowled.
John, what I would really, the stats I would really love to see is the pacing at which the hundreds were scored.
Easy single taken down towards long off, and he will keep the strike. The captain of the Volcanoes, Atenes, he's up to 11, 313 now for the loss of 2 wickets, and the lead is extending to 240. How long will they go on for? That will be the big question. Jason's going to come a call in, enjoying his tea, no doubt. So while Captain Athenaeus have a drinks break as well, and no doubt a message coming out from the management of the Volcanoes side. Shirley Clark, head coach. Also have Eugene John with him. Russell Sissing. Liam Sebastian, whose dad made that double century. So lots of think tank, lots of person in that think tank there for the Volcanoes. So
Yeah, really good looking scorecard. I think it's about strategy now from here on in. The team with the best strategy and being able to execute their strategy, I think that would determine how the day ends tomorrow, which is the final day.
some nice inspirational music in the background as well, and that should really inspire not only the home side but TNT Red Force can appreciate some of that music and look to draw some inspiration. So a little bit hold up and play, a little bit of discussion going on. We'll take the opportunity to bring in Jason Skeet. No doubt, want to really create a good impression. He says whenever he goes in the hot seat, he picks up a wicket, I'm not sure if he's ready for that wicket again. Meanwhile, 313 on the board, 241 the lead. Let's see how Carrier will bowl to the left-handed Athenaeus. Down the leg side, swept away, runs for the Volcanoes. The captain will get a boundary. He goes up to 15. So the runs continue to come here. Not necessarily the fastest rate. We saw a good scoring rate in the second session, but they won't mind how the boundaries come.
Yeah, good shot on the line of the leg stump and not really threatening the wicket, going away from the left hander, and he just had to help it around the corner and get 4. So Athens is not afraid to pull out the sweep. If one would look at the bit of rough outside the off stump of the left hander, if I'm Carrier, I would want to go around the wicket.
Nice flighted delivery. A good use of the feet again from Athenaeus. You can see that he does some dancing and he's taking a look into the book of Milius. Milius has been using his feet nicely as well.
Yes, he has. So they're not afraid to use their feet, get close to the ball, and they have the level of control that is needed to play the ball where they want.
Control he's going to need, and he's going to need a lot of it because he's under a lot of pressure now. He's forward nicely and looking to join that elite club, as you would have mentioned, of the Windward Islands superstars, joining the 200 club, 200 plus club. I think he's well poised to get that 200 and a whole lot more here this afternoon.
Yeah, he just needs to concentrate and get a further 10 runs to be a part of the 200 club for the Windwards. Milestone that any young batsman, at his age would really, really appreciate. So a good bit of flight there from Carrier, just have Milius thinking, and he doesn't want to play a rash shot now, but he's been drawn, forward. Carrier seemed to always be pulling him towards the delivery. This one a lot faster through the air, spinning quickly away from him.
So after that's the end of the over. 318 for 2. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in a commanding position here in St. George's. Kimani Milias, all eyes are on him right around the Caribbean now. A lot of folks paying attention to our commentary now because he's on 190. And Hodge, pretty much unlucky there, getting one that turned back sharply into him, and he had to go for 80, but the Windwards won't be too bothered with that. Their captain, Athenaeus, is there on 16, and still a whole lot more batting to come. And whether or not they will use up all that batting, well, that's a whole different story. They continue to keep the strike rate up just over 3, just under 3.5, and they lead by 246. Looking for, I'm quite sure, a lead of about 300 early, and give the Trinidadians something to tempt them, whether to go or whether to stay. A little bit of a indecisiveness they're probably trying to induce into the red force.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the game, huh? You can dangle a carrot and see, whether the rabbit would come out and get it.
Well, sometimes the rabbits gets lucky.
Yeah, definitely they do. Sometimes they get lucky, and sometimes the hunter gets lucky.
It's shaping up to be a nice final day. Good shot there by Athenaeus off the bowling of Brian Charles. He played it nicely, elegantly, just beating that looks like a Bravo at mid-off, a very short mid-off, beating Bravo right there and just picking up the single. And Kimani Milius comes into the picture.
Well played, very smart cricket there from Milius, and looking at the field and just, playing that one with really soft hands and getting it away from Bravo, who is at short mid-wicket, and jogging through for an easy single. So he draws closer 9 away from the 200, and I think, Jason, as you mentioned, everyone would be, glued to the screen looking to see if a young man whose highest score was 51.
There's a loud appeal there, more of an enthusiastic appeal, more than anything else, coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, so moving from 51, you pass 150 and eyeing 200.
It was always going down leg. I think it dropped middle and leg and was always going down leg, so Athenaeus wasn't even bothered really. So that brings up the end of the over, and the Volcanoes lead is 248, 320 for 2, and a nice day for cricket. It has shaped up to be from since the get-go this morning, and our afternoon session. The morning session obviously was won by the Volcanoes, and they commanded the afternoon session as well, and both sessions in the afternoon really commanded by the Volcanoes. So pretty much a good day for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. What they will do with it and how it's going to shape up, well, that's a whole different story. But either way, it's going to turn out to be a nail biter as we go into day 4. Yannick Carrier is going to be operating again from the Darbo end, and he's been getting some grip and some turn, and he's been flighting the ball a whole lot more and bringing some excitement into the field of play today, because the batsmen are searching and looking and hoping, and he has been gripping and turning. Let's see if it will continue.
Yeah, that one a little bit faster. Easy pickings for Milius, just on the back foot and punching it to mid-on. Again, you see, the faster one, it's easier for Milius to play, whereas earlier when he flighted the ball, Milius was tempted to play differently. So Carrier needs to continue flighting and hope that he induces a false shot.
Well, I looked at Milius just running down the wicket after picking up that single, and he looks a little bit jaded, and understandably so. But it's always encouraging when runs comes off the bat, and Athenaeus, of course, would know about that. He just got a thick outside edge going through second and third slip, what would have been second or third slip, for a comfortable 2. And he's trying to give Milius a rest, but running behind the wickets, don't think it's helping him too much, but comes with the job. It's the nature of the job, really.
Yeah, definitely. In order to get the runs, you have to run the runs.
Well, that's why they're called runs. This time he's pushing, he's jogging. They thought about 2 earlier up in the run, but eventually decided just for the one.
Yeah, so Milius is back on strike. He's 8 away from the 200. What would Carrier do? What would be his length that we're looking to see? Will he look to draw him forward? Will he slip in the googly I do believe Carrier would not want him to get to that 200 mark.
You can see that the shadows from the River Road end are making its way up to the middle of the field. It happens because of the size of those stands. The shadows are very huge.
Bringing Milius forward his career. It's looking to get him.
I'm trying to make sure I want to get the proper pronunciation of his name, so I have to go back to John Ramsing. It's Karaya, and it's Yannick Karaya. Huh? I got to get the proper pronunciation of his name. I do understand how it feels when your name is improperly pronounced. Milius is on 192 at the end of the over, and his skipper is there with him on 20, Alec Athens. I'm quite sure that after Milius gets his double 100, Athens will no doubt start to go more on the attack, and well, we might just see a flurry of runs in the latter part of the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. At some stage you would expect that they would up the scoring rate a bit. They have a lead of 252. Yeah, so it means that with the remaining overs this afternoon, you can get in excess of 250, 270 maybe, 280, or even close to 300. Will it be enough? This is the question. Will TNT think that they can get these runs?
Well, the Windward Islands have a lot of batting in their armory, and the Red Force, they too come with some firepower. So nothing really. No unfair advantage there for anyone, really. They both have some serious firepower.
And this is what is so interesting about the position of the game now. It's setting up to be something of a showdown.
So in the other game being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium between Guyana and Barbados. Remember, Guyana is due to play the Windward Islands next week, so no doubt the coaching staff of the Windward Islands are going to be paying attention to what's happening in the Guyana match. Guyana playing well and knocking up 371. And a good century by Nandu. He knocked up 126, and Barbados in reply of 54 without loss after 17 overs. So another good game shaping up there. Barbados just needs to hold on to their own. They're the defending champions, so they've been down this road before. They're not easily rattled. So they too will understand what's at stake. Reverse sweep. It looks dangerous. It looks dangerous. It looks dangerous. He's gone. The umpire has raised his finger, and that delivery was straight on, and Kimani Milius looking for the reverse sweep, and he failed in his attempt, and he is out for 192. A very good knock from Kimani Milius. He's been adjudged a leg before to Charles, looking for the reverse sweep, but the ball was straight on.
Yeah, that on pitch on the line of the stump coming back
into him
and hitting him plumb in front there. Definitely a very easy decision for the umpire. No doubts in his mind that he's out. Missed it. He previously hung on to quite a few of the reverse sweeps that he did, but unfortunately this time he completely missed it, and he ended right in front of the wicket. Trapped LBW.
I think he knew it from the minute time he missed it. He knew it. You looked at his body language, and he stood up there just waiting for the umpire to just show him that lethal and dreaded finger. Should have come forward, I think, a little bit on the front foot and just played it into the onside. But in in his own mind, he thought that maybe the ball was drifting towards the off stump, but it straightened on him. And looking for the reverse sweep, he got nothing other than the ball wrapping him on his pad directly in front of his middle stump. And an easy decision for the umpires. Very easy decision for the umpires. So Kimani Milius, after a fighting knock, good knock, gone for 192 drinks on the field, and I'm quite sure that Yannick Carrier is eyeing his options now with this ball, because he is telling himself he's probably getting some bounce and turn, who's going to come in next. And Athenes, on the other hand, thinking about what's to come next. I'm not quite sure who the Windwards would call upon. They've got Sunil Ambrose, and Sunil Ambrose is coming out. Yes, he's coming out. And they've also got the hard-hitting firepower of Tevin Walcott. So that's some options there. Those are some options there for Alec Athenes. But no doubt they will try very much to push the score on. The Windward Islands dressing room looks pretty comfortable, pretty relaxed. They're in a commanding position. Much will depend on when they get out into the field, when the Red Force decides to take to the crease. But that's the situation there. Over in Barbados, we just saw the fall of the wicket. Barbados losing their first wicket. And they're also abreast with what was happening. Kimani Milius being judged LBW, and he's been congratulated by all his teammates and everybody else. And Barbados still on 58 without loss, in reply to Guyana's 371. A nice total there by the folks from the Amazon, 371. Good total there from Guyana. And Chandapal not getting much of the runs in, but Nandu with a big 100 there, 126 for Guyana. Zachary McCarthy on 23 and Shane Mosley on 34 for the Barbados Pride. And here in St. George's, Grenada, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 325 for 3 after 95.5 overs. And a decent lead, nice comfortable lead for the Windward Islands, just over 200. And I'm quite sure that a lead of 300 is somewhere within the minds of Alec Athenes.
Yeah, definitely a lead of 300 will be in their minds. Ambrose is the batsman coming out, and so we know that he will hit the ball once it's in the area. He will not always push and prod, but he would always be in a positive frame of mind, looking to take over the scoreboard and make sure that his team gets into a much better position if they are going to declare anytime soon, or maybe dangle that carrot, as we've been saying, that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would want to go after.
Ambrose was caught of the bowling of Hines for 55 in the first innings, so he already got a half century. So he's going to go after it. I suppose he's going to strike the ball. He's a clean striker of the ball. Once he gets his eyes in, which doesn't take him too long, he's a very clean and neat striker of the ball. So he too can put some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But a lot has changed since, and the complexion of the game now. After this over, will Darren Bravo decide to take the new ball? Because the new ball is available to him. He might just decide to take the new ball. Just one ball remaining in the over. So anything is possible.
Yeah, definitely. Having a new batsman at the crease, he may just decide to take the new ball, or maybe he's trusting his spinners to, continue the work. Brian Charles, yet again in the wickets. He has 2 wickets, 2 very good deliveries. One to dismiss Hodge and one to dismiss Milius, and so he's definitely want to contend with. So Bravo may just want to continue using him from that end and hope that he can pick up a couple more wickets.
Yeah, he's gone for a lot, but he's got the wickets to show. Off of his 21.5 overs, he would have gone for 78, but he's got 2 of the 3 wickets to show, so that sort of negates a whole lot, sort of balances it out. Quite sure once you're getting wickets, your captain will be happy. He would love for you to keep the run rate down, but getting wickets is always a plus.
Definitely, the wickets are most important at this point in time, because once you get wickets, you keep pegging the opposition back, and you would want to make sure that you can peg them back as far as you can. A lead of 250, 253. It means that if you allow them, without taking the wickets, and you allow them to settle in, they definitely can rack up 300 plus before the end of the day's play.
All right, and over in Barbados, the ever long-lasting Purmal from Guyana, that off-break bowler. Purmal is an off-break bowler, I think he is. He's always left-arm off-break bowler, always threatening. He has been around for eons, and he is still very much effective, and he is being brought into the attack by Guyana. We've got to follow that for you as we get closer and closer to the end of the day's play here, but he's off the mark, looking sharp immediately. We mentioned he's a clean striker of the ball, and he showed us that there from the very beginning. Sunil Ambrose' first delivery, going for 4 runs, the very final delivery from that over from Brian Charles, sending him all the way to the mid-off boundary for 4.
Yeah, a good positive start there from Ambrose. I think the message from that shot, the message that I think he came out with, is that you're going to be positive and look to, get as many as you can this afternoon. He didn't take time to, look at 1 or look at 2. He was straight away, eyeing that boundary, moving away and ensuring that he gets enough room to free his arms to push it through the cover region and picking up 4.
All right, well, Darren Bravo still holding the new ball, not letting it loose just yet. He has it available to him. He can use it if he so desires, but he's holding on to it, not using it just yet. Yannick Karai will continue from the Dabo end. Good shot, well played, cleanly struck, and 2 decent runs being collected.
So another boundary there to Atenes. Atenes moving up, moving his score on. I think with the fact that Ambrose is out, I see that Atenes would look to pick up the scoring rate. Being the set batsman out there now, again, I'm thinking that he's going to take some responsibility and look to, sort of motor on.
Well, the captain has to lead from in front.
Designer have no time, Larry. Designer have no time. Come on, Larry. Come on, Larry. Gucci shades, Larry. Oh, catch it! Oh! No! Another, Bravo.
Just the single as the ball being turned into the onside. All the 3s on the board, 333 for 3. Not sure if that's a good luck charm or if it's a curse, but we'll find out. 334 for 3 actually. 334 for 3, so the Windwards are still in the driver's seat, very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it must be in the driver's seat now after that sort of partnership from Atenes and Milios reaching almost 50.
Just about 9 overs remaining in the day's play, or 5 o'clock, whichever comes first or second, whichever comes second. Yeah. he's in a no-nonsense mood, and we said that from the jump. Sunil Ambris is heisting him over mid-wicket for 6. Absolutely no-nonsense mood. He is very much in the mood for action, and he's not wasting any time.
Yeah, ball outside, wide outside the off stump, and launching into a slug sweep and slugging straight over mid wicket. So he is in the mood to score some runs and to score quickly. Definitely, he came out with a plan. I guess this is the message coming from the dressing room that you're going to up the score with some 9 overs remaining.
Play Mario!
With a phase 3 delivery so far. A 6, a 4, and a 1. He's on 11. That's Sunil Ambris. Gives the strike to his captain, Alec Athanase. No, it's the end of the over, actually, so he's going to hold on to the strike. 341 for 3. And the Windwards very much in control. Are you thinking that maybe Bravo should consider now more than ever taking the new ball?
Looking at what is happening there and the fact that Brian Charles is still, relevant and getting the breakthroughs, I don't think he would want to change that. Maybe at the other end, you may want to replace Carrier with one of the medium pacers and look to get something going. It only means that you will have to take the new ball once you decide to bring on the pacers.
Once you decide to take the new ball, Brian Charles does not turn out to be an option from the other end, really, because he's not going to get very much from the new ball on this surface. So taking the new ball means that he will have to be resting somewhere on the boundary after a long, hard day's work.
Yeah, so as it is now, the softer the ball, it's going to grip. It's going to turn a bit. And so Brian would be hoping to, be in amongst the wicket again. The harder the ball, it means that it's going to skid through a bit more. Less grip.
Good work in the field by Darren Bravo, bringing some urgency to the fielding at mid-on.
Yeah, and now you can see, coming to the end of the day's play, the TNT players are really ticking Django, just going to his captain and maybe giving him some sort of message.
Good shot again from Ambris down the leg side. Not decently stopped. Had to put his foot to it. He came around a very long way from the mid-wicket boundary, the square leg boundary actually, and all the way down to fine leg, and had to put his foot to it to get something of a decent stop. That's Pierre Kimani. That's Pierre on the boundary down there. So maybe the conversation between Django and Bravo had to do with taking the new ball, you suspect?
It's possible and it could be about taking the new ball.
The Barbados Pride are still looking really good after 21 overs, 64 without loss in their response to 371 from Guyana.
The openers in the few matches that we've seen seem to be doing pretty well.
The West Indies has been in the hunt for a good opening pair, consistent opening pair for a very long time. So maybe coming out of this regional tournament, a good pair may just emerge. Athanase is giving himself some room and looking to cut square, but the ball spun away from him. And that brings up the end of the over, the end of the 98th over, 344 for 3, with Alec Athenes, the captain of the Windwards, on 26, and Sulan Ambers just coming in, facing 7 deliveries, with a strike rate of 200. He's on 14.
Yeah, a lead of 272 runs. One wants to begin to wonder, will there be a declaration this afternoon and maybe get 1 or 2 overs in onto the Red Force, or are they going to bat out the day and look to come back tomorrow and maybe declare early and give the Red Force, that maybe a 280, 290 to chase? 300.
Anything is possible. Carey Pear is being brought into the attack now from the Dabo end, so Bravo opting to go with more spin, so it means that he is holding on to the new ball for just a little bit longer, hoping to lure these batsmen into something reckless. He realizes that they're going after the bowling right now because they want to move on with the score, so hoping that a miscue of some sort could induce a thick edge or some false stroke that can cost the Windwards a wicket. That has to be his thinking. Other folks are murmuring that maybe he should have taken the new ball and put some more pressure onto the new batsman, but time will tell. In the meantime, Sunil Ambris is very much like a man on a mission. He's striking cleanly, he's striking well, and he's looking dangerous.
Yeah, Ambers 15 from 8 deliveries means that he's not going to stick around and waste time. He's not going to be prodding and pushing and hoping, but he's going to be positive, strike when he has to, and you can see him rehearsing there. Means that he's ready to update the mode of hitting. The scoring rate will definitely go up once he remains out there.
Well, he got 55 in the first innings. So just about 7.5 overs remaining in the day's play, or 5 o'clock, whichever comes second.
Yeah, one wonders what's the mood of the Windward's camp. What is Coach Shirley Clark thinking?
Sunil Ambris from the neighboring island of St. Vincent. He has come from a country with some devastating fast bowlers in more recent times. I remember Nixon McLean, a very lethal fast bowler coming out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Sunil Ambris is from St. Vincent. Pretty good career he's had to date. Had some good scores already. A top score of 148 in one-day internationals, and 231 is highest first-class score. Played Test cricket as well. 43 his best numbers. So he knows how to go on the attack, and he's not scared of bowling by any means. When I'm quite sure you would have seen the likes of Nixon McLean, you understand what it is to see something coming at you 90 miles per hour. At the end of the 99th over, 348 for 3. Ambris is on 17, and Alec Athenes, the captain, on 27. And some discussions taking place, and eyes are on Darren Bravo as to whether or not he's going to take this new ball and what he's going to do. But he's not going to just yet, so Brian Charles will continue from the River Road end. The music that you're hearing coming from within the stadium here. Also, we've had some entertainment. The music coming into us from the River Road area. River Road has always been known for as an area that there's always loads of activities of some sort, whether planned or otherwise. Always something happening in River Road. Never a dull moment. Junior Murray will be able to tell us more about that. That's his. He's the king of that village right there. Can walk River Road, he says, anytime, day or night. The reverse sweep again being employed there. So Junior Murray says he can walk any part of River Road. He can knock on any door in River Road, no matter the time of day or night. Junior Murray, MBE, always reminds his friends in a joking manner, of course. He's not that type of person, really, but always reminds his friends, don't forget, loud appeal goes up. The umpire is unmoved. Umpire is not moved. Athanase was looking to go hard down the leg side, and not sure what they saw, but the umpire says nothing in play. The ball came back in a long way. We wrapped him on the pad outside the line of the leg stump. Was never a chance there, but I think the Red Force players are just trying to get into the heads of these batsmen.
Yeah, that ball not threatening the stump at all. Hoping that he got an edge. And clearly seen that there was no edge. Hoping that umpire Gregory Bradford would, make a mistake and maybe put him out. So it's all hope.
Oh, it's a sloppy bit of work in the field there. Costing 4 runs, and you look at Bravo's reaction at mid-on. He's not happy at all. Sloppy bit of work there in the field from Kyrie Pear. What should have been an easy stop just went very casual.
Yeah, that seemed to be Mohammed right there. Uthman Mohammed.
Uthman Mohammed, sorry. Went very casual, and of course, his captain was not thrilled, not in the least. So we're nearing the end of the day's play. It's 4:21. just over 6 overs remaining. 6 over and 1 delivery, really. And there's 1. They're going to get 2. And Ambrose moves on nicely. Athanase is on 32. 353 for 3. The Windward Volcanoes lead by 283 runs. Sunil Ambrose is on 19 and Alec Athanase on 32. And Junior Murray has moved in quietly to the chair next to me. And he must be very elated because as a man who played cricket for the Windward Islands, and you obviously would have been in many of these positions. And if you are Alec Athanase now, you're the captain, what would be your mode of thought right now?
Well, at the moment now, I like what I'm seeing out there with by the two batters. You know, you can see the urgency, you can see the eagerness since Sunil Ambrose came to the wicket. Like he came with a mission, you know, to get quick runs, put it on the board, you know, and hope that they can get a good score, you know, by the end of the day, and put the Red Force under some serious pressure. They're very businesslike at the moment, and so far they're having fun with their batting and doing a good job at the moment.
All right, I'm going to switch the cap on you in just a little bit. Let's see what this over will bring from Kyrie Pear. if you're placed in the position now of captain in the the Red Force, the TNT Red Force, would you have taken the new ball just yet, or are you going to continue with spin as Bravo is doing?
I think I'll continue with spin at the moment because you know at the mood these batters are in and the new ball on this flat pitch at the moment, I think they might have been scoring even quicker this afternoon, you know, than playing with the than ball and spin. So I will stick with the spinners.
All right, so Junior Murray would have been opting to stick with the spinners, looking for some bounce and turn, giving the ball a little bit more flight. I know you tried a couple of off-break bowling now and again at the domestic level. Didn't pick up too much wickets, got more runs, had yourself been struck around the park more often than normal. He's not a bowler by any chance, but he's a very active and vociferous off-break bowler.
I tried a bit of bowling, Jason. You know, I tried a bit of off spinners, but most of my friends told me they might have sent me to Australia to check the degrees and the angles, you know, of my arm.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't coming over as it should.
Oh.
You know, but you know, I wasn't a big turn of the ball. I had a good arm ball, you know, based on my action. You know,
Okay.
so I tried a bit, but
Is it that you had 5 arm balls and 1 turning?
at least the one that turn was the one that will surprise the batter. So I had at least one that turn.
Well, Junior Murray had some friends who played along when we all played at the GCC Cricket Club, and most of them are listening now. We can call a few names. Those, of course, who were prolific players in Grenada, Wayne Bob and Steve Mahon,
Richard Hostin,
Keith Gibbs,
yes,
Christopher Greenidge, even current president of the Cricket Association, Dwayne Gill.
Yeah, Dwayne Gill played a bit with us. I don't, you know, I think we were at the time we were one of the top teams. You know, playing in St George's competition. You know, we had some good times, Jason. I think you played a bit too, Jason, didn't you? You tried a bit of wicket-keeping also.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult playing for a team as the wicketkeeper batsman when you have Junior Murray on the team and Richard Hostin right behind him. You know, I actually had to wish and hope that 2 people got damaged for me to get the chance.
Well, I think you tried a bit, Jason. You caught a few balls, you know.
Of course.
I think you're a wicket keeper, but sometimes you look at the shopkeeper, Jason, dropping a few balls.
It seems as though this commentary will come to an end very early this evening. So, yeah, that's the story here at the Grenada National Stadium. 361 for 3, the Windwards, after just about 101 overs in this innings, and a comfortable lead, 289 runs. And the Windwards in the driver's seat, firmly in the driver's seat. They're driving something really huge now. I don't know if it's an SL truck, but they're firmly in the driver's seat and moving along nicely in cruise control. Sunil Ambrose is there. He's not out on 23. And Alec Athene is not out on 34. And we've got a change of bowling now. Jason Mohammed, the veteran Jason Mohammed, will be coming in from the River Road end. This is going to be interesting. It's the first time with the ball in this innings. And so Darren Bravo trying to exploit as much turn as he can possibly get from this wicket. Let's see what Mohammed has in store. Very first ball, asking a question of Ambrose.
I think Jason, the Volcanoes have to have a look at Jason Mohammed. I think he's not a bad bowler. I think he does a bit with the ball. He might be bowling a bit slower than the bowlers before him. So have a look first, see what he has to offer, and then if nothing there, we can then take him apart.
Oh, and then he has one that comes through like a rocket suddenly on you. But this one is turned into a very short mid-wicket, and Sunil Ambrose picks up 1. And they're just going to watch him for a little bit, I think, as you said, Junior, and then they're going to have a go after him. They've got a good platform set to go after the bowlers now.
Yeah, they're a lead of 290 runs, at least, with a lead of at least 350. You know, I think, you know, they're in the driver's seat at the moment, and the batter the rest of the day this afternoon, and they probably do some more batting in the morning again, and not for long, and give himself enough time, and probably an hour and a half, and then see what the Volcanoes have to developers have to offer.
Well, you've seen a number of these players, especially the Red Force players from Trinidad and Tobago. What do you think is a comfortable lead that Athenaeus can feel comfortable with to entice them?
I think they're a good all-round team at the moment. I think they will back themselves whatever score, that they're given to make. I think they will give it a try. The likes of the captain himself, Bravo. Webster was very dangerous. Django got a good 80-odd, in the first innings. So they still got to be careful. They still got to put themselves in a position whereby they cannot lose.
All right, so you're thinking a good lead is what?
Well, I'm looking at least 360, 370. But they got to get at runs a bit quickly and give themselves enough time. I love the attitude out there by Ambrose. He's came out there and rotating the strikes nicely with his captain, and they're looking pretty good at the moment.
All right, well, he's not going to waste any time. That's Ambrose for sure. A very clean strike of the ball, and you've got to stay in your half when Ambrose is there, especially when he's in this kind of mood and the ball bounces just in front of the rope and takes it over the boundary. 4 runs. He hoists him just over between mid-wicket and square leg, really, and just hoists him for 4 runs.
Good shot by Ambrose. He's a batter full of confidence. He had a good knock in the first innings. When he's out there in his zone. Came out there on a mission, rotating the strike from ball 1, and really enjoying his batting at the moment.
All right, 367 for 3. The lead is 295. According to Junior Murray, they probably need another 60 or 70 runs because he's looking at a lead of 250, 260, maybe 270. So anywhere between 60 and 75 runs needed for the Volcanoes. He's thinking along those lines. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've got the batting, they've got the depth. So this is going to be very enticing, very interesting.
Not forgetting the Red Force are batter down also, so they'll be starting behind the 8 ball. So there's something for the Volcanoes to think about.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we've got a bit of action coming out of Barbados, because Barbados, in reply for Guyana's 371, are now 73 for 2. 2 quick wickets falling, and Shane Mosley is still there. He's eyeing a half century. He's on 46. But Shamar Brooks has just been brought to the crease. And the Barbados Prides, the defending champions, are 73 for 2 after 26 overs.
A very interesting game there, Jason.
Yeah, I think Guyana has something to prove. They've got some good batting. They've got Nandu and Chandapal. And those two alone is too much to handle, really.
Shamar Brooks probably be looking for a good innings to get back into the Test team. So he just arrived at the crease, so hope that he can put up his hand and have his selectors thinking.
I'm quite sure he's thinking the same thing as well. And Sunil Ambrose definitely seems as though he's treating this innings as an innings in the shorter version of the game, because his strike rate is just over 100. He's on 28 from 21 deliveries.
Yeah, he came with the bat with a mission, as you can see. From the time he entered the crease, he's a lot of rotation of a strike. So at least he's a seasoned campaigner. He knows what he's doing. He knows what's the plan of a team, and he's trying to execute.
And he's intent on keeping the strike. He's not going to play around too much. He's intent on, working the ball around and not wasting any time.
Ambrose he's one of the batters, seasoned batters, former captain of the team. Has a highest first class score of 231 versus the Leeward Islands. You know, he's the one that broke the record that your co-host here 2018
Yeah.
had. So I think he's capable. He's a capable batter, you know, and he's over there on a mission, as you can see.
Well, he has Kyrie Peer to contend with, and he just knocked him there for another one, and 369 for three, and that's the end of the over. Sunil Ambrose on 29 and Alec Athenes on 36, and it is 4:33 local time at the National Stadium, and with the 3 overs remaining, it seems as though we are going to be playing until 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we got some time. A lovely sunshine out there still. Still some time to put some more runs on the board. Should be past 300, and hope they'll get some good rest tonight and come back in the morning fresh again to continue in that same vein.
Well, after the next couple overs, I am going to make way for John Ramsing, who is going to come and put a wrap on the day's activities. So he's going to come and do that in just a little bit. But as it is now, we are looking at this contest here. A nice contest between Jason Mohammed and Sunil Ambrose. These two are not afraid to express themselves with bat and ball. This is going to be a cracker right here. He's going for him. Not sure if he got an edge onto it, but beating the keeper and the man at first slip.
Yeah, very attacking sweep shot there by Sunil Ambrose. I got a leg by there. And he's looking at all opportunity to score. You know, I think with the likes of Jason Mohammed being the bowler at the moment, you can see his wheel set is off some, trying to tug him through mid wicket.
Going straight
couple leg
between,
buys.
going straight between the wicketkeeper and Karaya. This time he's to the right of Karaya at first slip and picking up 2.
Very busy there, Ambrose. You can see all the shots coming out there at the moment. Nicely played. Late dab. Down to short third man there. And he's in a T20 mode at the moment. He's out there batting on a mission.
Well, his T20 scores 2 are not bad at all. His one-day scores actually are not bad at all. He has an average of about 36, just over 36 and a quarter runs in one-day internationals. He's got a half century as well, and a top score of 148. So he can strike the ball, and he can strike the ball cleanly as well.
Yeah, good batter. He loves to score. He loves to rotate the strike. You know, as I wouldn't say former, but a past West Indies player, so he knows what he's about. You know, and he loves his batting.
Made his ODI debut in September of 2017 versus England, and since then he's been a consistent performer. Played for the St. Lucia Zooks and now playing for the Windward Islands. So he's been around. He understands the game very well. He's been around.
Former captain of the Windward Islands.
And only 29 years old.
He's still young and fresh. Long way to go.
He's also had some cricket running in his family because he has some relation to Romel Currency as well, Romel Currency
Former
played.
captain.
Yeah, former Windward Islands captain.
Former captain. Looking at Sulan Ambers now. I remember in my playing days, playing in St. Vincent, this youngster coming to the cricket in the school uniform. Being around with the team and the dressing room every day. They ain't not missing a game. Not missing. I was wondering if his parents knows that he does at cricket. He's always in his school uniform, and it's so good to see the progress he has made in his career, and he still had a lot to offer for West Indies cricket and also for Volcanoes cricket.
Well, most times the parents don't know until the success story starts to come. You run away and you get involved in cricket, and the parents don't know. His last test was in 2018 against Bangladesh, so he is very much capable. Sunil Ambers, he's on strike now on 33. And he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. Fishing and then beaten outside the line of the off stump, really. And the Windwards lead by 304 after 104 overs, 376 for 3. Ambers continues on 33. Alec Athenes has become a little bit quiet on 37 of 79 deliveries. Since Ambers came to the crease, actually, Athenes has just allowed him to take charge of the innings because he's striking the ball cleanly. And so Athenes is saying, you go ahead and I will hold things together.
That's very smart thinking by the captain. I think Ambers came with a plan. Came with it to keep that rotational strike going, to up the run rate. And so far he's doing it. He do it very successful.
What would have normally been a comfortable trotting single, just to back with a square, he has pressed hard and they just picked up 2. So clearly his intent is to pick up the score and push the score forward quickly. And suddenly the lead is above 300.
Great batting, good rotational strike.
So do you think the Windwards will bat into tomorrow? What time of the day tomorrow you think they will bat if they have to bat into tomorrow? What time of the day you think?
Well, I think they should bat probably 1.5 tomorrow morning. Try and get on to 350, 360, and then see what happens from there. But I think they need to bat at least an hour, hour and a half without losing much wicket. Bat smart, bat with a plan, keep that rotation going. And once you do that, I think the scores, you will sooner or later get to that target you want.
You think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are backing themselves to pick up anything and to go after a lead of 350? You think they're going to do that in just about 2.5 sessions?
Well, I think I'll leave the Red Force. They will back themselves. They are believers in themselves and knowing how the Trinidad Islands, think.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they will not sit back. They will have a look first, and then probably set it up in the right way, and then have a go. But it's going to be up to the Volcanoes bowlers. Want to see that happen. They have to come with a plan. They have to be more defensive. With the free settings and everything, and then we can see what happens from there. It's going to be very interesting day tomorrow. Very, very interesting day tomorrow.
Hear you on that. The Jamaican Scorpions, in the meantime, are trailing the Leeward Islands, and they are currently 163 for 4. They trail by 97 runs, and Jamaica and the Leeward Islands shaping up for something exciting there as well. So some good cricket, some good exciting cricket being anticipated all around the Caribbean. The 3 matches that are being played currently, the one here, and the Jamaican Scorpions against the Leeward Islands, and of course the Barbados Pride playing the friends from the Amazon, Guyana. Good balanced cricket, everybody scoring runs, all the teams are scoring runs and looking comfortable. A couple of unusual names getting some big scores and opening up the situation really in the West Indies for a good domestic season.
Yeah, good start to the season. At least all the players are putting their hands up. Lots of opportunities over there for the players. So I think the players are hungry, and it's a good sign for the franchises and also for West Indies cricket.
All right, well, Junior, we'll take some quick comments from you as we stand now. It's 383 for 3. Alec Athanasis is on 40, and Sunil Ambrose has hurried on to 37. And as I hurry on out, so too does John Ramsing hurry on in. And he will take you through until the close of play today, the end of day 3 here in St. George's at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. The Windward Islands playing the Windward Islands Volcanoes playing the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Welcome back in, John. I think we have a few overs in today's play.
Well, thank you very much, Junior. Yes, we have about 60 minutes to go for stumps on day number 3. The shadows continue to stretch themselves across this beautiful outfield here at the National Stadium in Grenada. It's quite similar, Guyana and Grenada, in terms of the stadium. GNS, Grenada National Stadium, Guyana National Stadium as well at Providence. You've been there. Big open up, the big grandstands and so on. Big outfield, lush green, and a good wicket to play on.
Lovely, lovely stadium. Lovely stadium in Guyana. I've been there, enjoy the facilities. What amazed me about the outfield is the drainage system.
Yeah.
You know, you can have a flood there, and a field, and in the space of no time, the water disappears, and you can play again. So, you know, kudos to whoever it is, you know. But lovely architects, lovely stadium, lovely stadium, Johnny.
And a match on our hand here at the Grenada National Stadium. 311 runs ahead. I heard you mentioning the Volcano should battle a bit more, maybe an hour and a half tomorrow. Yeah, it can be dicey because remember the Red Force one batter down all of today in the sun. They can be a bit drained tomorrow, mentally may not be there. So, but like you said as well, the TNT Red Force guys, they back themselves and they can come back hard.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Volcanoes need to do some batting in the morning. That first hour will be very important. Just keep that momentum on from this afternoon. We need that rotation. You know, we need to get quick runs on the board. The Volcanoes have to give themselves enough time to bowl the Red Force. So I think, you know, it's something for them to discuss. And I know that Coach Shirley Clark has his plan with his captain and his staff, and they're going to decide what they're going to do.
Yeah, when you look at the wicket as well that you're playing on right now, and the outfield, lots of runs. So no devils in the wicket at all. The spinners, the seamers, nobody really getting that assistance. So the Volcanoes really have to think how will they be able to bowl out the Red Force twice, or to restrict them from getting to the total that they eventually set. So it's a mind game. It's like playing chess.
It's a serious mind game now, and something strange is happening out there. Is it Captain Michael Bravo that's with the ball in his hand there?
It is, yes. I've seen him bowl some medium doublers already. So let's see what he's going to bring to the table today. Bowling to Sunil Ambrose, who's on a mission, like you said. Alec Hattonay is a bit more circumspect. Forte again. He had 41 in the first innings. He's now on to Forte.
Nice partnership here. Partnership of 56, building here nicely.
58, yes.
58, in quick time.
Very quick time.
Was no way of that.
Thanks mainly to Ambrose. Here is Bravo. Driven. When I looked at the team on paper with the Red Force, I was asking myself who will be the seamers because the wicket looked very fresh on the opening day. I remember Utman Mohammed, Terence Hines, Tian Webster. And I was thinking if they needed an extra fast bowler or someone who can be a seamer, Bravo was going to put his hand up indeed. I've seen him bowl like this already at Providence and in Trinidad and Tobago. So he's always up to a challenge, you know.
Can't remember seeing him bowl at all, and this is very surprising to me. I think the batter's got to be very careful here because this could be happy hour.
Smartly knocked down by Jason Mohammed. So just too wide of the mark there, Bravo.
Short and wide outside the off stump, and Captain Artinez is going back, cuts it straight to point.
Takes a lot of pride in his bowling as well.
Oh, this as we can say, this is dibbly dobblies over there.
Yeah, the
This is-
medium
this is-
doublers.
This is out yourself. So the batters there gotta have a look, very watchful. As we say in Grenada here, don't get drunk in honey. His
Mm.
bowling here look like, it can give you diabetes. But they gotta keep their heads on the shoulder and keep that rotation going.
Can be the man with a golden arm. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Athenaeus. Wide of the mark.
I wonder why the wicketkeeper is standing back. I think he should be up his stump looking for a stump and try to create something. Trying to come with a plan. It's a very flat pitch. That's what I'm not seeing these days. Remember, it's something I love to do in my time. This medium pace bowling. I think you should be up to the stump looking to create something.
You really fancy that leg side stumping now, don't you?
I think it's one of my best stumping in my career.
Exquisitely driven. Half stop there by Jason Mohammed at extra cover. Cleaned up by Uthman Mohammed.
I think I wonder if you remember that one of my best stumping in regional cricket. I can give you a test. I wonder if you remember that.
No, I certainly
okay.
don't.
It was in Barbados
Mhm.
against Windward Islands versus Barbados at the time.
Mhm.
If you remember Ian Allen
Yes.
running in, and Junior Morris standing up at the stump,
Mm.
hold a batting. And hold I guess shift his feet down the leg side. One beat was off in a flash.
Mhm.
I think one of my best stumpings.
Sure, Roland Holder down in Antigua listening to you.
And I think you remember that.
He will remember that.
I think it was one of my best stumping. If you remember, at least the name, the Ninja.
The ninja.
Yeah, I got that name in Jamaica. I was an under 19 player for Windward Islands. I think it's another place of mine, another home where the people love me a lot in Jamaica. Similar to Dominica. They love me here too. But I'm just telling you, out of Grenada.
Yes, you're a national hero here in Grenada. So Bravo completes his first over. Who gave you that name, the ninja, in Jamaica?
Some spectator.
Some spectator.
Some spectator out there. Some spectator watching the game. And wonder who this youngster stand up to the fast ball. And I think probably the first time that probably have seen it.
Mm.
Quick fast ball and looking for stumpings. But it was something I love to do and something I enjoy doing. And it gave me a lot of great success.
Carry Pierre to continue. So the allotment of overs for today, 90 used up. So we're going to play until 5 p.m.
Still got some time to get some quick runs on the board. The captain out there and the senior pro there will have an idea what's happening.
Take one for the end of this, quick, Harry.
Yeah, they both batted well in the first innings together. So the batting again, nice partnership.
I think the Windward Islands as a team, I think being around for a long time, I think they're a gel team. I think most of the players have been playing together for a very long time, season after season. So I think, they're like a family. They're gel together.
Settled bunch.
A settled
Yeah.
bunch of players.
Mhm. It's always good to see that some players coming through the ranks, starting together, growing together.
Which is very important. That togetherness is very, very important. That family unit.
Some of the young players for West Indies now going on. If you look at Tej Narayan Chanapal, Gorakesh Moti from Guyana, Brandon King, Nicholas Pura, and they all played that same year, 2014, with Brian Charles, Shimon Hetmeyer. So those are names now you're hearing on the international scene, and it's good to see that those guys are moving up.
That's a very, very good sign.
Kimo Paul
Kimo
played in
Paul.
2016 with Obed McCoy,
All the youngsters.
Ryan John,
Odin Smith.
yeah.
All those guys.
Tevin Imlak, who you're hearing about now.
Oh, yeah.
So they're growing together. This one is swept nicely. Just ramping it behind the wicket keeper. Correa goes after it and they'll come back for 3. That's good running even in final stages of day number 3.
Well played by Captain Antonez. I think this period of the game, I think these two players batting over there, I think they love the T20s. I think Antonez, he's a very free-flowing batter. Ambush is in the same vein. So this period of the game where we need quick runs, I think suit them very much.
Cannot forget Brian Charles as well, who played in 2014. We spoke earlier about Leroy Lugg as part of that team as well.
A lot of young guys coming through.
Sheffin Rutherford.
I want to see them a bit more settled in like in a West Indies setup and performing. But with the way cricket is going these days, they can play T20s all over the world, and to me that's what the players are into now, the T20s.
392 for the loss of 3 wickets.
A good score, 392 for 3, a lead of 320. I think we can call today Volcanoes Day.
It certainly is.
Yeah, I think they had a good day out today with the bat. It's always good to see the team batting of the day, scoring over 300 plus runs. So I think it's a Volcanoes Day, February 2nd.
One wicket per session, just 1 wicket in the early morning. That of Jelani Robinson, who was leg before to carry pay for 23. Then Kavim Hodge in the second session, bowled by Johnson Charles for 80. And Kimani Milias, the man of the day, 192. Leg before to Charles.
Well played by Milias. But I think the way he got out on 192, I think it should have been a bit tight there. The ACB very successful with that shot during the course of innings, but was a good innings anyway.
Bravo again, now his second over.
Second over, doublies.
Yeah.
I wonder what he's thinking, Johnny.
Just thinking to get a wicket, end the day's play and go and relax.
I think that bowling there, Johnny, I think is out yourself bowling, as we can say. But the batter still got to be focused, because you don't want to lose your concentration there at the moment. So you still got to stay focused.
A similar role Wavell Hines used to play for the West Indies. Carl Hooper just throw that ball to him and say, look, just get me a wicket. Over or 2 later, new pair at the crease.
Yeah, that's when the batters tend to relax. You see a non-bowler come on and they tend to relax. But I think that's the time it should be a bit tighter, because they are not consistent. They tend to be to bowl, as you can see, all over down the leg side, outside off thumb. They're not consistent. So I think that the time you got to be even more tighter when you're batting.
Yes, it can be frustrating as a batsman to be facing bowlers like that. You don't know where they're coming, what they're coming with. That's when you lose your concentration. That's when they have you.
Very, very, very frustrating. But I think these two batters out there, they're set and they have a plan. And I don't think the batters out there will allow Bravo to get a wicket. I know they have a good friendship out there. They're good mates. So Bravo out in ambush, he'll be in the air all the time.
Single easily taken. So Athanaze is on 47, will take strike. Getting closer to what will be his 7th first-class half-century.
Getting closer there. I think he deserves it. I think he's having a good season. He's in a good vein of form, and he's enjoying his cricket, working hard on his batting, and he's having results so far. He plays a lot of T10 cricket, a lot of T20s, and he can get the results. And good to see him in this format, applying himself and closing another first-class 50.
I must give some apologies. Earlier mentioned that just 3 players from the Windward Islands in the 200-plus club. There is Celine Lambres as the 4th player. And in fact, he has the highest individual score for the Windward Islands, 231. You mentioned that against the Leeward Islands at Warner Park in 2016. There's Bravo outside the off stump. Just a single to third man. Then Lockhart Sebastian, 219. Yourself, 218. Devon Smith, 212.
That's a good club. Lockhart Sebastian. That's a good club. Lockhart Sebastian, congratulations. Wherever you are listening, Lockhart, my good mate. You know, it's good to be in the company of the greats.
Two Grenadians, Dominican, and a Vincentian. Milius missed out, almost became the first St. Lucian. 192 today, but he can hold his head up real high.
Right.
Very good knock today.
Great innings by the youngster.
Started yesterday when he was 39 not out at the end of the day's play. And you can tell from that start he had yesterday that he was destined for something great.
Yes, I can. He was very, 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 very hungry. You know, he came out with a plan. You know, he failed in the first innings, and wanted to get some runs under his belt. You know, so good to see Kamani Milius, you know, getting close to 200. You know, but anyway, it was a good innings, 192. I think he can put up his hand and say, job well done today.
This could very well be the last over of the day's play because just 1 minute to go before 5 o'clock. This one is driven just short of, in fact, very well short of Jason Mohammed at backward point. And there is Jason Mohammed asking his captain, who's gesticulating, I am deep. You put me deep.
Bravo really enjoying his cricket. Really, really enjoying his cricket. You know, he's having fun out there.
Yeah.
That's a good way to release pressure. He had a tough day in the field, you know, and he's just enjoying his cricket out there.
So the day started with the Red Force enjoying a lead of 72 before, but at Stumps the Volcanoes batted 16 overs very intently, got to 62 without loss. Milius 39, Robinson on 20. This morning Robinson did not last too long, added just 3 runs before he was struck plumb in front to carry pair, dismissed for 23. It was just the third over of the morning. Went for 23, 1 for 67. That's the last ball of the day's play, and that is Stumps on day number 3. Still to confirm, and Ambrose waiting. Bravo is very much happy to not only lift Bale but to take out the stump. The non-strikers in, and Stumps drawn with the Volcanoes in their second innings. 397 for 3, with Sunil Ambrose, former captain, on 42. Alec Atenez, current captain, on 49. And it really is a good day for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, good day for the Volcanoes. I think they had a lovely day of batting. They batted sensibly. They batted with a plan. And I think the whole coaching staff and the whole team will be very, very happy. We saw some good innings today by Kamani Milius, Kevin Hodge, you know, and Sunil Ambrose there, and Captain Atenez. They're doing the thing. You know, that things we expect from those players. That's, you know, this is your home ground. This is your franchise base. You know, I think this is your wicket. You know, you should be at home, and you should be on top of things here. You know, and they're doing a good job at the moment. We're set up for a lovely final day tomorrow. A lead of 325, probably another 50, 60 runs added to that, and they're in the driver's seat at the moment. So they can go have a good team meeting, a lovely cold shower, and come back fresh tomorrow. I think the bowlers are rested all day today, so they should be fresh and ready when they are called upon tomorrow, God's willing.
28 overs in this final session. 1 wicket going down, like I said. 115 runs coming in that session. Overall lead for the Volcanoes, 325 runs. Like I said, the day started with the Volcanoes in their second innings, 62 without loss. 10 runs they were trailing behind at that time. Milius 39, Robinson 20. Robinson was first to go today. The only wicket in the first session, like before, paired to for 23, 1 for 67. Kavim Hodge came, put together a very good partnership of 209 with Kimani Milius before Hodge was dismissed for 80 in the second session. Bowled by Brian Charles through the gates for 80, 2 for 276, and then Kavim Hodge, like I said, he was dismissed, and then Milius, the third wicket to go. Well played, 192 from 269 balls, 18 fours and 3 sixes. Leg before to Brian Charles at 3 for 325, only 3 wickets to go down today. Athenaeus not out on 49, Ambris on 42, the lead 325, and a day of dominance coming to an end for the Volcanoes. You said tomorrow they should bat maybe an hour, hour and a half, extend that lead to about 370, and that you think will be enough, Junior?
Yeah, I think so. I think they should be nicely poised, to try and force a victory or to a victory there. And I think they're in the driver's seat at the moment. They're full of confidence. The bowlers are well rested all day. They're sitting with their feet up, so they should be energized and ready to come to tomorrow.
So the bowling figures for you: Terence Hines, 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 44. Carey Pear, 30 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 96. Uthman Mohammed, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42. Yannick Correa, 20 overs, 3 maidens, none for 64. Brian Charles, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 92. Tian Webster, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. Jason Mohammed, just 2 overs, none for 11. Bravo, the captain, 2 overs, none for 8. The bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will have their work cut out. So it all presents for an exciting day tomorrow and a grand finish to this opening round match between home team, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and the visitors, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Whichever way it will go, we will be here from 10 hours in the morning to call it live and direct from the Grenada National Stadium, where the forecast tomorrow promises to be a very good one as well. So on behalf of Junior Murray, Jason Skeet, Clyde John, my name is John Ramsing, wishing you well for the rest of the day, thanking you for your time today, and inviting you to join us tomorrow from just about 5 minutes to 10 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time for the final day play in this round 1 match. Until then, goodbye.